just passed. So I drew a corner of a lab place, put in parking lots, roads, trees lining the roads, T-shaped building right in the center. And I said, your spy is in the T-shaped building, which is otherwise known as the A building. That's the name of it, A building. He's at the top floor, center of the T-shape. He's facing out through a picture window. You might otherwise call this the director's office. It's 12:30 midnight. He's got his feet crossed up on the director's desk, and he's smoking one of the director's illegal Cuban cigars. And so we sent him the picture. Now, Ed showed the picture to some other people, and they all went, oh, yeah, that's the west gate of Lawrence Livermore Laboratories. That's where they build nuclear weapons. Where do you think he was sitting? In the director's chair, 12:30, looking out of his picture window at the rest of the lab, smoking one of his Cuban cigars. That was the second hit.
Wow.
The third hit, they said, okay, you've demonstrated you can probably track a spy. That's nice. Tell us what he's doing. He's a creative kind of guy, so tell us what he's doing. He's in the middle of the desert. He's got two big tractor trailer trucks, vans, and he's working inside the vans, and he's testing a piece of equipment. It's a microwave equipment. It's operating on this frequency band, and it's got a 60-degree bandwidth, and he's targeting electronic equipment at a little over 60 to 150 yards for destructive purposes. Oh, and his hobby is he loves to drive for lunch. He likes to go over to this solar experimental station and watch the mirrors make a miniature sun on the end of a tower. He loves to see that stuff. That's all he said. So they came back and said, maybe you'd like to see what he was actually working on. And so Ed and I said, sure. So they flew us out to Sandista Desert. We're in a military car driving down the dirt road, and we come over a hill, and they stopped us. They had a block on the road. They had this arm down. The solar station, the experimental station, is doing a test. So you could actually smell the ozone in the air with these mirrors when they made a miniature sun on top of the tower. It's crackling up there. You could smell the ozone. I mean, it was beautiful. Wow. And the whole experiment ends. Oh, and Ed's looking at the driver. He's saying, if you had a bag, I'd put it over this guy's head because he's not supposed to be reporting on this. So they lift the guard gate, so we head on down the road, and we see this dust cloud coming down the side road from the solar array. And it pulls out in the road right in front of us and accelerates away down the road. And so we follow that dust cloud and pull into the same place. Two big vans sitting on tractor trailer trucks. And it's exactly what I drew. I drew 15 drawings, about 75 pages of transcript. And they gave all that material to an independent agency, and they said exactly what it did and said they could build it. And that's exactly what he was doing, what I said he was doing. And what they came back and said was, our spy has no hobbies. And we asked the guy where he was coming from for lunch. He said, it's kind of my hobby. I go over there for lunch to watch the solar array. We made sure we put it in his statement in the letter we sent back to him. So he said, that's the only thing I had wrong. That's an example of my viewing at the end of my 7-year career at Fort Meade.
You still have those sketches?
Yeah, I can send them to you.
That would be great. We'd like to
Yeah, I'd be
overlay them
glad to.
over the interview.
Yeah.
Joe, let's take a break.
Okay.
When we come back, I want to talk about how you were recruited into the remote viewing program.
That's a good idea.
Perfect.
I want to tell you about this business venture I've been on for about the past 7-8 months, and it's finally come to fruition. I've been hell-bent on finding the cleanest functional mushroom supplement on the planet, and that all kind of stemmed from the psychedelic treatment I did. Came out of it, got a ton of benefits, haven't had a drop of alcohol in almost 2 years. I'm more in the moment with my family. And that led me down researching the benefits of just everyday functional mushrooms. And I started taking some supplements. I found some coffee replacements. I even repped a brand. And, you know, it got to the point where I just wanted the finest ingredients available, no matter where they come from. And it got to this point where I was just going to start my own brand. And so we started going to trade shows and looking for the finest ingredients. And in doing that, I ran into this guy, maybe you've heard of him. His name's Laird Hamilton, and his wife, Gabby Reese. And they have an entire line of supplements with all the finest ingredients. And we got to talking. Turns out they have the perfect functional mushroom supplement. It's actually called Performance Mushrooms. And this has everything. It's USDA organic. It's got chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake. This stuff is amazing for energy balance, for cognition. Look, just being honest, see a lot of people taking care of their bodies. I do not see a lot of people taking care of their brain. This is the product, guys. And so we got to talking, and our values seemed very aligned. We're both into the functional mushrooms. And after a lot of back and forth, I am now a shareholder in the company. I have a small amount of ownership, and I'm just really proud to be repping and be a part of the company that's making the best functional mushroom supplement on the planet. You can get this stuff at lairdsuperfoods.com. You can use the promo code SRS. That'll get you 20% off these performance mushrooms or anything in the store. They got a ton of good stuff. Once again, that's lairdsuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That gets you 20% off. You guys are going to love this stuff. I guarantee it. I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you, guys. You are our top supporters, and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Sean Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get, right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of. It's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
All right, Joe, we're back from the break. We're getting ready to dive into how you were recruited for the remote viewing program. Before we do that, I'm curious about your bracelet. Does that have any meaning?
This bracelet?
Yeah, that bracelet.
It's actually, it's kind of somewhat similar to one that I gave my wife. It's made by a congressman who was also a Native American.
Really?
Yeah, in New Mexico, and I happened to be working at the Los Alamos lab at the time.
You worked at Los Alamos?
Well, I worked there in terms of being studied.
Okay.
They did a study for 2 years of hopefully me doing remote viewing, but it was in a mu metal shielded room on a bean bag where they suck the air out of the bag. It matches your body. You lay on your face, and they had a large can filled with liquid nitrogen and 7 squids, what they call squids, subquantum interface devices, and it was pressed with a robotic arm to the back of the skull, and it measured each individual axon firing in the brain whenever we did something. And what they learned is you can't capture remote viewing that way. Second thing they learned is not all thought happens here. It also happens behind your elbow, behind your knee. Your entire nervous system is filled with actual brain cells. So there's thought and action that takes place throughout your nervous system. We actually knew that 8 years before it became public knowledge through somebody else's study. We just got that by accident.
Wow. That's public knowledge, huh?
Yeah. The cool thing was that when we leased the lab to do the study, the people that actually worked in that lab before we leased it from them were told by letter from their boss, stay away from these people, they're nuts. They snuck in anyway and observed what we were doing and read some of what we were writing and that sort of thing. And when our 2-year study was over, we got an application for employment from every single person working in that lab.
Wow.
Because we were doing something more interesting than they were doing in the government lab.
Wow.
So
that is, man, I can't bring anything up without you having something to,
yeah.
It's crazy. It's fascinating.
It's crazy.
I love this interview.
We had people with actual, that were Nobel laureates, actually made statements to us where they said, even if you proved it beyond the shadow of a doubt, we'd still deny it. Nobel laureates saying that.
Yeah.
I mean, and unfortunately, having done a demonstration in front of the Senate Select Subcommittee for Intelligence way back, I had somebody in that committee tell me in the middle of a demonstration of remote viewing, stood up and said, "Sir, you're doing the work of the devil and you will burn in the fires of hell." And he ran out of the room.
Wow.
That's one of our senior senators actually said that. Made all the hair stand on the back of my neck.
Yeah.
And then when we broke for coffee, had another senior senator give me a big hug, wiping tears out of his eyes, and he said, "You're doing God's work, son. Keep it up." And all the hair stood up on my neck again. It's like, I can't tell you who I'm working for. It's like insanity.
Yeah.
That people go right to that. They go right to theology, religion. In many cases, if I don't blame what I do on God as a gift from God, then I'm the devil himself. But if I said it's God's gift, my son, you are perfect. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's we want you on our bandwagon, or we don't want you.
Yeah, it's ever since I've been diving into these kind of subjects, everybody wants to tell me how to think,
Yeah.
about them. And
Don't let them do that.
I guess just like anything else, right? Just like politics. If I don't agree with you, okay,
power.
well, let me guess. Now we're going to go into 30 minutes of you trying to convince me why I should think exactly like you,
Yeah.
And let's just save it because I'm not going to.
Not going to happen.
But anyways, grill flame or gondola. Which one is it? How
At the
did it start?
beginning, it was called Gondola Wish.
Gondola wish.
That's when it was an idea in the eye of somebody,
Okay.
which was basically Major Keener and Skip Atwater, or Frederick Atwater, who was a first lieutenant at the time.
Okay.
And they both worked for the 902nd Military Intelligence Group, which is a counterintelligence operation. They proposed a project in which it would be pursued.
So how did you get recruited?
Well, I worked for a General Roy at the time. He was the commander of the Intelligence and Security Command for the whole Army, the intelligence business. And as I said, I was running my MOS with a GS-14 in an office directly over his head. And he called me in one morning, or had me come down and talk to him, I should say. And he wanted me to go out to Fort Meade and look at what they were proposing and come back and give him a briefing. He said, I don't know anything about this subject matter. And I said, what exactly is it? And he said, you'll have to find that out. He didn't want to turn me one way or the other. He wanted me to go check it out. So I spent the whole day there with Lieutenant Atwater and another major at the time. His name was Watt, W-A-T-T. And so I sat there the whole day looking. I was sitting in front of a table covered with nothing but a pile of stuff on psychic functioning. Some of it was stuff that we had purloined from different communist countries. Some of it was stuff out of Inquirer magazine. I mean, it's everything from the trash to the ash. I mean, everything. Mm-hmm. And I spent about 4.5 hours sitting there just picking through it. And I saw maybe 2 documents in the whole pile that meant anything to me. The rest was garbage, just complete garbage. What people wanted you to think, what they wanted you to believe, stories written by people who didn't ask the right questions, that kind of crap.
What was your opinion of the psychic remote viewing topic before you were recruited?
Before I was recruited, didn't have an opinion.
Was there any discussion?
I had some very interesting events in my life, particularly in Vietnam, that were very meaningful to me, but for other reasons. I didn't understand them, but they happened. Mm-hmm. An example would be, I was at a fire base, and I can't remember the name of it now, but it was in they landed helicopters there, and it was a support fire base. And I was there TDY. I was there maybe a month, running my the ANPRD-1s on the Jeep. And I was asked to fulfill a role there if they came under attack. I was a senior staff sergeant, so they said, what we would like you to do is if we come under attack, since you're only here TDY, we want you to go to the bunker with the radios and help to coordinate whatever fire support we get. I said, fine, not a problem. So we came under attack one night, so I took off for the bunker. And just as I got to the bunker, I started down the steps into the bunker, and I took maybe the first 2 steps. I was in a hurry. And somebody yelled, freeze, really loud. So I stopped. And I looked to see who yelled it. And the whole bunker dissolved in front of me, just collapsed. It was hit with, I don't know how many different RPGs or something. Maybe a zapper got inside. I have no idea, but it just collapsed right in front of me. So I would have been inside that bunker when it collapsed. But I wasn't.
That's the
one
second time
example.
I've heard that.
Huh?
This is the second time I've heard that.
Yeah. It was a voice out of somewhere, and it stopped me dead in my tracks. Otherwise, I would have been in there.
Wow.
The second time, in our base camp, which is on a hill, quite a distance from the 4th Division, Armored Division, and Pleiku City runway, and that sort of stuff. Special Forces camp. We were on like half a hill with the combat engineers. They were on the back side of our hill. We were on the other side. And our side faced this just vast openness of just nothing but scrub as far as you could see. And then it went into the foothills and into the dry border area. And one of the things that we had there was, like I said, we were living in holes in the ground, which was perfectly all right with us. I mean, it was comfortable unless you took a direct hit, and even then it would maybe go into the mud and you'd get an upward detonation or something and nobody get hurt. Get your brains rattled maybe, but that was it. Well, the engineers came in and built us these big concrete pads with these wooden buildings and put 10 roofs on them. And our commander at the time said, I want everybody to move in there because we're going to bulldoze the holes. And I refused. I said, the guys in my tent are not moving, and neither am I. Those are not properly fortified. They're not protected against attack by mortar. Until you got a layer of sandbags on the roof, I'm not moving anybody in there. And I couldn't convince him why it would be dangerous, because we had 4 of those buildings in a row. And everybody started moving in, and we refused. So we're out on a mission. When we came back, our hole was bulldozed over, and we were moved in there. So I told my guys, okay, until they do something to revet the outside of the building and put something over the roof, I want you to sandbag your cots, because at least then you'll have something you can lay up against. Because if something comes through the roof, it's going to pre-detonate above the ground. We're going to get spalling off the concrete floor. It's going to just chew this place up. They ordered me to get all the sandbags out, and I refused to do that. When I wasn't there, the commander came in, gave everybody a direct order. They started taking the sandbags out. I came back that evening. I was really hot. I went and argued with him. Came back in, crashed, fell asleep. Middle of my night that night, we got hit with mortar. We got bracketed by 2 heavy mortars, and I mean, they tore us up. We got all kinds of pre-detonations, lots of wounded. The guy in I had a private room on the end of the barracks, so when I heard them going off, I just rolled off the cot and pulled everything in the room that wasn't attached to anything down on top of me. Everything I owned had holes in it. The guy in the room next to me never got out of his bed. He was hit in the head. It was just feathers everywhere from his pillow. So I was inside having the guys re-sandbag the surviving guys re-sandbagging their cots when the boss came in again. And I just pulled my 45 out, jacked around in it, and laid it on the sandbags and kept stacking the sandbags. And the first sergeant said, maybe you ought to go outside with me, sir. We'll have a discussion about it out here. And he left, and I never saw him again. That was the second time. It was like I knew stuff was going to happen. But the thing that got to me was this kid. I can't even remember the state he was from, but he had a real southern accent, like from Kentucky or It might have been Tennessee even. I can't remember. But all he wanted to do was make me happy, because I happened to be the sergeant of the guard one night, and so I was in charge of all the bunkers and stuff. So the following morning, when the bunker guys had all been relieved, I told this kid, I said, go out and collect all the loose hand grenades, collect them up, put them in the back of the 3/4 ton truck. I didn't tell him specifically how to do that, but I told him to do that. So he said, yes, sir, right away, and he ran out to do it. And I was talking to someone else, maybe 80 feet away from the bunkers, and the 3/4 was parked over near the side. And he was waving at me, and he was walking to the 3/4 ton truck carrying a gunny sack. And I had this picture in my mind of the open weaving in the gunny sack catching a pin, just getting hung up on a pin. And I started yelling at him and doing this. And he started waving back. And he walked over to 3/4 and turned the gunny sack upside down and shook the grenades into the back of the 3/4 ton truck. And it was a big, big flash, and he was gone. And I just saw that whole thing happening like 60 seconds before it did.
Wow.
So I started paying attention to stuff. If I'd be sitting out on the ground, leaning against the sandbag wall or something, reading a book, and I get this funny feeling, I would get up and walk into the bunker, and we get hit with a couple mortar rounds, things like that. And guys started noticing that. So if I got up and went somewhere, they'd all get up and go with me. Like I went in a bunker, the bunker get really crowded with guys coming in, things like that. And so they said, well, you seem to know when something's going to happen.
So you had articulated this.
Yeah, I was thinking that stuff anyway. So when I went and read this data, this is many years later, I'm doing it for the general, and I went back and told him that I thought there was a threat buried in it. I was serious, because there were a couple documents in there.
Is this the table with all this?
Yeah, the table with a mound of stuff on it. There was only maybe 2 or 3 documents in there that I read that I took very seriously, because one was from Russia, 2 were from China, I think, and one might have been Czech or something. But it was research that they had been doing on combat vets, where they would know things. And that resonated with me. And I thought, well, if they're researching that for possible use as a collection tool or a casualty preventive tool of some kind, that's important. And I thought, if they're doing it, we should be doing it too, or it would be a threat against us at some point in the future. And I just told the general that. So next thing I knew, he's sending me out to SRI to evaluate it, because he wanted to know more about it. And of course, when I went out there, I had a result where I had, they said, I said, so what is this remote viewing stuff? And they said, well, rather than try to explain it, why don't you just do a few, and then you'll understand what it's all about. So I did 6 of those in a 2 or 3 day period.
Were you skeptical at all?
Yeah, very. I didn't understand it. In fact, the first one I did, I went into this windowless room on the 3rd floor of the radio physics lab with Russell Targ, who worked there. And we sat there for 30 minutes just talking. And I said, so what is this stuff? And he said, well, just give it another few minutes. And after some time, he said, okay, it's 9 o'clock and Hal Putoff is gone somewhere. Well, it's randomly chosen. We don't know where he is. I don't know where he is. Nobody knows. Describe what he's seeing and where he's standing. And I said, okay, how do I do that? He says, well, what pops in your head? And so I described a place with thousands of crystals. I said, crystals everywhere. They're all beautiful crystals. Sunlight goes through them, splays out in different colors. And there's like a building there, but it's like a pillow. It's built like this, like a big pillow. And he said, are there any distinctive colors? And I said, yeah, one. Everything's white. Everything white. Well, almost everything. And he said, well, what's the other color? And I said, well, that pillow is a different color. It has red. No, it's white. No, it's red. And he said, okay, Joe, you got to settle on one or the other, red or white. Okay, it's white with kind of a red in it. No, it's red with kind of a white in it. And he started getting angry with me. He said, just tell me what color the building is. I said, okay, here it comes. You ready? Red-white/white-red. That's the color, in quotes. And he said, that's not a color. I said, it is now. Learn to live with it. That's what I actually said. And so we get a call. Hal Pulloff tells him where we are, where he is. So we get in the staff car and we ride out there, Russell Targ and I, with a driver because he's legally blind. And I wouldn't ride with him if he was driving. So we get there. And what it is, it's right on the bay, and it's a place where they process seawater for salt. So mounds of salt everywhere, and salt's a white crystalline form. And in the center of all this mounds of white salt is a Quonset hut, and it's enameled white. But rust is bleeding through all over it from this heavy salt content. And Russell's standing there at the entry where we walked in. He's just standing there and he's staring, and he said, that's about a perfect color that you gave it. So that's one of the first place matches I got later when it was independently judged.
Are you doing this? I mean, what is the experience like? They tell you Hal Pulloff standing in a spot, we don't know where he is, describe it. Mm-hmm. You go, how? They say, just tell us what pops in your head.
Yeah.
I mean, are your eyes open?
That's what's popping in my head.
Your eyes open? Are we
oh,
like,
yeah,
like right now?
We're talking right now.
And it's this image
just popping in my head. It's like...
how clear is it?
Clear as a bell.
Like you're there.
Like you're there. Only you don't know exactly what it is. You millions of crystals in piles everywhere. So the tiny little salt crystals are looking big to me, but there's big mounds of them. Okay, you understand?
Yep.
It's sort of distorted a little bit, but what you could say about it is absolutely clear. Mounds of crystals everywhere. Well, that's what salt is. And the color was bleeding, literally, the red was just this wavery kind of stuff bleeding through the enamel from years of sitting next to the salt, I guess.
Can you see the visualizations from different angles?
Yeah.
Can you walk through them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can you touch them?
Yeah.
And you can feel them?
Mm-hmm. And I think where the mistake's made is in the term remote viewing. That implies seeing it. You kind of aren't seeing it, but you are. What it is, it's a compilation of all of your senses. Most people go into remote viewing thinking, I'm going to see something, and so they're totally and completely dependent on their eyes. It's not just your vision. It's your smell. It's your taste. It's your feeling. It's your emotions about it. It's everything that you could possibly sense if you were standing in the middle of it. Everything you could possibly say about it that's right, but it's as though you don't know. You've never seen it before in your whole life. You understand what I'm saying? It's kind of masked that way. So where they make a mistake is they make a mistake in naming things or having the need to say what it is. No, nobody wants to know what it is. They want descriptors of it that come to you based on your senses, all of your senses. So if I'm doing a target and let's say I'm just going to throw out a hypothetical. Let's say it's a CIA guy and he wants to know what this spy was caught in South Africa and turned over to our country, and he's a Russian spy. And when he was caught, they haven't been able to determine how he encrypted his messages going back to Russia. That's more important than catching the spy, okay? So they need to know that, so they come to us with that task. Tell us how he encrypted his messages. So they might write that out. How did the spy from South Africa encrypt his messages? And they put it in a double-wrapped opaque envelope. And they put A on it. And I go in a room and they throw the envelope with A on it on a table. And they say, tell us about A. And I just sit there and think about it. And what pops in my head, I tell them.
But you don't know what's in the
I
envelope.
have no idea what's in the envelope. It doesn't matter. What happened over time, as an example, initially, they knew they couldn't send somebody to a place in Russia that they want to know about. So how do we get that? Well, we could use GPS locations. So they would write out the GPS site, and they would give that to the viewer. And I was nailing GPS sites like crazy. So they said, obviously, Joe has an eidetic memory, and he's memorized important GPS locations in Russia. No, that's not possible. There's too many. What is actually happening is I'm actually getting to the target without the GPS site. So to prove it, we said, okay, if you believe that, take the GPS locations, put them in a double-wrapped opaque envelope you can't see through. Don't say anything, just throw the blank envelope on the table. And guess what? You still get the same target, okay? So, inevitably, somebody carrying a target from the CIA would show up at our office and they go, oh, geez, I left the envelope on my desk at Langley. And we'd say, okay, write down the target in the envelope I left on my desk at Langley. And guess what? Still works. So it's something else gets you to the target. What we think it is, and I wrote a paper on this 35 years ago, it's intention, attention to detail about the target, and expectation for outcome. And if you stop and think about it, if you don't have those three things, your job, no matter what it is in the world, is not going to work. Those are the three things you absolutely have to have.
Can you say those again, please?
Intention, attention to detail, and expectation for outcome. If you have solidified those three things, talked about them with the group of people you work with, I guarantee you success in the world, no matter what it is you're doing. Doesn't matter. That's how humans operate. It's how we think. It's where we go with our head. It's what gets us there. It's in everything we do, and nobody wants to believe it. And when I wrote the paper 35 years ago, they said, nobody cares about this paper. Today they're saying, oh, maybe it's one of the top 3 most seminal papers ever written. Why? Because every manufacturing company in the world, if they don't pay attention to that, they don't succeed. Every company in the world where they do original thought or creation or construction or whatever, they don't follow those rules, ain't going to succeed. There's nothing that we do as human beings that will ever happen if we don't pay attention to those 3 things. That's a simple recipe for how psychic functioning works. It's the same thing. It's where original thought is generated. It comes out of our mind as something we've never done before. It's new. It's creative. It's no one's ever thought of this. How could this possibly have not been thought of? Same place. Comes out of the same place. So why wouldn't original thought about a target somewhere not happen at the same time with the same strength as it does with a psychic functioning person, as someone going over tons of information trying to analyze their way through to an answer? It's the same thing. No difference.
Did you know that you were the first one to be implemented into the program?
Yes, I knew I was the first one that was recruited.
Had they articulated why you?
No, what they did is they said they let it happen by course. What they did is they went out and they looked at, they went out to all the commanders that they knew and they said, give us the names of all the people that you have working for you that seem to always come up with the answer, seem to always be the right person in the right, seem to be the most creative people in answering the problems you have to face, no matter what it is. And they came back with, I don't know, 1,300 people or 1,500 people in INSCOM. Then out of that, they said, okay, we want to review the top 20% of those people. So they went through and they weeded out a whole bunch of stuff. And they came to maybe 130 people. They started interviewing everybody. And they reached a point where they had maybe 30 people were coming out on top. I happened to be in the 30 people. And I think that was more to do with General Royas sending me there and saying, I think this guy would be a good recruit. By virtue of the fact that he had brought me back, made me a warrant, put me in charge of my MOS. He did that because of my history, I think, because of the field reports, everything that anybody had ever heard of me about. I spent more time overseas. I did 6.5 hardship tours. Nobody does that unless they love what they're doing. And so he sent my name in. So I came out in the top 30. And then Russell Targ and Hal Putoff came from SRI to Fort Meade. And we were personally interviewed by each one of them. Hal Putoff and Russell had decided that since I had the 6 results I had, and from my interview, that I absolutely had to be in the 3 people they were going to choose. They were going to only choose 3 people because that's what they said their funding could cover. When they did the interviews, they kept coming up with 6 names. Well, the government said, no, we're not going to give you any more money than we're giving you. So they said, okay, we'll do it for 6 people. So they collected the 6 of us, and we all went to SRI and learned more about remote viewing, and Katie barred the door. That's what happened. We started getting tasked. Originally, it was supposed to be a 3-year project. First year recruitment, and it took about a year to do that. Second year was training, and training consisted of doing it over and over and over and over and over because nobody knew how to train this stuff. It was practice. See who got better, who didn't, that sort of thing. All 6 of us got better at it. I had 24 straight failures.
Really?
Yeah. My ego got in the way, and I knew that. And it just took a while for me to beat it back.
How did you control it?
You don't. You give it another job to do. I give mine math problems. I give it thoughts that I got to work through while I'm doing a remote viewing. I don't let the ego play. What happens with many people is they have a resounding success the first time. And the reason why is the ego goes, I don't know what's going on here. I've never been exposed to this before, so I'm going to step out of this and see what happens. I am not going to fail. The ego steps out, resounding success. The ego jumps back in and goes, okay, I know what's going on now. I'm in charge. Failure, 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 failure. Because the ego thinks it knows what it's doing, and it doesn't have a clue. So you got to keep the ego busy. And you can sidestep it, push it over here and have it do something else that egos are good at while you're doing the viewing. And that's kind of a split mental function that I do. I still do it. I've done this for better than 44 years now. And I still fight battles with my ego. You can't have an ego and do remote viewing.
What is the ego?
The ego? I think that's a protective part of us that looks out for our benefit.
Where does it come from?
Where does it come from?
Mm-hmm.
Competitive side of man. It's our need to be on top, be the best, do the one thing that we do the best, or whatever you want to call it. Be the producer, be the guy who generates the most. However you want to look at it, it's you got to be on top. That's counterproductive in remote viewing. It's counterproductive in a lot of things, actually. What I learned by being in intelligence for as many years is by the time I got to remote viewing, I had already learned that nobody knows who I am. When I do something and it works out really, really well, it's because nobody knows who I am and never will know who I am. That doesn't matter. What matters is success in the job. In other words, if part of your function is to keep whole units from being decimated in combat, that's what you do. And you don't take credit for it. You don't want credit for it because it will erode your job quality. It erodes the very function that you're out there trying to do. I don't think 2 times in my life did I get a direct order to do anything as an intelligence guy. I saw the job, I saw the problem, and I did it. I didn't ask for permission. I didn't have somebody tell me to go do it. I just went and did it. I've always done that because that's how I was brought up in the intelligence business. I had good trainers. I had people with me who said, no, you don't get credit for this. There are no awards here. Your job, that's your job, keeping these guys alive by giving them the information they need, doing what they need to stay alive in the field. It's like somebody said to me once, oh, well, you did a lot of recon, so you really know what combat's all about. I said, no, recon is you don't get discovered. Nobody knows you've been there. You're good at hiding. There's no combat there.
Yeah.
You stay alive for other people. I've been in places where I watched the NVA going by me. to the battle. And I was down in the corner going, and you got another group coming over the hill, you know? That's stupid.
At what point did it become the Stargate program?
Well, let's see. It was Gondola Wish, then it was Grill Flame. It was Grill Flame until we got outed by President Carter. President Carter stood up in front of a bunch of news people and said, you know that Tu-122 Bear bomber we've been looking for that disappeared 2 years ago? Everybody's been looking for it. Well, we found it. And we've turned it over entirely to the Russians. And one of the reporters said, how did you find it? And he said, we used our psychics. And he was holding in his arm a green folder with a red stripe, and it said Grill Flame on it.
Cat's out of the bag.
Hour later, everything changed, and we became Center Lane. So we were Center Lane for a while until somebody else, we had a congressman by the name of Rose. Everybody called him Rubber Lips Rose because you couldn't tell him anything that wasn't on the news an hour later. So he started talking about us. Center Lane disappeared and the Sunstreak appeared, and so on and so forth. We went through like 6 or 7 name changes. And somewhere in there, INSCOM divorced itself of the program because A, it couldn't fund it, B, it had been supplying the bodies out of MOS. I was 999 the whole time I was in the unit. So it was turned over from INSCOM, it was turned over to the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. DIA took it over because they provided the huge amount of money to keep it going. They were also wanting to take charge of it because by that point, this is right when I exited, by the way. By that point, it was not being managed very well. So DIA took it over. It became a bigger headache in management for them. So there were a lot of problems with it. So in the end, it was the CIA that was told, Congress told the CIA, we want you to take it over completely, turn it totally black and bury it. Make it go away from the public eye. This has got to be so secret, no one ever knows about it or ever asks any questions about it. And the CIA said, no, we're not going to do that. And the reason that we're not going to do that is because you, Congress, has just raked us over the coals for 2 years over the Project MK Ultra, where we use psychedelics for interrogation purposes. Why? Because they gave it to one of their own people at a party, and the guy thought he could fly and went out a 9-story building in downtown D.C. and splattered all over the sidewalk, to the disgruntlement of the CIA, his family, and a number of other people. So they just lambasted the CIA for that. So the CIA said, no, it's not going to happen. Congress went back to the CIA and said, you got this all wrong. You don't tell us what you will or won't do. We tell you what you will do. And so the CIA said, okay, we'll take over managerial authority of it, but only after a study's done on its condition. So they had 2 people come in to do the study. A woman by the name of Jessica Utz, who was the #1 analyst, statistical analyst in the world almost. Okay, never mind America. Probably the top 5 anyway from the world. And a guy named, I can't remember right now, sorry. He was a professor who had been one of our worst detractors the whole time. He said, "This isn't real. It's a lie. It's all BS. And it's not real, and the government's being taken down a false trail." He was their counter to her. So they both did a study of material that the CIA gave them to study, which was 1 year of hand-selected material that we supposedly reacted to. And it was if you had to pick the top 7 worst possible results, that's what they gave them to study. And yet, the statistical analysts came up with the idea that based on that material alone, it was better than the reason you take an aspirin every day to prevent heart attack. For a lot of reasons. The biggest reason is the people who have studied it aren't wedded to it. The people who cause you to take an aspirin every day to prevent heart attack are all aspirin producers. So she gave these very brilliant arguments, still found statistical reasons why it was supported, even on the minimal amount of material given to them to review. The professor, on the other hand, same old story, held his view that it was a waste of time, never should have happened in the first place, blah, 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 and didn't give any reasons for it at all. So what they did is the CIA dumped her report, kept his, presented it to the Congress and said, "This is why we're not accepting it." And Congress said, "Well, then shut it down." So they did. Primary reason I will tell you is nobody wants to be caught dead standing next to a psychic. It's political dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
You're toast. You get caught standing next to a psychic, you're toast. And the example they give, President Reagan's wife talking to an astrologer at the same time, we're working for him. They're crucifying his wife. And we're advising 15 of the 17 largest intelligence agencies in America.
Wow.
I mean, that's nuts. Now, I have to say, we did over 1,200 remote viewings in support of the CIA. And they are the ones that kept coming back for more for like 15 years. And they said it didn't work. You know, if you had a restaurant, I'm going to give you the example that Dr. May gives. If you had a restaurant and you invited the top 15 food critics to your restaurant the day you opened it, and 13 of them came back the next day, and 15 came back the day after, and 12 came back the day after that, and so on and so forth, for the next 15 years, would you say it was a pretty good restaurant?
Yes, I would.
Damn right you would. Nobody will stand next to a psychic, though, so what can I say? And yet, we still had almost every agency we supported say and review and talk about everything we did to support them. And it's all available now. We published the science, Laboratories for Fundamental Research, published the science remote viewing in 4 volumes, 911 pages of volume, double columns both sides, tissue thin paper, 1.4 million words. There is more science backing up remote viewing than any other subject in history.
Wow.
Will anybody read those? No. All they want to do is say, I wouldn't believe it if you told me it was real. And yet, where are we? Buried our head in the sand. Do you think terrorists can't do this? No, they can. And in fact, we have proof, or there is extant proof I know of. I can't talk about it. But I will tell you, there's extant proof that there are terrorist organizations teaching people trying to use it. And there are foreign countries using it to our detriment. Our allies have tried to use it and have failed because no one sends them to the people that have the science backing it up, who know how to use it, who have made all the mistakes, opened all the doors, all the windows to getting it where it operates proficiently. They don't ask those people. So
At what point did you? We'll get into that in a little bit. What is one of the first? Was the Skylab one of the first big predictions you made?
I actually made that prediction. I think it was about 6 months prior to the Skylab coming out of orbit, and I did it before I ever knew of the existence of the program that they were trying to put together. I did it because someone said they don't know where this thing's going to come down, and I said, oh, they should. In all probability, this is where it's going to hit. And I said it was the left central area of Australia's desert, and that it would strike at a certain point and there'd be a debris field that would go out for so many thousands of kilometers.
Now, rewinding real quick, Skylab was it the first?
First big lab that we had in orbit, and it had a lot of parts of it that we knew would not self-destruct when they came back in through the atmosphere. And we were concerned that some of the larger parts of it, like I think the atomic power plant, stuff like that, was going to crash in a big city somewhere, maybe kill thousands of people. Nobody knew. The scientists couldn't predict it. Its decaying orbit was changing dramatically every so many hours because of its rotation in orbit. So they knew the decay rate and everything, but they just didn't know where it was going to re-enter. And where it re-entered and its attitude on re-entry would determine its crash point. So I think one of the large sections landed in the Indian Ocean, thousands of miles from where the predominant part of it hit, which is in the deserts of Australia. And the only thing I had wrong, I had said the hours and days. I missed it by a certain number of days, like a handful of days or hours or something. And I had it reversed because I had it going around the world this way and it was going around the world this way or something like that. So my debris field was where it would actually impact, and where I had it impacting was the debris field.
Well, from what I understand, you're only about 60 miles off, and it was a 1 in 6,646,000 chance.
No, I don't know where that comes from, but I can tell you, I was about 60 miles off.
That's
not bad.
That is.
But that's not the only place. I mean, it was a big chunk of it came down in the Indian Ocean. So there were other places where chunks of it came down, but the predominant part of it came down in the deserts of Australia, which is perfect. I mean, didn't hurt anybody, other than a lot of rabbits, maybe, or kangaroos or something. I don't know.
And then there is the submarine incident.
Yeah.
Can you go into detail about that, please?
The target was, at the time, my understanding was it was the largest building that existed in Russia, north of the, or in the world actually, north of the Arctic Circle. It was a what they call a coal harbor, frigid harbor. They always had these big icebreakers sitting outside the harbor. They were building something in this building, but it was not connected to the harbor, so they didn't believe it was a ship or anything. But there was a lot of material going in off of railroad cars and stuff. There's a lot of heavy guards around it. They couldn't hire somebody to sneak a camera in and take one picture. They just didn't know what was happening inside this building. So I and one of my best friends, he's dead now. He died during the project. His name was Hartley Trent. Hartley Trent and I worked at Target. And we both pretty much said the same thing, really. That it was a very, very large submarine, huge submarine. I remember somebody asked me in one of my sessions, how big is it? You keep saying big, huge. Well, how big is it? I said, well, it's about 33 feet or 30 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier. And probably 75, 70 feet wide. Really huge. I said it's like two big half submarines being stuck together this way. And there was a number of other things we said about it. I can't remember all the details now, but the most important point was up until that point, all the Soviet submarines that carried ICBMs carried them straight up and down. So they had to stop the launch. That was like an 18-minute window where they were really vulnerable. This went away as a vulnerability because this new submarine, I said, had slanted tubes. So they could launch on the move. And there were some other things I can't remember now. But anyway, Hartley and I pretty much agreed on a lot of that. But I have to tell you, he was targeted separately from me, and I was targeted separately from him, and we never spoke to each other about it because we were under orders during remote viewing to never discuss what we were targeting in any way, shape, or form because they didn't want tainted information going across viewers. So I didn't know he was reporting what I was reporting, and vice versa. We sent the report to the National Security Council because that's where it was being targeted. The National Security Council had been targeting it for 2 years. Couldn't get any information on the building at all. So we sent a report in. It was carried in by an admiral by the name of Jake Stewart. I think his first name was Jake. I might be wrong there, but I do know his last name was Stewart because I had known him for some time. And he carried the report to the National Security Council, but then he brought it right back. And he said they won't accept it. They said this is just total fantasy. I remember talking to him about it, and I asked him why did they say it was fantasy, and he said because they're already centered on something like a troop carrier or something being manufactured there, and that it's not possible because it's not connected to the harbor in any way. I said, well, tell them the fantasy is going to be launched in 112 days. It actually made me angry that they just resented the information. So I said, take it back. Tell them the fantasy will be launched in 112 days. So Admiral Stewart, I guess, went by the NRO. I don't know if that's true or not, but somebody went by the NRO and had them order up a couple overheads of the harbor 114 days out. I don't know what happened at the National Security Council, but I do know they didn't care about our report, so they probably threw it on a shelf and ignored it. 114 days later, when they took pictures of the harbor, a channel was cut to the sea. The Typhoon-class submarine TK-089, first ever built prototype, was parked in the harbor, tied up to a Soviet aircraft carrier. I think they were using the aircraft carrier to blind anybody sailing by the port so they couldn't see, or anybody who was looking into the harbor. And it was about 30 to 33 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier.
Wow.
It was a monster. Now, what I found out later, and nobody knew, is they built 8 more of them. And no one ever saw or heard of them. So where were they built? And how did they launch those that nobody knew about? When I was in Russia with Ed May, and after Perestroika and the wall came down and all of that, I met the chief of the Red Army, or whatever they call him, and he wanted me to sign a book that I written where I talked about the submarine, because when they declassified everything, CIA declassified everything, I talked about it in one of my books. And he thought it was disinformation for 6 years. That's what he told me. And I asked him why, and he said, because it was in your book, and I didn't know about any submarine. And so I said, then why do you want me to sign the book? And he said, because I just found out it was real. So I said, so I don't get this. How do you know it wasn't disinformation? And he said, he did this. He looked around and he leaned forward and he said, I know because our spy in your DIA told me it was real. I went, oh, geez, what do I do now? So I said, would you give me the initials? He said, oh, no, I couldn't do that. They'd bury me under the front steps of the FSB. So I said, it's okay. I'll wait you go to sleep tonight. Get it from your head. That's all I could think of to say. And he ran out of the room. They came back in and grabbed his book, which I had signed, and took off with it. And then the general that that Ed and I were talking to said, you got to stop scaring my generals, Joe. He said, you just got to stop doing that. I said, okay, I won't do it anymore.
Wow. So when you're tasked to do these things, how do they approach?
Well, they just tell me, Joe, you're up. And I go in a room, which they're taping and monitoring everything. And I sit down with a monitor, and the monitor throws an envelope on the table. Neither he or she nor I know what's in the envelope. In fact, nobody knows what's in the envelope except the tasker who talked to one person, which is my boss in the remote viewing unit. And he puts the envelope together. And so nobody knows. And that way you don't get leading questions. It goes wherever it goes. Now, what the monitor is there for is the monitor brings to bear left brain actions, like questions that might come up. In the interaction between the monitor and I might say something like, well, it's this submarine and it's really huge. And he might say, well, how huge is it? And I'll say, 33 feet shy of the length of a Soviet aircraft carrier. Well, that elicits more information than I might be giving at the time. So you get way more information out of the interaction between two people. One who's being left brain and trying to stay in the world of reality, if you will, and the remote viewer who's in their own world, trying to figure out what the sensations are and everything going on in their head, telling them what to say. So what we found over the years was there were many occasions when that monitor would ask exactly the right question to elicit the response that answered the whole problem. So they're both being psychic, just that one thinks they're not and one thinks they are. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So people, when they interact, don't realize it. But some are being psychic and some are not. It's a human trait. It's a human condition. Psychic functioning is normal with human beings. It's the norm. The difficulty is, I think, comes out of the fact that it's an ancient capability. It's a survival mechanism that has existed since the beginning of human. And as at the very beginning, we didn't have a language of detail where we could interact together. and speak in great detail with one another about some subject, or when we were going into a valley to hunt, we maybe went to our our guide, our witch doctor, our leader, whoever, who was probably the most psychic person in the entire group, who said, hunt on the south section of that valley. And we would hunt there and find plenty of game, where if we hunted anywhere else, there wouldn't be. Or if we said, okay, we're going back to our old hunting grounds, there's 3 caves there, which one should we meet at? Meet on the westernmost one. Don't meet on the other 2, because cave bears are living there. If they come back and find us there, they will kill us all. So it's a survival mechanism. People understood what their minds were telling them about their environment and everything. They had no other way of judging it.
So it makes a lot of sense. Where did we become this inefficient?
Yeah, where did
was the
we
wrong
steer
turn?
off of that?
Because with that, there's no need for language.
Right, there's no need for a language. And why? Because we lived in very small family units. The biggest tribe of people was probably 9, 10 people, all birthed out of the same families. And so we were all intimately related to one another, fighting for survival. And so we could actually read one another's minds, or the very thoughts that others were thinking in our group. Why did that go away? Well, because small groups started banding together, because there is strength in numbers. And when you have strength in numbers, it trumps small units. Strength in numbers, however, opens a flaw in the reading of minds, because now you're reading the mind of this guy who's got this woman as his primary mate, and they're not part of your original group, and you're now reading her mind, and he's reading your mind, and you're the one who winds up with a spear in the back. So that doesn't work. So I think over time, not right away, but over thousands of years, what happened is we found ways for our development to change that capability from a, yes, everyday kind of capability to one that was less invasive. So probably somewhere in the forebrain or the callosum or something, we started building a filter there that would prevent this occurrence from happening. And it's not a perfect filter. Stuff still gets through, but it's the outrageous, screaming, survival type stuff that gets through there now. You only see it in combat. You see it with policemen in dangerous situations. You see it with surgeons in surgical suites where something happens and they don't have time to pick the phone up, talk to their buddy, go and look at a medical dictionary or find out something special that's going to help them save a life. No, it's like right then, right there, you got 2 seconds to make a decision. They go here for it. They get it from everybody in the room, and they act on it. I think that's the way things work now. It's an overriding need.
It's interesting you said this, because I mean, me and you just met this morning at breakfast, and I had a similar conversation. I can't remember who it was, but they were saying it was another operator, and we were having a discussion. I can't remember what it was about, but he was talking about, we'd got on this subject, and he said that he was saying he believes everybody has this type of ability, and he
Absolutely.
related it back to, he was like, remember in Iraq, Afghanistan, when we were clearing rooms together.
Yeah.
And he's like, and you can pick up on the energy of who's in that room. And
Yeah.
when I think of it like that, I mean, everything happens so fast,
But that light shoulder tap by somebody behind you would slow you down maybe just enough that you don't round that next corner
yeah.
so fast. You might glance back, go like this or something. You like feel each other.
But we would also, I mean, we would call it reading the room. And so it would be, women, children,
Yeah.
men, bad guys, good guys. And that is what you go off of. You go off your gut instinct, intuition, whatever you want to call it.
The only time I saw that was at the Tet Offensive when we had to clear Pleiku City. I saw some of that then, where it's gut-wrenching to kick doors in. When you're going through a town or a city or a village or something, it's really, there's times when you don't have any problem kicking a door in and then ascertaining who's inside. There's other times when you just don't want to kick that door, It's kind of like, no, I'd rather like flashbang it first, then kick the door in. And it's an intuitive knowing that I need to do this.
So does everybody can everybody access this, or is it a gift that only certain
No, I
individuals
think everybody can access it when they're in a situation where they're at great risk when it comes to bear, because they're open to it.
Could everybody learn it?
I think to a certain degree, yeah. And in fact, there's some evidence of that. There's a guy named Han. He wrote a book on this, by the way. I can't remember his first name. His last name I remember being Hand, just like your hand. And he taught a platoon of Marines before they went to Vietnam, taught a team of Marines, a platoon actually, how to sense their way through a inspection of a hut or a village hut. He taught them in a mock village on booby traps, what to look for, how to smell them out, how to feel about a room, how to suss it out, that sort of thing. And a lot of it had to do with how they felt when they just put their hand on something. And they then followed that platoon of Marines in Vietnam for 14 months. And their incidence from wounds from booby traps, wounds and death from booby traps, was 45% lower than any other platoon in the Marines.
Wow.
Did they continue that training? No.
Of course not.
We found that if you wire these two, the index finger and this finger, just have a wire coming off these two fingers, going to a computer, and a person's wearing a pair of headsets, let's say, and they're listening to white noise, just that hiss, and they're comfortably listening to the white noise, and suddenly there's a bang in that white noise. It startles them. What happens on the recording for those two wires is what you get is a huge spike and then a quick die-off. It's their emotional response to that bang. 1.5 seconds out in front of that is a little bump that occurs. That little bump occurs every time a startling reaction is going to occur. So he came up with the idea, you take 4 guys in a Jeep or a 5-ton or a 3/4 or whatever. You take 3 or 4 guys, you wire them together, you run them through a averaging box into a computer, and the computer monitors looking for that little bump. And when it sees one of those little bumps, it lights up 3 red LEDs in the leading edge of the helmet. And the guy driving the truck or whatever, who's operating the vehicle, is wearing that helmet. And when those light up, he stomps the brake immediately. The IED will go off in front of him.
Whoa.
At a broadside.
Whoa.
We set up Corps of Engineers. We got a mock village, Corps of Engineers to set the IEDs, unbeknownst to anybody. We wanted volunteers from the Marine Corps of the Army to test this. And they all agreed, up to the point of actually doing it, and everybody backed out.
Why? Why did they back out?
You can demonstrate it. In a lab, you can demonstrate it. Why wouldn't you test that?
I have no idea.
Neither do I. It's craziness.
It is. It is.
But all human beings have these capacities. It's built into us. I mean, it's a survival mechanism. It's ancient. It goes back to the beginnings of human. It's the reason we covet the earth. We're in charge of the entire world now. There are no cave bears anymore, no saber-toothed tigers. The predators of humans are all gone. And we don't have long nails. We don't have extra fur. And we certainly don't have the savagery of a saber-toothed tiger. Why aren't we gone?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They are. All the predators of humans are gone from the beginning of man to now.
Except man itself.
Except man himself. And guess who the greater predation's coming from on man is man himself. So,
can you remote view through time?
Yes, not a problem. You can go back in time, you can go forward in time. And there's some proof that no human being operates in the moment, ever. We're affected by our past, we're affected by our future. We know that to be true. We just don't know what the aperture is. We do know going into the past is way easier than going into the future. And the reason why is you go into the past, all the concepts that support action in the past, you're familiar with. Like you light a stick of dynamite, it's going to blow up. And you know that because that concept's real. So you go into the past and you see a booby trap with dynamite. It's understandable. You go into the future sometimes just hours, maybe a week or 2 weeks or a couple months. Things happen for which there's no existing concept that supports it. An example would be, let's say we live in 1970 and we target a lab, a specific room in Sylvania Labs in 1975, where they built the first pump laser, where they got it up to enough range to could punch a hole through 4 inches of stainless steel. Target that in 1970 and tell me how they did it. You can't. All you can do is say, there's a beam of light going through 4 inches of stainless steel.
Mm-hmm.
How did they do that? Beats the hell out of me. It's like somebody said to me once, I got targeted on an accelerator. And I tried to sketch it. Have you ever been inside an accelerator room?
Not to my knowledge.
You couldn't photograph it. Never mind sketch it. I mean, it's like, and I told the guy, I said, I'm trying to draw this thing for 2 hours, and I finally said, oh, to hell with this. It's an accelerator. There's no way I could draw the goddamn thing. I mean, excuse me, but I mean,
Would it be possible to manipulate the past or the future?
Manipulate what again?
Would it be possible to manipulate time? Some things that have happened in the past or things that are going to happen in the future.
Yeah, I suppose you could if you had enough advance warning on something. You could be looking for it to the point that you could use it.
Well, I mean, I guess you actually have already answered my question. If with the lights, and the helmet and
Yeah,
stopping
yeah.
it for an ID, that would
Yeah.
be technically manipulating the future.
The things we don't know is does that become a permanent thing, or do people learn their way out of it? In other words, that's all fine and good. It works perfectly for, let's say, 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And it works so well, they don't know what an IED is. And so it slowly dissolves that little bump away. And the next IED gets them all.
Gotcha.
And now you're back to,
Gotcha. I mean,
kind of thing.
I have a lot more of your remote viewings that I'd like to discuss, but another question that pops into my head is how do you keep yourself from exhaustion? Meaning, I could see somebody like you becoming somebody's favorite new toy.
Yeah.
I want to know this. I want to know that. I want to know this. I need you to do this. And so how do you did that had to have happened with all the egos in DC and then within the
did on a
intelligence
couple
agencies.
occasions. The first occasion, and it's one of the primary reasons why I retired from the Army. From mid 1982 until September 1st of 84, I was the only viewer. There were no other viewers. They brought in new people, but they were self-selected. These were people who said to the general when he asked, and that was a different general now, General Bert Stubblebine. Whenever he asked someone, what do you think about this? They said, oh yeah, and I'm psychic. Okay. And he bought it and brought him back to the headquarters. But then they had to be trained to be psychic. And the training everybody bought was the training devised by a guy named Ingo Swann, who worked for Stanford Research Institute. He came up with a training system that was never approved by anybody. Everybody thinks it was approved by Hal Puthoff. It never was approved by Hal Puthoff. Hal Puthoff allowed him to do that because he needed the training system to maintain the project research. And so Ingo Swann became the trainer of the Army people that were recruited by self-selection. The problem with that is there's so much wrong with that. You now have people, like I said, anybody can remote view. I teach people. I've had one person in 16 different programs, or possibly more, I don't know how many I've done now, one person who said they couldn't remote view from the 6 days of training I gave them. At the end of the training, I always say to people, everybody who is totally convinced that they remote viewed during this 6.5 days or 6 days, raise your hand. Everybody raised their hand. And I always preface that by saying, doesn't have to be great remote viewing. I'm just talking that you know for a fact that you gave some item of detail about a target that you did not have a clue about before. And that detail turned out to be correct. That would be what you call remote viewing. They all raised their hand, except for one person. And that was a reporter who was collecting data to write a report on. So I know everybody can remote view to some degree. The problem is, afterwards, nobody wants to do the practice. Nobody wants to beat themselves against the wall for the next 3 years to be really good at it. No, that's when they start looking for okay, what's the easy part? When do I get the pill that I take?
Yeah.
And I'm a master remote viewer. Would you say that about bowling? If somebody taught you how to bowl? that's my question to them. And they go, why would I do that? Bowling's fun. Well, it's the same thing.
How clear? I mean, what state of mind are you in when you are? What is your? Do you have a? Do you prepare for a viewing?
That's a great question. That I have what I call a cool down period. That's where I have to get all the crap out of my head. I want to be as clear-headed as I can be when I start doing a problem. If I can't get all the crap out of my head, it just gets in the way. Or I can't control my ego, it gets in the way. I want to get all those things out of the way, so when I do a remote viewing, I have what I call the cool down period. It's where I, just slow everything down, get as much out of my head as I can before I do a remote viewing.
How long does that take you?
It was getting upwards of an hour and a half.
That's it.
Well, that's long enough when you got a deputy director hanging out waiting for his answer.
Yeah.
They don't wait an hour and a half, I'll tell you that right now. They want it right now.
I feel like it would take me a month to clear my head.
Sometimes I wish I had a month to clear mine.
Me too.
I started going to the Monroe Institute many years ago, okay? The Monroe Institute's probably the most important place I've found in my life because I started going there when I had this problem and
Clearing your head?
clearing my head. And when it got to be an hour and a half, an hour and 35 minutes, I started getting a lot of difficulties from my boss in the remote viewing place at Fort Meade. He said, go find a way to clear your head better, faster. So I said, yeah, okay. The Monroe Institute, taught me very quickly how to use their technology to become calm, empty my mind, and be prepped for a remote viewing. I cut the hour and a half to literally 3 to 5 minutes.
What kind of technology is this?
They use sound there. They use different programs to elicit that response, that calming response, that ability to see something other than the immediate moment, to see something other than who and what you are. Their whole premise at the Institute is to help human beings discover that they are a lot more than what's encased in this physical body, that your spiritual nature, your whole presence on the planet, your job, everything about you is important and can be used for the betterment of human beings. And that's, I love the place for that. They teach you how to reach out and go places you just would never choose to go in terms of development, in terms of belief, in terms of being open-minded, that sort of thing. I think maybe I like it so much because, as we discussed very early on about my angst with racism and all of that, there is none of that there at the Institute. You go and spend a week there with 20 other people, and they become family. And it doesn't matter where they're from, who they are, what they do in life, how much money they have. None of that matters. It's like 22 human beings coming together, gifted with a belief and an understanding that they're all equal. and they all have a presence in the world. And they all have the power to change it. And they all have open minds, and they can all relate in some way. I've supported the Institute for as long as I've been a remote viewer, and I probably will to the day I die, because they're that good. And it's not just one individual. It's everything it was created to be. And believe me, it's been a battle hanging on to that for them, because enlarging it to a certain point would destroy that. Making it smaller to a certain point would destroy that. Bringing in too much ego would destroy that. Trainers have to earn their right to train there, or it would destroy that. Everything about it is in balance, or tries to be in balance. The fact that it has survived its developer, which is Robert Monroe, and my beautiful wife, and his wife, if it wasn't for those two women, he never would have succeeded. He brought the idea, he brought the creativity to it. He did a lot of that stuff. He obviously designed the sounds that are used, the technologies, that sort of thing. But he was like a rough cob. It wouldn't have worked if it hadn't been for his wife, who was a beautiful, wonderful woman in her own right, who was very creative and a designer at heart, and took care of the softer things, to include softening him a little bit. And my wife, who I'm proud to say was the director, actually was the first person who started it with him. So she was the chief cook, bottle washer, letter writer, drove around in a truck with a helper with the mattresses in the back, that kind of thing.
Wore a lot of hats.
Yeah, right. If it wasn't for the effort of those three people, it wouldn't be what it is today. So
Sounds like a fascinating place. I would love to see.
I go there and reduce my cool down from an hour and a half to 3 to 5 minutes. I'm not kidding you. The technology sticks.
Wow.
What Bob Monroe made a tape for me with his sounds, and I used it for quite a while. And tapes stretch after a while. They're no longer the same. And my tape started stretching. So I went into him one morning and I said, I was there for one of those elongated weekends. I said, Bob, my tape stretched. It's no good anymore. So he took it out of my hands and threw it in the trash can and walked away. And I said, whoa, wait a minute, Bob. I need another tape. He said, no, you don't. He said, close your eyes and remember what it sounded like. And I did. And, today you can wire me up and I can still do that. And you'll see the hemispheric synchronization occurring in my brain. Once you have that effect embedded in you, it doesn't go away.
Wow.
You can keep regenerating it just by closing your eyes and remembering what it sounded like. That's how I do my cool downs. And some of my remote viewings that I got into, I wouldn't have been able to do without it, because the stuff I did in Japan looking for missing people, typical remote viewing for that would be sometimes 6 to 8 hours. Start at 8:30 or 9 in the morning and wouldn't stop. Straight through. All I did was drink ice water the whole time.
Are you mentally and physically exhausted after a session?
No more than you would be if you were intently working on something for 6 straight hours.
Okay.
Okay, same exhaustion. Somebody asked me once, can you do remote viewing when you have the flu? I don't know, how effective are you at your desk when you have the flu?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. It's no more difficult, no less difficult than a normal job.
Okay.
Once you get used to it.
Okay.
You beat yourself up initially.
Do you think that do you continue to hone your skills and become better, or have you plateaued?
No, I've never plateaued, and I've never lost capability.
Okay.
Originally, everybody thought somebody who was psychic would be very psychic to a peak, and then they would slowly lose it. There was this kind of slow failure rate. I did it for 44 years. It took 3 attempts at retirement, but I finally stopped doing it. I think that was mainly because of my habituation of going, yes, I'll take care of that. Well, that finally went away in me because it was becoming more invasive and more tiring than not. So, I'm ready to let somebody else step up.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is nobody wants to work at it as hard. I won't lie to anybody. I've had to hammer at it for 44 years. It's not magic. It doesn't happen. And then you're magically gifted. No, you have to hammer at it over and over and over all the time. And if you stop for like a month to clear your head, you got to go back to square 2 and start over.
Okay.
Because you lose that rhythm that's in that. So, no, it's hard. I wouldn't lie to anybody. The problem is everybody wants a magic pill. They don't want to hammer away at it.
Yeah.
Now, I've met 1 or 2 really gifted people that could be world-class remote viewers. They don't want to spend the time on it. Well, actually, they can't. They have families.
Mm-hmm.
They have to support their families. When I retired, of course, the Army paid for everything when I was doing it. When I retired from the Army, I started, there's that proverbial ego stepping in. My wife and I started a company called Intuitive Intelligence Applications. It's incorporated now 38 years or something in Virginia. We started the company thinking that we could make a living doing remote viewing for people and companies and that sort of thing. And I remember when we started, the one thing we said to each other, well, we'll give it a year and see whether it's going to work or not. 30-some years ago. And it worked great. and the way it's worked is, it's been up and down, up and down, up and down, but because I don't advertise anywhere, it's all word of mouth, one person to another. Most of my corporate stuff, which has been very supportive, very supportive, was because I guaranteed total anonymity to any of my customers. And the reason why is because most corporations I did work for had CEOs and CFOs that were publicly owned companies. And if they knew a psychic was advising their CEO or their CFO, bad things would happen. So we just didn't tell anybody. I was like hired as the information manager or something. And there were a couple companies I worked for off and on for 15 or 20 years. And I have to tell you, I made a ton of money from them. And there are a couple individuals I worked very hard for a number of years. One guy wrote books about things like the Titanic and stuff like that. I did the remote viewing for him. And it turned out my remote viewing was more accurate than written history, because he went as far as going back to the records of the interviews with the people that were rescued and found that things I said in my reports were accurate. Things written about it by historians were wrong. Like there were two guys in the tower together when they hit the iceberg. One guy in the tower. The other guy was in the kitchen getting a tin of tea and didn't even know it was going to happen. And that's never been in history reports until my remote viewing. Now it's in history reports.
Wow.
Stuff like that.
Wow.
I started out, well, we digressed too much there.
Let's talk about the colonel that was kidnapped by an Italian Marxist group.
Oh, General Dozier. Yeah, the Red Brigade kidnapped him. They took him in the evening. I think it was about 6:30 in the evening. They just kicked his door in and went into his living room, or not, into his house. And they duct taped his wife to a chair in the kitchen, blindfolded her and everything, and they took him. And so she wasn't discovered till 7 a.m. the following morning by a maid that came in. And that's the first time they knew that he had been kidnapped. So they had no idea where they took him. It was like a 10-hour head start. And they were well known for going straight into a communist bloc country with their hostage. They were also well known for collecting a ransom and then sending the hostage back in multiple boxes. So it was a pretty harsh thing that they were looking forward to. So they really wanted to find him. And so it was all hands on deck. And again, Hartley Trent did a lion's share of that work. And what I did is I kept saying, they took him to a place called Padua. Well, Padua is an archaic name for Ravenna, which was the city he was kidnapped in. And so they started thinking, well, Joe keeps saying Padua, so maybe it's the archaic part of the city, the old part of the city. So they went to the old part of the city and they found what Hartley Trent and I both described as a dead-end street. And it was exactly as he and I had sketched it. Adjacent to it was a big apartment building. So there's 4 entries to this apartment building. And the problem was, is he being held in the apartment building? And if we go into the apartment to look for him, we only have a finite amount of time once we kick the door in, because they intend to kill him if they hear us coming, okay? So we tried to work all that out. So we're doing remote viewing, and DIA took our remote viewings and put them together and sent them over to the Italians. Well, the Italians put them with all the other psychic information they got. So they got like 900 psychics in Italy who all knew where he was. And so they had this mess of psychics. So they took the top 2 psychics they knew of in Italy, and they went with the first one and went to a hotel and kicked the door in on a room and caught one of their senior statesmen in bed with another guy. Problem was he was married and had 3 kids. That huge stain all over the front page. So they thought about the second psychic that they knew really well in Italy, and they followed that person and did what she said and kicked another door in and caught a guy with 3 women who was also married and had kids. Was a political guy. Another big headline. So he took all the psychic material and dumped it in the trash can. Said, no more psychics. DIA and our State Department went off. No, you will use our stuff. Send it back over. My understanding is in the back seat of a jet with the guy carrying it in a briefcase, barfing all the way. With the refuelings and all this stuff. So he gets there and he said, "You will use this stuff." Or all my barfing's for no good. And no, he suggested they use it. So they used it. So now they got this quandary. They want to go into this building. Well, in the interim, they caught a cousin or a brother or something of one of the Red Brigade's members. And he said, yes, they have a safe room in one of those apartments. But he didn't know which staircase. He just knew it was in that apartment building. So the big problem was which entry. Well, Hartley Trent came in one morning and he said, "I've been working on this all night. I can't come up with anything. All I kept getting was the smell of roses." Well, it turned out there was a rose garden in front of one of the entries. My understanding is that's the sole reason they went in that entry. And they got the guy just before he pulled the trigger on the back of his head.
Wow.
And he was chained to a radiator inside a tent that had been erected inside the apartment. His eyes and he had headsets taped over his ears. He was listening to acid rock the whole time. And his eyes had been blindfolded, and he had a head cloth wrapped around him and taped. So he had no idea where he was. Couldn't hear anything. But the whole time he was thinking of his family and everything. Well, that's something else Hartley Trent came up with. I didn't have a lot of that, but I had a lot of the descriptors of the tent and stuff like that. So what we did when he was rescued is we brought him to our unit. We flew him back to the States and brought him to our unit and handed him all the reports, shuffled them all together in a nice way and put them in a folder. And I think he spent like 5 or 6 hours going over it, over and over and over. And we asked him if he had any comments afterwards. And he said, yeah. He said there were a couple comments. One is, every thought I ever had about my family is dead accurate in this report.
You kidding me?
No. He said, secondly, he said, I can't vouch for anything that was going on around me because I didn't know. But the fact that the Italian police came in and saved me, I gotta say, they knew somehow or another that I was being held and how I was being held. The 10, all the rest of that stuff is accurate. He said, I have one recommendation. You need to start a school where important people in important jobs are taught how and what to think to effect their own rescues. I thought that was a brilliant statement.
Me too.
I have no idea where it went. But everything publicized about him says, I don't know anything about psychic function. Which is great. That was our cover. But another guy who was a hostage being held in Tehran, we monitored the hostages in Tehran for 14 months for their health and welfare and how they were being treated, that sort of thing. And Hartley, again, he came in one morning and said, they're going to release a hostage, but I don't know his name. It rhymes in some way with the face cards in a deck of cards. Well, it turns out the guy's name was Queen. And he was released because he had MS. And Hartley said his name rhymes with face card in some way. And I think he has MS. That's what he said. Based on that report, they sent an entire team of doctors, experts in MS, to Germany. 4 days later, they released Queen. He had MS. In the meantime, the State Department said, this whole report's bogus by your guy because none of our people who have MS would ever have been sent overseas. And he never made that claim ever in his lifetime. Well, it turned out he lied because he wanted to go overseas. So it flared up. It was in remission when he went overseas, and when he was taken hostage, it flared up. So all of that turned out to be correct. The other thing that we saw spider webs in the trees of the courtyard. Spider webs turned out to be tripwires to the claymores mounted in the trees. We saw an entry-exit possibility through the underground septic systems, and it was through the fact that there was an opening to the septic systems that was square, which was unusual. It's the only place in the world with square manhole covers because they fall into the hole if you open them, and everywhere else they're round. And it goes on and on and on.
Wow.
They wanted to insert a guy in the compound that could do nighttime reconnoitering, and the problem was they needed a reporting capability, that sort of thing. Well, there was a boat in the car garage. It had been demasted. It had an onboard radio. It had food on board. It had everything but the batteries to run the radio. It had a whole bunch of cars in there with batteries. Whether they use that or not, I don't know. But I can tell you, I got called in once by someone in the Pentagon who wanted to know why we knew as much about a rescue attempt as the top 11 people designing the rescue attempt. He wanted to know who our source was. And I said, it's psychic information. And he said that was bullshit. That he wanted to know the source, or I wasn't going to walk out of his office. And he put a cocked 45 on the desk to prove it. Where'd he go with that? I told him some things about his relationships that he didn't want to hear, but I walked out of there. All my hair standing up, back of my neck. I mean, stupid stuff like that. We were getting indications for months, you know, stolen vehicles, automatic weapons being put together and hidden, blockages being built out of concrete block in certain entryways, guys in hotel rooms with telescopes. I mean, it was going on and on and on. And we didn't know what to do with it, so we started putting it in an addendum. That was a mistake.
Wow. Damn.
So, now, here's the thing. If we're doing that, why wouldn't terrorist organizations be doing that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's scary.
Yeah.
It scares the hell out of me.
Bothers me a great deal. Joe, all you need is that little window, that little mistake to capitalize on.
What, after this, I believe, is this when you retired?
After going 2 years without any relief at all as a viewer, I said, that's it, I'm done. The General Bert Stubblebine at the time, offered me anything I wanted. Said, you want to be a line officer, you want rank, you want money, you want, what is it you want? I can hire you back as a GS-15, da-da-da-da-da. Just don't leave. I said, no, I want to retire. That's what I want. And so I submitted my retirement papers, and I waited. 2 months went by, I never saw him again. So I went into the office, the place where I got the papers done up. Oh, Bert Stubblebine came in like a month ago and tore them up, said you didn't want to retire. So I did all my retirement papers again and went to him first. Said, just sign right here, General, on the top. You get to be the first one. "Oh, I really don't want to do this. Just sign right here, General." So he signed him, and I hand carried him around and retired.
What did you get the Legion of Merit for?
I got it for two things. I was surprised by it, actually. And I can send you a copy of it if you'd like to see it.
Thank you.
I was really surprised by it because it came from the office of the Secretary of the Army. Nobody wrote it up that I'm aware of. I got it for all the time I spent overseas doing intel work for NSA, ASA, CIA, people like that. And the other half was for the remote viewing that I did. It turned out I was the only one that got an award for anything done. Harley Trent should have got it. Same thing I got. Another guy, I'm not going to say his name here because his family I know really well. He dropped dead in my office, 29 years old, married less than a year, had a baby on the way. He is another friend of mine. He came in one day and I said, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in New York. I couldn't go. There's something wrong. And I said, he handed me his briefcase. I didn't ask him what was in it. I just put it under my desk. I said, let me get you some coffee. And I went in the back room. And I heard the thump when he hit the floor. And I went in and he was laying on the floor. And I felt for a pulse and it was thready. So I started giving him CPR. By then I learned CPR. And everybody came in and said, what's going on? What's going on? Because between breaths, I was screaming out the door, call the hospital, call an ambulance. And finally they came over, took one look at me doing CPR and turned around and walked out. Because what they don't tell you about CPR is you're giving this breath of life to somebody and they're puking in your mouth the whole time. And I guess they couldn't stand seeing that. But I gave them CPR for like 45 minutes because they couldn't find us because they had taken our buildings off the maps.
Oh, man.
For Fort Meade as part of our security. And we were right across the street from the hospital. Finally, somebody went out the road and waved the ambulance down. The third time it was coming down the road with a siren. Brought them in, and they brought me over to the hospital. I talked to the doctor there, and he said, I brought you over because I want you to know his blood gases were perfect. His heart was trashed. There's no way you could have brought him back.
Sorry to hear that.
That's life. I felt really badly for his family, his new family.
How did it feel leaving, being retired? I mean, you'd put a lot of work in. Did it,
I felt relieved. At the same time, I felt like there was so much more I could have done. But the environment was not supportive. It was terrorizing, actually, because we had as many enemies as we had friends. But I'll explain it this way. The guys on the street, agents in the field, guys that were hanging it out for Uncle Sam, loved us. Guys at the very top, senators and congressmen and generals and admirals that knew what we were doing and the effect we were having, loved us. They couldn't be damaged. They were so high up, didn't matter if they were standing next to a psychic or not. Bureaucrats in the middle, take them all, just make a big sandwich out of them and feed them to some big shark. Because they're not worth a damn. They're out for this and power.
Mm-hmm.
They can be damaged by a psychic. They don't want us standing next to them. That's my...
Do you miss those days?
Yeah, I do. There's a lot I could have done. Instead, I wound up doing a lot for companies and people. And I got to say, when you find a live missing kid, that's like, you can't beat that with a stick. When you find one that you fought with a detective over, or you fought for 5 hours with a sheriff to get him to do something with your material, and then they finally find the kid, and they've used your material to do that, and they've only been dead an hour, you don't want to spend any time in a room with them after that. Because then my own desire is to just like terminate them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're too stupid to be a human being.
Yeah.
You know, I just feel that way. It's enraging to a certain point, and I don't know where to go with it. It's like, yeah.
How many children did you save? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Do you remember?
Maybe a dozen.
What is one that really stands out to you?
One that really stands out? I think the kid that they called me about when I was in Las Vegas. I gave a paper at a MUFON group there. Gave the paper, ate a big dinner, went to bed early. I got a call at like 2 in the morning from the mountain that overlooks where I live now, down in the valley, which is all golf courses. On the mountain, it's a ski resort. That's the mountain part of Wintergreen. And I got a call from the female police chief. They had a female police chief then. And she called me at 2 in the morning and said, we have a missing 5-year-old, and I understand you help with this sort of thing. I went, yeah, okay. I said, so what you want me to do is tell you where to go to find the kid? Yes. I said, okay. Do you know what a compass rose is? And she said, yeah. Usually if you say compass, they don't understand that. Drawing compass, whatever. So I said, I can't remember the degrees. I said, on the compass rose, you want to go to the last place he was seen. On the compass rose, you want to go to a certain degree, and you would take, I think it was 125 or 129 steps. I can't remember now. It's a specific number of steps in that direction. And when you get there, stop and just yell his name out, and he'll probably respond. It turns out the guy she sent to do that, the deputy, came back and said, there's no reason to do that. I can tell you right now, you're not going to find the kid that way. And she said, why not? And he said, because I went to a class where I was taught by the FBI on this, and kids under age 10 never go uphill. Never go uphill. So she called me back, woke me up the second time. This is like 20 minutes after I went back to sleep. And I said, yeah, what now? She said, I was getting upset. And she said, my deputy told me that it's straight up the side of the mountain, and a kid would never do that under age 10. And I said, some pretty ugly things. I said, just go do what I told you. And I slammed the phone down and got back in bed. And she woke me up again, like 15 minutes later. I'm just getting back to sleep again. And I said, okay, what's going on? And she said, we found him. And I said, thank you. Have a good night. I hung up. What I didn't know, and I found out later, his father told him, if you ever get lost, go to the nearest light and wait for me. The nearest light was on the back of an empty cabin. Somebody had left the back step light on up the mountain. So that's where he went. And when he got to the cabin, it was all locked up. So he climbed up on a couch on the back porch and laid down on a couch and fell asleep.
Wow.
And so this detective went up the mountain, stopped right behind the cabin and yelled his name, and he sat up and said, what?
Oh, my God.
And I think that was the best, because I was getting so upset with the whole thing because she kept waking me up. Just go do what I told you to do, damn it. And I don't know where it comes from. It just comes in my head. But there's been a couple that have been really bad.
Have you met any of the kids?
No,
No? Do you want to?
no, don't need to.
Why not?
Don't need it. If they're safe, they're back with the people who care about them. That's all that matters. I don't. Beyond that, I don't eat it. Anything. That's the old intelligence stuff. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. This company didn't get wiped out. It side flanked an NVA unit, took 190 NVA. Hey, good for you. Where'd you get the info? Who cares? In fact, they came looking for me once. So I'm a staff sergeant in Vietnam, and the unit I talked to met an NVA unit moving through their area, which I knew was going to happen. And nobody was doing anything about it. So I put on lieutenant bars and went by and saw their intel officer. And he and I discussed it. And I said, if you were here and you can get somebody to provide you with a hard rock block here, maybe a couple tanks, you'll turn them this way. You got them. They're in a ravine. And that's what they did. So they came to our unit looking for this lieutenant. They're giving him an award. And I'm hiding under my cot. Don't tell anybody I'm here. Oh, I'm in the hole, down under my cot. Don't tell anybody I'm here. I could have gone to Leavenworth. I didn't even think about it. I did some stupid stuff. There's a certain freedom in that, when you don't have to be responsible one way or the other.
I'd like to talk about some of your other remote viewings. Now, one in particular I'd like to discuss is you were tasked with remote viewing Mars, from what I understand. And the time period, I believe, was 1 million BC.
Yeah, 1 million BC.
Who was that directed by?
Well, when it was tasked, I was sleeping in the industrial cube, the sealed cube in Bob Monroe's lab at the Monroe Institute, because we had been working on going out of body and controlling it. And I was exhausted. So we've been working. This was Sunday, I think. And he woke me up, and I said, yeah, I'm awake. What's going on? He said, well, I have some people here from Department of the Army, and they have a target for you. And I said, okay, what do you want me to do? He said, well, why don't he said, I have an envelope here. There's nothing written on it. It's in my pocket. Tell me something about it. So it started out with a really large pyramid. And I said, first thing, words out of my mouth was, this must be a new discovery. And he said, why do you say that? I said, because it's huge. It's bigger than the Pyramid of Giza. Must be a new discovery somewhere. And then he said, well, tell me something about it. That's what I want to know. And so I said, it's got really large rooms inside. It's kind of surprising because the way pyramids are built, that can't be done. You can't have large rooms inside because of the weight of the construction. So it must be some new form of construction. So are you sure this is not a new discovery? And he said, just tell me what I need to know. So I said, well, it appears to be some form of protection of survivors of some cataclysm. And they're in stasis. They're waiting for somebody to come. I said, but I think it's too late. I think they're all dead. And he said, why do you say that? And I said, because I feel like the messages I'm getting are like leftover mental images, things that they pass differently from normal or something like that. So he asked me some other questions. He moved me around in the target and asked me some other questions and things. And it turned out there were 6 specific targets that I was given in that particular case. And all 6 of them I described exactly what was standing there. And when I say that, I mean what was also pictured in negatives by JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, California. And so I finally said, it's like a special race of people or something. I'm getting humans just like we are, but I'm not so sure they're humans like we understand human, because they're way bigger. So what do you mean? I said they're like 10 feet tall, really huge, but they're proportionately the same and very human-like. So I don't know what's going on here. I said, and the sun looks really weird. And he said, I don't care about the sun. Tell me more what's on the ground. So he was being a pretty good monitor at the time. And so we basically finished the whole line of it. And I came out. I said, what's going on? And I was introduced to these people. And the guy that had brought them was Fred Atwater, my old training officer. So this was, as far as I was concerned, was an active mission because we were still doing remote viewing with the project. And so I said, so where is this? Is this a new discovery or something? And he says, well, Bob's got the envelope. It has a target identified in it. And Bob, oh yeah, I got it right here. And he pulled it out of his shirt pocket and was opened it up as an envelope. Nothing written on it. And so he opened up the envelope, and inside it said Mars, 1 million years BC. And I said, wow. I mean, what are you going to say? But everything that's actually on the ground, I described. There is what I decided to do was the next time I was in California, I was going to go by JPL and get copies of the negatives, because somebody said, oh, that's all BS. And I said, no, I think they're pictures, specific pictures for the different GPS locations. See, these were all GPSs that they read to me while I was in the box. The GPSs, in my mind, were for Earth. I never heard of GPSs for another planet. It turns out every planet in our universe has got GPSs that match the Earth's because they're all spherical, as well as the moons and everything else. So I didn't understand it to be off the Earth. I thought GPSs only worked on the Earth. So that's why I kept thinking it was a new discovery. But it turned out I went to JPL and I walked up to the counter and I had the actual card that had the GPSs written on it. 6 or 7 GPSs. I think there were 7. And I just didn't do the 7th because I was too tired. I worked on it for maybe an hour and a half. And I was tired anyway from working all day. So I walked up to the desk and the guy said, "Can I help you?" And I said, "Yeah, I understand all the pictures taken in space belong to the American people." And he said, "Of course they do. It's taxes paid for them." I said, "Okay, I'd like to see all the pictures for these GPSs." And he took one look at the card and said, "Oh, that's the old city on Mars." And opened the drawer and pulled out a packet and handed it to me. And inside the packet are all the negatives. And I blew up the negatives, and guess what's in my book? Everything I described. An old fort, pyramids, big impact crater with a road running through it. There's a road runs straight as an arrow for 1,200 kilometers on Mars that go right through the heart of a huge impact crater. And where the road come through, you can see where the impact crater has been modified to let the road through one side and out the other. Now, here's the thing that made it real for me. The outer edges of the impact crater, they know how tall the edges are of the impact crater because there's a ½ inch of shadow line around them. And they know the angle that the picture was taken and from where, and the sun's position and all that. So they can tell you that the ½ inch of shadow line around the outside edge of the impact crater tells you that it's 3,000 feet high, the walls of the impact crater. That's not really a super high wall on an impact crater, but what they don't tell you, and it's shown in the picture, is in the upper rim edge of the impact crater is a little triangular piece sticks out on the side of the impact crater. That had to have been put there by somebody. It's a construct. It sticks straight out at a perfect 90-degree angle. It goes like that.
Is it part of the pyramid?
No. It's part of the wall of the impact crater. So you got an edge up here, 3,000 feet up, and there's a triangular piece that sticks out and goes back in. And on top of that is a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid because you're looking straight down on top of it. The shadow from that pyramid that you're looking straight down on top of is 2.5 inches out. Now, if the impact crater has a ½ inch shadow and it's 3,000 feet tall, how tall do you think that 2.5 inch shadow is? It's up there. I said to the guy at JPL when he showed them to me, I looked at it. I said, "How tall do you figure this is?" And he said, "Really tall." And I said, "Well, okay, how did it get there?" It had to be put there after the impact crater hit. after that thing that made the impact crater had hit Mars. It couldn't have been put there before, because the impact would have
Destroyed
blown
it.
it away. This thing is literally tens of thousands of feet tall. What the hell is it? And he said, well, a lot of people think it's a shard. It kind of grew there. And I went, I started laughing.
It grew.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure this thing grew there. But who built the support for it on the edge of the impact crater? Well, nobody knows about that. It's anybody's guess. So there's no doubt in my mind that what they're saying about this old city is true, because that's true. I mean, why? It's like I ask questions about it, and they just look at you like you're stupid. Say, well, we don't know. Why did you take pictures of that area of Mars? We don't know. How do you think that got? Well, we don't know.
I mean, what is your thought process
My
after
thought?
that?
I happen to think the only aliens on our planet is us. And I have good reason to say that. I think we're the aliens on this planet because we don't give one rat's butt about this planet. We take and take and take whatever we want from it. We don't give a damn what happens to the climate, the planet, or anything else. We have shit so badly in our nest that you see people dying left and right of more and more cancers, and we got to go, I wonder why that's happening. It's stupidity. It's God almighty. But everybody wants to think we're the master race. We are human beings. We own the world. The Bible says, take control. Sounds apolitical to me. Maybe just a hint.
I mean, is that disturbing to you at all?
Very much so, yeah. Very much so. That everything on this planet, but human, cares about this planet. If a group of wolves, let's say wolves out of Alaska, if they run out of food and they can't hunt food anymore where they live, they kill off their young, they kill off their dead, they move to a place where they can find game that they can eat. Only the strong survives, but they do it to save their family unit. And they only kill and eat what they need to kill and eat. They don't do it out of savagery, and they don't do it because they're bad. They do it because they're in tune with the very world that they live in. They understand it. They operate within it. They do what's necessary to survive only. There isn't another animal on this planet that doesn't do the same thing, except for human beings. We just take what we want, and it doesn't matter what it does to the planet. And we just keep doing it over and over and over. And it's about power, money, influence in the governments of the planet, and it's a predominant reason for war. You know, it's what keeps the coffers filling up. It's part of how we can produce something that gives us lots of money back that we can enjoy. And all it costs is a little war here, a little war there. And you know you can't not buy more airplanes or tanks because it takes 12 states now to make a tank. That's 125,000 jobs that would disappear overnight if we didn't buy any new tanks. So you have Model 2, Model 3, brand new kind, bigger gun, you know, faster tracks, whatever. You know, we just keep reinventing reasons for that stuff. Why can't we decide to put everything back to normal and stop all the foolishness and pay people to do that? That seems to
damn good
me to be a
question.
more realistic way to live on a finite planet where we're not going to kill ourselves or ruin it or in some way destroy the very thing that supports us. I think we came here because of something that happened on Mars. Were we the cause of it? Who knows?
Do you ever look more into previous viewings out of curiosity, like perhaps?
No, I
what
can't. I
what
can't
you'd
do
look-
that. I can't target myself because then I know what I'm working on.
Makes sense.
There are things that I will work on where I know what it is I'm working on, but only because the answer is completely unknown to anyone. That might be I don't know, who broke into the big museum in Boston and ripped off 3 of the finest pieces of artwork ever stolen, and where did they go, and who owns them now? I happen to think they're in private collections, and they go into these vaults and sit in front of them once in a while and go, "Oh, I own it." Oh, that kind of stuff. Stolen for a reason, that kind of thing. But I mean, I don't know.
Let's talk about Skinwalker Ranch. Did you have any affiliation with that?
Yeah, I was asked by Bigelow to target Skinwalker Ranch when he owned it. I guess he owned it. I'm not sure if he owned it or...
From my understanding, Robert Bigelow owned it previous to Brandon Fugel.
Right. That's right. This is back when he owned it. And he asked me if I needed to go there, and I said, no, I don't need to go to Skinwalker Ranch. He asked me what was going on there, and I said, I suspect there's something bizarre going on there that no one's faced before. But then there's lots of places like that all over the planet. And it's going to take an involved amount of study. You're going to have to spend a lot of time there and do a lot of things you might not want to do. It's going to be expensive. And as soon as I said that, well, can I hire you to come out and take care of that? No. Because I'll never live where you live. I'll put it that way. I think he's an interesting guy. I think he's got a lot of interest in different things that he's trying to accomplish, and I wish him all the luck in the world. But I don't need to be part of it. And I kind of blew it off a little bit. I did some remote viewing for him, but I didn't come up with anything significant. So I think he and I just decided to go our separate ways. I think they're over excited and over exercising themselves over this ranch. I think there's probably some bizarre stuff happening there, but it has more to do with its location than it does anything else. There might be, I don't know, huge electromagnetic deformity there in some way that affects machines and cows and people and whatever. But I don't think it's anything UFO related or mysteriously related to anything. I've never really seen a really good mystery other than maybe the guy in the incredible armor in Thailand. But
Well, the city on Mars seems pretty off.
that's pretty far out there. But I have no reason to think it's not real.
Well, I didn't mean that.
No, no, I
I'm not
understand what
saying
you were
that.
saying. I understand very well what you were saying.
This
And
is something I'll be
normally
thinking about until I die. I guarantee it.
my problem is when you do remote viewing, I can't control what they target me against.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as some people are in charge of that, that want to get involved in that and know that I'm a very good remote viewer, they usually try to generate that kind of stuff. I can usually tell when I'm being fished. So I try to give as honest an answer as I can in terms of what I'm sensing. But if I feel like I'm being used in some way, they don't get anything.
Gotcha.
You know, I just don't do anything. I just say, sorry, nothing's coming in. Have a nice day.
Can you remote view into a different dimension?
I suspect it's possible. The only reason I say that is because I've done some remote viewing on some things that were probably operational in other dimensions. Trying to think of there's one project that was going on. It had to do with a certain kind of transmissions, but I can't think of it right now. It was a form of transmission that could not be seen or picked up on in this reality. It was like transmitting sideways through our time space, but it couldn't be sensed or picked up on. It had to be in sync with whatever it was receiving, and I can't remember the details of that. But it had to do with some mysterious things that were happening around a ship. And I did some remote viewing on that. No, I can't think of a single target that I've been targeted on that was not doable.
Could you describe, I mean, what would your explanation of another dimension be?
My explanation of another dimension would be a place you would go to turn right without anybody knowing you turn right. That's another dimension. Another dimension could also be how we live our lives. Here's how I view human interaction. You and I are interacting in this room right now. We met each other formally the first time this morning. When we're all done here and I leave, if we never saw each other again, somebody could say to me, "Did you meet him?" And I could say, "Yeah, I met him." And they could say, "Well, what do you think he's doing now?" And I could say, "I haven't got a clue. He's not in my world anymore." Your world is where you are and what you're doing. And that's real only while you're doing it in that place at that time. When you change places, you're with different people. So the best somebody you were with earlier can say is, "I know what I think he goes and does, but I can't tell you if he actually does it." I mean, we make a lot of assumptions about what we all know about each other. You really can't make those assumptions because we don't know if reality operates that way or not. Two people who spend a lot of time together, like a husband and wife, share an almost known agreeable world that they operate within together because they have certain expectancies for what the other person's going to do, and they always do it. Like they always come home, or they always go to work, they always raise the money that puts the food on the table. They always do certain things. So that's a kind of a shared reality. But if one of them disappears in the middle of that, you can't say that they're in the same world anymore. They could be in a completely different reality. The best I could ever say is that when I would meet you again, you could tell me what you did, and I could say, I believe you. But I can never know that to be true. The only thing I can actually know about the world I'm in is what I experience directly. So, having said that, it's nice to be able to be with people and say, I believe everything you tell me because you have walked in many parts of the same world I perceive that I've walked in. Doesn't mean that we've had exactly the same experiences or we've been in exactly the same place and time, but it does mean that we've had similar things happen in our worlds, that we can identify them together and talk about them. But there's no guarantee that we're not completely in different worlds, though. In other words, when I leave here, if I make a decision that takes me somewhere else, I'm actually stepping out of time space into a different time space. I'm finding it's very difficult to explain how kind of my belief structure works.
We're doing a great job.
I think that reality, we make a lot of assumptions about reality and people we know and people and things that happen and don't happen. And I think that that's not a good thing. I think we need to be more understanding about the things that we can relate to one another that may be of value to us versus what we believe about someone else, which may or may not be true. In other words, I'm more interested in sitting and talking with somebody and have them relate to me where they've been, what they did, that sort of thing. And it's not about saying, well, I understand that's true because history says that's true. No, I'm interested in what the person says was true because they did it. I want to believe them. Because they say they did it, might have been in a completely different world that stands alone from my world. In other words, there's an assumption that we're all on this planet. We're all sharing this planet, and there's no guarantee that's happening. In a construct of reality, you have to question whether or not people who go to the same place go to the same place, if you understand what I'm saying. Because there's no relation to two people going to the same place. Ideally, they might have experienced it completely differently. Or it may be in a different bubble than the one I'm in. In other words, I look at reality as just a huge room full of bubbles. And when I make a decision, I'm not going from this bubble to the tangent bubble. I'm going from this bubble to some other bubble somewhere else that's within the room of bubbles. When you and I are together, we're tangent bubbles. But when we leave one another, we go to different bubbles in the same room full of bubbles. You understand what I'm saying? So reality for me is a mass of bubbles of possibility where we all go different ways for different reasons, and we collect experiences that are somewhat similar maybe, but never the same. So it's hard for me. I can always say to somebody, I trust you, I believe you, I accept what you're telling me is truth. And that's the best I can do. I can never say I know exactly what you're talking about.
I see what I mean, it's like the argument, does a tree make a sound when it falls when
Right.
nobody's around?
Right.
You can't ever prove it.
You can't prove it one way or the other. Likewise, I'm furiously picky about this. I was sitting in a bar in New York, and they had Kelly on TV, My Life, butchering people in My Life. And some guy at the other end of the bar says, "If that was me, I'd never do that." And I had to get up off my bar stool and walk down to the end of the bar and look him dead in the eye and say, "You don't have a clue what you would do or not do in the same circumstance." And I'd appreciate it if you didn't condemn the man without knowing. And I walked back down and sat on my stool. And the guy got up and walked out of the bar. It's like, that's truth. What he was saying, that ain't truth. That's what he thinks. There's a huge difference between what you think and what you know to be true. And I can tell you, I've seen enough in this world to never want to condemn somebody for something they do when I wasn't standing there watching it. I would never do that.
That's a damn good way to live.
Yeah. Because we don't know what we would do in the same circumstances as other people. And it's the very reason why we shouldn't put people in jail for life.
How long did it take you to arrive at this point?
To this point, a lot of mistakes. A lot of understanding in my own very unlearned reality, or my non-functioning understanding for how things work. And when you find that out, you find you're more tolerable to some extent, less tolerable than others. It's, I think, the very reason why I really wish I didn't know things about people through the media, because it makes me form pretty hard rock feelings about some things that I shouldn't have. And I could really digress into that easily.
Yeah, it's the seed that's been planted.
Yeah.
That you didn't want.
Yeah, right. I don't want to hear it. And not only that, but it upsets the apple cart for me in some cases, where I would much rather be ignorant. Because then I'm less judgmental about it. When you're not ignorant, you can afford to be judgmental. And that's a wrong way to be, I think, because it doesn't afford other people the ability to explain their cause, explain their reasons, or explain why they are the way they are. Now, there's some circumstances when I think that's necessary. When would that occur? Well, I think it's necessary when you put someone in a position of authority over huge amounts of people. You have to have some truth from that person. If you can't get truth from them, they shouldn't be in that position. So they have to be answerable to some degree. So no one can have just pure authority over other people and not be challenged. They need to be challenged. And when in the challenging of them, they need to be able to step up and say, this is my thinking, this is where I'm coming from, this is why I did what I did. And you need to listen to them. And if it makes sense, then that's fine. If it doesn't make sense, maybe they're just not giving you the whole truth, or maybe you need more information or whatever. But I think when people are in charge of other people with great authority, I think they have to be very careful about what they do. Otherwise, they need to be explaining it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'd like to go over another one of your viewings. This is my last minute research that I was doing last night before breakfast this morning, and I'd like to talk about Mount Hayes, Alaska.
Okay. That's it, Mount Hayes. I couldn't remember the name of the mountain. Again, I don't know when I'm remote viewing it.
Okay.
It's a totally unknown target to me. The fact that it's been applied to Mount Hayes, I don't have any trouble with. The trouble I might have with it is the interpretation of what I might have said. Is there some form of embedded base in that mountain? Probably. Is it well known? Probably not. If you were to try to seek that out in that mountain, would it be a good thing or a bad thing? Well, it could go either way, depending on what you find. Is it a specific kind of base? That's where I start getting into issues over what I say or don't say. I've been targeted on a lot of things, and this is part of a paper I gave at MUFON. When people target me on like a UFO, what they're really looking for is a remote viewing or a remote viewer that tells them there's an alien on board this ship and they're from Polygoglia star system or something. You're not going to get that from remote viewing. What you may get from remote viewing is, in this particular case, there's an entity on board. But I don't know what the hell they're doing, you know? Well, okay, do you interpret that as an alien? Well, it depends on what it is in actuality, or what it is they're doing, if you want to make that leap. The problem with all of this is people have certain assumptions going in. And if I'm doing a target for them and I give them the raw input that I'm giving them, sometimes they can interpret it their own way. And that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Other times, they just keep the parts that support their belief or their theory, and they discard the parts that don't support it, that kind of thing.
You're saying they manipulate the truth.
Well, they manipulate
part of the
remote
truth.
viewing, certainly.
And leave other sections out. What did you experience?
What I did experience is there's some kind of a hidden base in Mount Hayes, and there's probably 3 different directions of getting to it, and there's probably something going on there that we need to know about. I'm talking about the pregnant we, the media we, wouldn't it be interesting to know what's going on there? That kind of we. In terms of it being actually aliens, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, because I think we're actually aliens, but I gave my reasons for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'd have to review the result to be able to tell you whether or not even buy my own remote viewing. One of the problems with remote viewing is you don't know when you don't know. I don't know if that says much, but
well,
there's some things you come up with that you interpret badly, that you're wrong about in remote viewing?
Well, it doesn't sound like you're the only one that remote viewed Mount Hayes.
No, there's some others too. And it may be that I'm just confirming their viewing. I don't know. It depends on how it was presented to me at the time.
Do you remember anything about a small nuclear power plant?
Yeah, I do, in fact. That's like a 55-gallon drum buried in the ground, maybe 160 feet down. They just dig a tube, drop it in the bottom of the tube with 2 feeder cables coming out, and it produces power for 25,000 years or something. Goes inert, and it's buried in the ground 160 feet. In fact, I do know I remote viewed one of those once. More than once, actually. So that may be one of the ones where I did. And I said, we need these things for housing developments in the middle of nowhere. That would be a great power system for them. Wouldn't need any other infrastructure.
It sounded like you had also said something along the lines of on top of a dome, there was an emitter sending large amounts of energy into space.
I can't answer that. I don't remember.
Do you remember anything about Mount Zeal?
No, nothing at all about that.
Mount Perdido?
Perdido, that's in Spain?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember saying that Mount Perdido has a lot hidden in it because it's a mount where there's lots of, you know what a whiteout on a mountain is?
I do.
When you're on top of a mountain and the clouds come in, and if you take one more step, you don't know if it's going to be a short one or a long. Mount Perdido is one of those mountains. If you're ever on that mountain, it's like best to be careful because you can get whited out up there in a heartbeat. So there are some things that I think that are hidden about that mountain. I might have talked about that. I honestly, I can't remember this stuff now. It depends on who did the analysis and who put this together.
Okay.
And I'm trying to be fair here because I honestly don't remember what I said about some of these places, and I find it dangerous to consolidate stuff from multiple viewers because some of the viewers might not have been as qualified. I don't know. I just don't know.
Do you remember anything about, I'm going to butcher this name, Mount Nyangani?
It's in Africa, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Only that it's part of the Zulu Nation. There's a tribe there that guards that mountain. Doesn't like people going up or down the mountain. See, one of the problems here, since we've tweaked the radars on some of the Navy planes, they've been capturing the Tic Tacs. Tic Tacs actually go all the way back to Trinity when they set the bomb off at Trinity in the desert. That's when the first Tic Tac showed up. And that was a crash. I think it was 12 miles away from Trinity. But it was right after the bomb went off at Trinity, the test bomb. What they didn't tell people when they detonated that bomb, they didn't tell anybody that it was a nuclear weapon that went off. They told everybody in the area that it was a detonation of a huge ammo dump that the Army had been dumping stuff in for years. And that all the dust and crap in the air was from that ammo dump spontaneously going off. The problem is it spread radioactivity out for like 1,200 miles in one direction. It deposited significant radioactive material on top of something like 1,200 ranches where they raised cows and sheep and goats and chickens and pigs and all that stuff. People died prematurely in all those ranches from radiation poisoning. People who ate the animals died prematurely of radiation poisoning. They never told anybody the truth. And the problem with that is now we have things that are believed about that entire event that may or may not be true. Tic Tacs are kind of the same problem. I talked with to some degree with some people I know that are very much into the UFO field. And some of them say, yes, this in fact happened, that a Tic Tac crashed immediately afterwards. Well, it was a couple weeks later after the bomb was detonated. And the radiation might have affected it. And this Tic Tac, by virtue of the way it was described by people who discovered it first, which were kids, long before the Army came in and spirited it away. Their descriptions are good descriptions for something that was manufactured, not flown in from another world or flown in from even a place somewhere out in our solar system. It actually is an object that was manufactured. Its manufacture was extremely advanced. And the kids who stole stuff out of the walls of this after it crashed, it was like hair-like stuff came out of the walls. And it tingled when you held it in your hands. And if you took it out at night, it would glow in the dark. And it did so. It glowed in the dark for like 25 years. Because some of these kids that stole parts of this stuff were putting it on their Christmas trees for 25 years because it glowed in the dark. So that's not human manufacture. That's manufactured by somebody else. So it stands to reason that if Tic Tacs are being manufactured somewhere, it's probably on this planet because they're not able to travel into the vacuum of space. They're only able to travel high speeds on this planet. It may be that the people who manufacture the Tic Tacs live in certain areas on our planet that are unknown to us because that's what they've done for thousands of years. It's our arrival that changed everything. So, what if these are the actual inhabitants of Earth from the very beginning? And we're not. We're the aliens. And we've come in and taken over the world. And now all they have to deal with us over is how to convince us that they are something that we're afraid of. Not in reality are they capable of doing anything to anybody. They're harmless. But they were able to avoid us for a long time with their Tic Tacs because of the speed, their ability to change direction in a 90-degree turn at high speeds, and their ability to go from air to water without making a splash, all that stuff. And so we're now predisposed to think that maybe these aliens, or whatever they are, have bases on our planet somewhere. Well, they may. These may be the very bases that we're talking about. I think if they do, then they're native to this planet. We're ultimately the invader. We're the ones who came in and just started taking things and taking it. And, oh yeah, and taking it. And, never stopped. It's a hard call to make, and so some of my suggestions, I'm pretty sure, have been slow down, use my remote viewing carefully, because you need to interpret it only as far as what it says, not implies. And I think a lot of people take my remote viewing and use it as it's implied, not as its actual limit, or what it says. And that's an aggravation for me, because it's an irritant, actually. It kind of makes me angry when they leap to a conclusion and come to the conclusion that's, I said A, so A plus 1 must be true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm being clear.
No, I know, I do understand what you're saying. You're basically saying that people are making assumptions based off the information that you're
Right.
providing to them.
Right.
Have you ever made your own assumptions off of your own information, or have you always had the discipline to just see it for what it is?
I try not to do that. It's hard not to, but I still try really hard not to. Because like I said, I'm the only viewer that came out of the remote viewing program and went straight into a lab. I went right into SRI International. And I worked there from around 1985 until it closed in 88. When they let me go in 88, I was hired immediately by Science Applications International Corporation. So I went right into that lab. I'm the only viewer that has voluntarily gone into all the labs and been challenged on my viewing, and I've done my viewing under maximum controls. No, one other person did that. The only other person that's ever done that, gone into the labs after they came out of the project, was a young lady named Angela Ford. And Angela Ford, while she was with the unit, was treated extremely badly. Now, I have to back this up by saying Angela Ford was I don't know, I think she was a GS-14 maybe. She was a GS employee of the government. She was an intelligence analyst in one of the highest positions you can have in the Pentagon as an analyst. And she became a remote viewer. She does her remote viewing with automatic writing. Because of that, because of the fact she was different and a woman in the project under Defense Intelligence Agency, she was called a witch and shoved into a side room, and hardly anything ever done with her stuff. She got out of the project when it shut down in 1995, and came straight into the lab. And she's done unbelievable stuff in the lab because she's being honored, she's being respected, she's being given the same things I'm being given, and she does extremely well in that. So I have to say that, like, a lot of her stuff has been misused, misidentified, unused, ignored, all these things because she wasn't saying things to support what they were looking for.
Do you have contact with her?
Yes,
Do
I
you
do.
think she would be interested in doing an interview?
Sure, I believe she would.
I would love to interview her.
Okay, I'll put you together with her.
Thank you.
When I get back, I will send her an email, talk to her on the phone, and then give you her address and everything when she gives me permission to do that.
Thank you.
She's really good. I bring her in on my remote viewing training that I do at the Monroe Institute. I bring her in for one night to answer questions. And she has fun with those, let me tell you. I'll tell you something she did. First, like the first week in the lab, they had a U.S. Customs agent who took $2 million that was supposedly earmarked for something. He just stole it and disappeared. So the FBI was really after this guy, and he was on a most wanted list and all that sort of thing. But it was dead of winter when this happened. And so they were absolutely positive, since he loved the Bahamas, he's in the islands. He went down there, he probably bought a boat. He's living in the islands. She comes up with the fact he's in, I don't know, West Muldoon, Iowa or something. I can't remember now. It was Wyoming or something like that. So she says, no. He's way out in Wyoming or something. Nobody believes her. Every psychic in the unit is talking about the Bahamas, Bimini, Nassau, all these places. Because they're picking up on all this stuff. And she's saying, no, he's up north. Where all the parks are closed because the snow falls 6 feet deep. No. He hates the cold. He'd never go there. Not with $2 million in his pocket. So, huge argument intel. And so, Defense Intelligence Agency is nervous about all the psychics saying Bahamas, and she's saying East Monk, Iowa or something. Wyoming. So she gets more specific. They go back to her and say, why do you say that? Well, he's staying in a place that's right behind a Native American burial ground. It's right next to a national park. There's like 6 feet of snow on the ground, and he's the only guy in this motel. Nobody believes it. But just in case, the FBI sends a wanted poster out to all the park places in the extreme Northwest that's buried under snow. Park ranger remembers having breakfast with him, the only two people in the entire freaking world eating breakfast together in this drive-up diner in Wyoming or wherever it was. So he gets the facts on his machine. As soon as he gets to work, he turns around, he goes back with a state trooper, and they arrest the guy.
No way.
Yeah. In Podunk, Iowa, or Wyoming, or wherever the hell it was. And they arrest him in this motel, behind which is an Indian burial ground. And it's adjacent to a park. I think she was even more specific about what kind of park. And it's like she gets no credit at all for it until they're talking about it. The great job the FBI did on the news one night. And somebody calls in from the Park Service. So, that's not how it happened. That's not how it happened. They sent us a wanted poster on him. our guy from the Park Service actually had breakfast with him and got a state trooper, and they arrested him and turned him over to the FBI. The FBI had no idea he was here. And the only reason the Park Service sent out the all points wanted bulletin was because she said so.
Wow.
That all came home to roost. And so she walked around like the queen bee for about a week.
Good for her.
Yeah, good for
Good
her.
for her.
But you gotta, if you talk to her, you gotta talk to her about the missing guy with the bunny.
I will.
She just kept stating over and over. And she gets all this by automatic writing.
Wow.
Absolutely brilliant young lady.
I would love to have a conversation with her as well.
Yeah, you'd enjoy it. She had an identical twin sister, and they were both as good as, one was as good as the other. Her sister's
Interesting.
now dead.
And you had a twin.
No, she did too. Identical twin. I didn't have an identical twin. I had a female twin. And, but her sister was as psychic as she was, but her sister's dead now. And she's retired now. But, and they treated her like crap. And I mean, she was one of the top analysts
Man.
in the Pentagon. And she wanted to come into that unit. She volunteered to come into that unit because she knew she had something to offer. And she did. And she still does. And we still use her in the labs. She's that good. I mean, she's really a good person.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, we're wrapping up the interview, and I have one more viewing, and I want to say that I'm very reluctant to ask this question.
Okay. Go ahead and ask it anyway. I couldn't leave here without answering it.
Today's your 78th birthday.
Yep. In all its majesty.
It is my understanding that you may have remote viewed your own death, and that it happens at age 78.
I don't know about that. 78. I did have an incident when I went to Vietnam where I thought I saw my imminent death, and it turned out to be a huge assumption on my part. It happened exactly as I saw it, but it was an assumption.
Okay.
So what I think might be misconstrued here is I had a problem with an infection from one of my hospital surgeries, and I went up to New York. This was when I was 72. I went up to New York because I got my degree. I graduated with this big crowd of young kids. But it was right after I had a back surgery. And in my spinal surgery, they had a lot of staples down my back. And one was inverted. It was backwards. And they couldn't get it out. And I think somebody was back there messing with it, trying to get it out. And I said, I hope you're wearing gloves so you scrub your hands real good. And she got him, walked out, and I never saw her again. She told me something. But anyway, the doctor came out with a pair of gloves on and just took a pair of pliers and jerked it out. So we went ahead up to New York, and I graduated. The next morning when I woke up, I had a really bad infection showing on the sheet in the hotel. So my lovely wife drove me straight back to the University of Virginia Hospital. And I went into the emergency room. And they couldn't find an open OR. I was in the emergency room a long time, many, many, many hours, and I was getting weaker and weaker. My body was just racked with this infection. Turned out it was a Staphylococcus aureus or something like that. Anyway, it was a terrible infection. And I was running out of energy, so they wanted me to do an MRI. And, well, just before the MRI, I was getting weaker and weaker. And I said, in my mind, I felt like I was standing on a pad of tiles and they were falling away one at a time. And I viewed that as my energy going out. And I got to a point where only my feet were standing on tiles. And I came to the conclusion that it would just be so easy to step across and not be there anymore. And so I was contemplating this because I was done. I felt this hand grab my arm. It was my wife, and she whispered at me. She said, "Don't you dare leave me." And I went. So I started stealing energy from as many places and people as I could. So they put me in an MRI, and halfway through the MRI, I started hallucinating. So I said, "Got to get me out of here." And the doctor chided me. He said, "I thought you were a tough old Army guy, that you could deal with an MRI." And I said, "I can normally, but I'm hallucinating, so I know my temperature is about as high as it's going to go." And he said, "Nevertheless, you should have finished your MRI." So when I came out of the MRI, the nurse came over and rubbed one of those temperature things on my head. And she turned to the doc. She said, "He's not wrong. It's 107. They found an OR room immediately and reopened everything that they had done on my spine and washed it all out with antibiotics and pumped antibiotics into me for months and finally killed all that stuff. That's probably the closest I've come. Vietnam, when I got off the plane, when I arrived in Vietnam, and I stepped off the C-130, I come off that back ramp. When my foot hit the ground, I saw myself dying in a flash of white light. I knew that's it. That's where I'm going to go. An itinerant rocket attack or a mortar, big heavy mortar, or maybe a artillery round or something was going to get me. And I turned around and I told the guy behind me, and they just opened up a space behind me. Nobody wanted to be close to me after I told them that. So I go through the whole time in Vietnam and nothing happened. Well, I had a few close ones, but, rattled me a little bit, but I didn't die of a itinerant round. So I get ready to leave Vietnam, and I'd also had a vision that I'd be leaving on a bright yellow plane called the Canary plane or something. I said, "That's not possible." So I get to the airport and I'm leaving Vietnam, and it says, "You're flying on one of those new Braniff planes. They're pastel colors, and yours is a canary yellow. It's called Big Bird or something." So I flew out on a canary yellow plane. So that came true too. But the explosion didn't. I couldn't figure that out till I had my near-death experience in Austria when I was enveloped in a white light. I went, "Here it is. I'm in it." I was like, yeah, I saw that coming in Vietnam. I misinterpreted it.
Okay.
Okay. The only thing I might have said that would have brought that out of someone would be at some of my talks when people say, well, how long do you plan on doing this? Or how long do you plan on being here? Or whatever, that sort of thing. Sometimes my comment is, who knows? I could going home. I could get nailed by somebody going home. Or I could just drop dead right in front of you. and they all get a laugh out of that, but they're not sure if I'm telling the truth or not. And it doesn't matter. None of that matters. The fact of the matter is I've come so close to death so many times that I've reached a point where my understanding is I'm still here simply because I'm not through doing whatever I'm doing. So that may be interpreted as when I'm saying I'm quitting the remote viewing work as, well, now he's done. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm not doing remote viewing anymore. I'll teach remote viewing at the Monroe Institute as long as they'll have me. Or I give talks there anytime they want them. Or I do webinars for them. Anything that supports that place I'll do until they're throwing dirt on my face in the ground, because that's how I feel about it. And a lot of that may be misinterpreted by some who think, oh my God, he's going to die on us. No, usually what I tell them is if I drop dead in the next 2 minutes, it's not important.
Mm-hmm.
What's important is that happens while I'm doing something I like to do. Then it's okay. If I was doing something I hated with a passion and it happened, oh God, what a waste that would have been. You know, that kind of thing. I don't worry about that stuff anymore. When you're 78 and don't give a shit, it's okay. I just want to enjoy what I do.
Yeah. I
Be
just,
relaxed.
somebody had told me that, and we have rescheduled. And when I found out that the rescheduled date was on your 78th birthday,
You thought.
I was like, whoa.
Well, yeah.
Whoa.
What if he just goes to sleep in the chair?
Is this a self-fulfilling prophecy? But
Well, that would be something cool to catch, wouldn't it?
I would rather that not happen, Joe. But do you fear death at all?
No, I have absolutely no fear of death. I never have, actually, since my near-death experience.
What do you think happens?
What I think happens, it's like I have no absolute belief in heaven or hell. I think we just progress into a new form of what we are. And I think the real surprise, what heaven and hell is, I've given a lot of thought to this. If when you're dead, you find out that all the people you lived and interacted with are all part of you. The reason that would be a good thing is because if we as entities learn by experience, there's no way of knowing if the experience is valid or not if all we're getting is our perception of it. The only way you can know if experience was valid and had something beneficial generated by it would be if we were not only the person in the experience, but all persons in the experience. In other words, we would have to have every perspective of all the people we care about that we're part of in that experience. So in death, I would welcome the fact of knowing that all the people I was heavily engaged with my entire life were all just extensions of me. That's the only way of getting every perspective of every action you've ever taken. would be to have the perceptions of all those you care most for, or you care about, or you're part of, or your family with, or you worked with, or all of that. And I think that's true. I think that's what we find out. That's the big surprise at death. Everything we experienced has been perceived, and we get all of those perceived experiences from everybody that we've ever been part of. So, in a holistic sense, we're not just us. We're all the people we've lived with and cared about. So I cannot imagine a worse hell than to treat people like shit your whole life and to find out all the damage you did and not be able to rectify that. To feel their pain. Everything, all the pain and all the bad experience and all the frustration and upset that you've given, the sickness that you've delivered to them, and not be able to fix it and know that it was just the major part of you. I think that's hell on whatever. And not so much the other. I think heaven is knowing that you did everything you possibly could to soften the impact of life on the people you care about. The people that are important to you in your entire lifetime. So people have a way of making up for their failures by realizing that and understanding that it's not just them. It's everybody they're in contact with. When they do something to themselves, to denigrate themselves, they're doing it to all the people who care about them. They're all part of the same, you're all part of the same person, the same entity.
One ecosystem.
Yeah. It's a learning system. And I think it's the only way to really learn is to know all the perceptions that people who cared about you had when you did A or B or C. The only way to learn from it is to know what was wrong about it, what was right about it, how it affected people that were observing it. I think that's true learning. And that may be a design. I don't think it's a flaw. I think it's a design in the reality of which we are all part of something larger. And you can call it God or whatever you want, but it's something much larger. And it deals with all possibilities. I mean, there's lots of people that exist. I say people. There's lots of entities that exist across the cosmos. What if all that's true? We think very little of ourselves if we act the way we are versus being better at it or greater at it or, I don't know. Pay attention.
That's some deep thought. And
Yeah.
that's the first time I've ever heard that. And that makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Well, it makes sense to me.
Thank you.
Anyway, you're welcome.
I mean, just that that segment alone is motivation for people to do the right thing.
One would hope so. There are still those that think that's better, more power is better, and why do I want to get involved in that foolishness? Well, they'll find out. I think that's hell to pay. That's what it is later.
Wow. Well, Joe, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for coming on and sharing everything that you've shared. And Is the Monroe Institute,
Oh, it's a
is
great
that
place.
open enrollment? Can anybody sign up?
Oh, anybody can sign up. You can come anytime you want. Take a gateway.
I hope you're ready. There's going to be a lot of
Take a
people
gateway.
coming.
And I won't even acknowledge your presence when I see you. I'll just go, who the hell are you? Don't I know you from somewhere? You'll have a great time. I guarantee it.
I would love to come.
And you'll learn a lot about yourself
I would love that too.
and other people that you never thought you would get along with.
Well, I hope to see you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
You will. I'll be around.
Perfect. But I will link the Monroe Institute in the description. And
Great.
once again, Joe, I don't say this lightly. It's an honor to have you here and to get to know you and to hear about your experiences as you've experienced life and just thank you.
You're
It
welcome.
was and your lovely wife too. It was amazing to meet her.
Don't leave her out. I wouldn't be in this if I'd be long gone, I think, actually. Be hard to deal with life without her.
Yep.
I think I'd volunteer for that one-way mission. You know, I once asked her if I could write a letter to NASA and volunteer for the Mars mission. No, listen, I have enough artificial body now that I'd probably survive on Mars. She'd kill me for saying that, but
Well, thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
All right.
Take care.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.
Highland, the secret of innovators everywhere. Well, maybe not so secret, since over half of the Fortune 100 use Highland's intelligent enterprise content solutions. Highland, for innovators everywhere.
We have been encouraged culturally to criticize people we're in long-term relationships with. Not new relationships. New relationships, you put the person on a pedestal, you're allowed to just, oh, they're wonderful. But every trope out there in every form of popular media is like the wife rolling her eyes at the husband and the husband being like, oh, this loathsome harpy that castrated me. As if like people are just passive players in their lives. And I think that is an incredibly toxic message to send to people, that this is how we should be relating to our partner. Like we should not, you don't take the piss out of your partner in front of people. Like the successful relationships I've seen are where people are just cheering for their partner, where they are thick as thieves, where there is just this feeling of like, man, they like each other. Like they got each other's back like you wouldn't believe. Like, man, you could take sides against anybody, But take sides against their partner, you're going down. Like, and that when you see a couple that has that, you just, that's so hard to break. But I think that comes from having like a steadfast, yeah, no, I don't do that. Like, I don't shit talk my partner.
Yeah.
Like, and you don't shit talk my partner to me.
Yeah.
Like, and that to me is because I think we're just so criticized by the world. The world is so full of criticism. We criticize ourselves so harshly that having a partner who, no matter what, is like, you've got this, I'm with you. Like, okay, yeah, you screwed up. I see it. Look, I'm not going to lie to you about your blind spots. You screwed up. But you know what? People screw up sometimes. You got a right to screw up. A lot of people screw up. Come on, get up. Let's go. I know you have it in you. If you have that person like that, I feel like that's a superpower.
The following is a conversation with James Sexton, divorce attorney and author of How to Stay in Love, a divorce lawyer's guide to staying together. As a trial lawyer, James, for over 2 decades, has negotiated and litigated a huge number of high-conflict divorces. This has given him a deep understanding of how relationships fail and how they can succeed. And bigger than that, the role of love and pain in this whole messy roller coaster ride we call life. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's James Sexton. What is the most common reason that marriages fail?
That's a great question, but it's a question that everybody wants there to be a simple answer. Like, they want me to say cheating or money or, the internet. But the reality is, I think it's a lot of little things. It's disconnection. That would be my answer. The reason marriages fail is disconnection. What causes disconnection? That's the bigger and I think more important question, because like Tom Wolfe said about bankruptcy, it happens very slowly and then all at once. Disconnection happens very slowly and then all at once. So most of the time what I think people want is an answer like cheating. But cheating is the big all at once thing. How did we get to the place where cheating was even something you were thinking about doing, or that you would think about and then cross the line from thought into action? And that's, I think, the big question. So disconnection would be my answer.
Do you think it's possible to introspect, like looking backwards for every individual case where the disconnection began and how it evolved?
Sure, yeah. This is such a multivariate equation. It's a dance. It's a chemistry. It's what did you do and what did the other person do? And see, the interesting thing about being a divorce lawyer is I'm weaponizing intimacy in a courtroom. So I'm telling, it's full context storytelling, what I do for a living. So what I do is I take my client's story and I have to present it to a judge and make my client the hero in every way and the other side the villain in every way. Now, I have to be careful not to do that in a manner that loses credibility, because even a judge would know. Even a judge is smart enough to know that no one's all good or all bad. But only if you were reverse engineering a relationship and saying, how did this break? You really have to look at both people, the good and the bad, what each of them did that moved the dial in these different directions. And I think that's very hard for anyone going through a divorce to do about their own relationship. We don't know who discovered water, but it wasn't a fish. Like, if you're in it, I don't think you see it clearly. I think as a divorce lawyer whose job is to really drill down on the facts and figure out what's going on in this story, I have to look at both sides. So I have to think a lot about my own arguments, but I also have to think about what's the other lawyer's argument going to be, especially in custody cases. So I really have been forced to look at both sides for so many years, so deeply in relationships, that once you do that, you realize that the good guy, bad guy thing just doesn't apply.
I wonder if it's the little things or a few big things that cause this connection. Whether it's, you've talked about granola and blowjobs, but those seem to be stories that you can tell to yourself, like, maybe that story should be explained, or maybe not.
You don't think granola and blowjobs is self-explanatory?
Almost. I think people can construct a good, like, if you ask GPT, what do they mean? I think the story that would come up is a pretty good one. But, that's a story you tell about when you first knew it's the disconnection has begun, is when he stopped buying my favorite granola, or when she stopped giving blowjobs.
I would say when it's reached like a critical mass.
Yeah, phase shift of some
Because
sort.
I think it started before that. When she said, yeah, I used to give him blowjobs, and when we were in our early relationship, and then one day, like, I just was like, oh, well, we don't have as much time. Like, well, I'll wait until later and we'll have sex, and then we both enjoy it.
Blowjobs are inefficient.
Yeah, exactly correct. So
You batch it all together.
yeah, so she said, well, exactly, and they had kids at that point. So I think she really was like, hey, we've got a certain window.
Yeah.
So let's have something we both enjoy. So I don't think she had any negative intentions there. I think that she was working in good faith towards the betterment of the relationship, but it was having this second order effect. And so I really do think that, yeah, the blowjobs, granola. I mean, anyone who's been in a long-term relationship, I guess it's just worth asking the question, what does this person do that makes me feel loved? Because I think it's very interesting in my own experience in life. Remember, I had a difficult chapter with one of my sons, my younger son, when he was in his early 20s. And we were having a heartfelt conversation. And I said to him, do you know I love you? And he said, well, yeah, of course I do. I said, but do you feel my love? Like, do you feel it? Not just do you know it intellectually, do you feel it? And I remember thinking to myself, when do we feel someone's love, right? Like, what is it that they do? And sometimes it's the weirdest, silliest things that they would never know. They are the person who's showing us that they love us and that we're feeling their love. They would never show us. Like, if you said, why does this person love you? They wouldn't say, oh, because I always make sure that when the paper comes, I bring it from the bottom of the driveway to the door so they don't have to go out and get it. Or I always hold the door for them. Or I always, like, again, I buy the granola that I know this person likes, or I remembered that they don't like it when I put on this particular record, so I don't put it on. Like, and those are these, yes, they're small things, but they're not small. They're kind of everything.
Do you think it's good to communicate that stuff?
Well, 100%.
It takes away some of the power of it, right?
When you point it out, then the person realizes, oh, okay, he likes this or dislikes this. So yes, there becomes a deliberateness to it, a conscious. So I understand not pointing that out when it's a good thing. I think when it's a negative thing, like I think in the granola situation, if she had said to him, hey, you used to do this and you've stopped, that feels like something to me. Like she said, she didn't say anything about that. Just like he probably didn't say anything about the blowjobs. Like, I think if there had been a moment of, this is starting, let's talk about it while it's starting. But people wait. From what I can see, people wait until the big thing happens. The financial impropriety, the substance use disorder, the cheating. They wait for that to happen. And then they go, where did we go wrong? And the answer is quite a while ago with the granola.
Yeah. So when you notice something, like you notice that little something, talk about it. Because that little something is probably a kernel of a deeper truth. Of course, there's also moods. We're all like a roller coaster of emotions. So you can not bring a granola one day just because you're in this place where just nothing is just cynicism everywhere, just anger and so on. But it's a temporary feeling. But maybe that temporary feeling is grounded in some other deeper current that's actually building up.
Yeah, and I think a good partner wants to understand the currents of their partner, right?
Empathy.
They want to understand, like, hey, are you going through something? Like, and look, if I'm the one you need to take it out on, that's okay. Like, I'm a big boy, I can take it. Like, if you're hormonal, if you're, frustrated at work, if you're whatever, like, we should be able to, to have a little bit of that interaction in a relationship. But I do think it's so easy to just say to people, oh, communication is the key. But it really is about fearless kinds of communication. It's about really honestly saying to somebody, this feels like something to me. Am I wrong? Like this just feels like something to me. And also how that's presented. I mean, one of the things I'm very I'm very caught up on or feel very strongly about is that we have been encouraged culturally to criticize people we're in long-term relationships with. Not new relationships. New relationships, you put the person on a pedestal, you're allowed to just, oh, they're wonderful. But every trope out there in every form of popular media is like the wife rolling her eyes at the husband and the husband being like, oh, this loathsome harpy that castrated me. As if like people are just passive players in their lives. And I think that is an incredibly toxic message to send to people that this is how we should be relating to our partner. Like we should not, you don't take the piss out of your partner in front of people. Like the successful relationships I've seen are where people are just cheering for their partner, where they are thick as thieves, where there is just this feeling of like, man, they like each other. Like they got each other's back like you wouldn't believe. Like, man, you could take sides against anybody, but take sides against their partner, you're going down. Like, and that when you see a couple that has that, you just, that's so hard to break. But I think that comes from having like a steadfast, no, I don't do that. Like, I don't shit talk my partner.
Yeah.
Like, and you don't shit talk my partner to me.
Yeah.
Like, and that to me is because I think we're just so criticized by the world. The world is so full of criticism. We criticize ourselves so harshly that having a partner who no matter what is like, you've got this, I'm with you. Like okay, yeah, you screwed up. I see it. Look, I'm not going to lie to you about your blind spots. You screwed up. But you know what? People screw up sometimes. You got a right to screw up. A lot of people screw up. Come on, get up. Let's go. I know you have it in you. If you have that person like that, I feel like that's a superpower to have that effect on another person.
Yeah, one of the things I love seeing, when you look at a couple and one is talking, like in an interview, answering a question, especially like intellectual questions, like, what do you think about the war in Ukraine or something? And then the partner is talking, and then the other person is looking at them as if they're hearing the wisest thing ever. Like they're still looking at them, not waiting for their turn to speak, not thinking about how's the audience going to take that, but they're looking at them like, God damn, I'm so lucky to be with this smart motherfucker.
Isn't that, but there's a scene.
And they could be saying the dumbest shit ever.
There's a scene in the movie True Romance.
Yes, I love
the movie. Great movie. I mean, that
yeah.
Gary Oldman scene's like the greatest scene ever done in film, with Christian Slater and he. But there's a scene in it where she holds up a sign to Christian Slater and it says, "You're so cool."
You're so cool. Yeah.
And I like, man, like that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Like I think I say it somewhere in the book that, you go to weddings and like when the bride walks in, everybody's looking at the bride. It's her show. Everybody turns around. It's the first glimpse everybody gets of the bride. And I never look at the bride. I always look at the groom looking at the bride. Because there's this, like, to me, that's like he has this look like this, because this is the first time he's seeing her in the dress most of the time. And also he's seeing her like, holy shit, she's coming down the aisle. We're getting married. Like, but this is it. And everyone's looking at her. And I always look at him because I always think to myself, like the look on his face is like, that's like this feeling of like, holy, yeah, wow, okay. Like that's, everyone's looking at her and she's mine and she's coming up here and we're getting married. And I feel like, like that kind of adoration, like I think that's the look we're describing, is like adoration, like that the words coming out of their mouth, that they're like, yeah, that's mine. That one's mine. That's such a great thing. Like, it's such a great feeling.
Seeing the good stuff, like with True Romance. I mean, you could make fun of the guys totally cringe wearing Elvis, like essentially being a fake Elvis with shades, and like what is he doing? It's like watching these kung fu movies. But from her perspective, and from a perspective you could take on him, is this is the baddest motherfucker who's ever lived. Yeah. Like, he's willing to do those things for me, but not like, it's almost like an epic, heroic figure.
Yeah.
And we're living in this epic hero story.
And what does that do to him, though?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, see, that's the point. Like, if there's a point to this, to this whole thing, this whole
Yeah.
couple thing.
Yeah.
Isn't that it?
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand this idea of, you know, we had a successful marriage. We were married for 50 something years. We were miserable for 47 of them, but we hung in there. Like this is an endurance event. Like
Yeah.
the primary relationship of your life, you've decided you're going to turn into like a 50-mile trail race.
Mhm.
Like, why? Why would you do that? Like, congratulations, you took the concept of monogamy and made it something that two people are absolutely not going to enjoy, but you hung in there.
Yeah.
Like, congratulations. And I understand there's religious perspectives that say, well, it's a sacred covenant, but I have a real chicken or the egg problem with that.
Yeah.
Because I think it was like, well, how do we sell this incredibly stupid concept that isn't working to people? I know, we'll tell them God says you have to, and we'll sign on for that. I don't buy it. I don't buy it anymore. I really, because when you see a successful marriage, or you see two people, even without a marriage, you see a pair bond, you see a couple that really love each other and cheer for each other in that way, and like hang on each other's words that way, and like are just in each other's corner that way. You see the fake shit instantly.
Yeah.
Like you see the difference right away. It's like if you know, the first time this is the first time I've come to Austin. I thought I'd eaten a lot of barbecue in my life. I've never had Texas barbecue. I
Yeah.
landed, I went and had barbecue.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I've never had barbecue before. Apparently, this is a whole different thing.
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing. I think it's like once you see real love, and I mean romantic love, like real love like that, real bond, you go, oh yeah, this other thing's not going to do it.
Do you think that's a daily deliberate choice that a couple like that makes? Because it feels like a very easy to do deliberate step. Like choose to see the brilliant in it, the beautiful in it, and almost immediately everything shifts and it becomes this momentum where all you see is the beautiful and all you see is the brilliant.
That is a conscious choice. I think approaching life that way is a conscious choice. Approaching any relationship that way is a conscious choice. I mean, looking at someone who hurts you or does something hurtful to you and thinking about what's going on in their life that they're doing that, or what's happening with them. Yeah, that's a very conscious choice. And I think a better one, a better one than seething in animosity and letting that eat you alive. But I don't know that I don't think it should be so difficult. Like with our children, with our pets, we don't have this problem. Like you never have someone look at their dog who they've had for 8 years and go, I got to get a new dog. Like I've had this one for 8 years. Like I got to get, like puppies are so cute. What am I doing with this old dog? Like it's the total opposite. They're like, oh my God, this is like my dog. This is my dog. Like the smell of the dog is like, this is my dog's smell. The bad habits of the dog. You're like, oh, it's my stupid dog that does stupid things. And it's not like that has to be a conscious, like they wake up every day and go, I should be grateful for the dog. Like it's just visceral. It's in them, you know? And so, and your children, like people's children, you know, it's why people are like not aware of how annoying their children are because they're not annoying to them. Like I get it. Like to you, the sound of your kids shrieking is like, oh, my kid's having a good time. And you don't get that. And see, when I hear that, I try to hear it with those ears. Like, oh, that, like I'm a parent, I get it. My kids are adults now, but like, I get it. Like, so when I hear a kid shrieking, I just am like, like to that parent, that's the sound of that kid having a great time and good. Like, it's so nice that that's in the world. But so for me, it has to be conscious. For that parent, I don't think it has to be conscious. So I think it would be great if it didn't have to be a conscious practice. But I wonder if, like anything in meditation or mindfulness, it's a matter of exercising that way of seeing.
Yeah.
And then once you've come to that, it
becomes
does
easy.
itself, right? Like it really does. Like I think it initially has to be a conscious practice. And by the way, it's easier to make it a conscious practice before it started to fade, right? Like that's what's so amazing about marriage is there's like almost 8 billion people in the world and you're picking this one. So when you marry, in theory, like the stock's at its highest, like you're as crazy about each other as you could possibly be. So that's the time to get into this mindfulness, to get into this practice. Not once it's like the wheels are starting to come off. It's much harder. It's like gaining a bunch of weight and then saying, okay, how am I going to lose the weight now?
Well, I think that even before marriage, like right away, just see everything is beautiful. Let me quote BoJack Horseman on this. When you look at someone through rose-colored glasses, all the red flags just look like flags.
That's great.
There's a certain sense where if you from the very beginning, of course, you could end up in toxic relationships that way,
Sure.
but life is short. You're gonna die eventually. Might as well really go all in on relationships.
There's a line in Drugstore Cowboy, which is a great film, where he says, we played a game you couldn't win to the utmost.
Yeah.
And I think I think life is a game you can't win. And so you play it to the utmost. Like, to love anything is insane because you're accepting that you're going to lose it. Like, I'm a dog person, and you get a dog, and you've just resigned yourself to unbelievable pain because this thing's going to die in like 10 years, maybe 15 if you're lucky. And why would you open your heart to that? Why would you because the joy is just so wonderful of it, of the ride up until it. Same thing with us. I mean, every marriage, every relationship, every love is going to end. It's going to end in death or divorce. So why not like just go in? Like go in and just get weird, like don't define it the way that's, I mean, look at, again, we keep going back to True Romance, but just get weird. Like, yeah, I love this Elvis pretending to be weirdo. I love this, like, like former sex worker who's like, like whatever, like just go in, like love this person, have them love you. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing in their relationship. Like we're in such, I mean, it's not to me surprising that as the performative aspects of life on social media increases, people's satisfaction with their relationships and the divorce rate, is following the same trend. Because I think everyone's going, well, what's everybody else doing? Well, how much sex is everyone else having? The only two people that should worry about how much sex you're having are the two people. If the two people are happy in the relationship, great. Then what does it matter? What does it matter what everybody else is doing?
Yeah, there should be an element to great relationships and great friendships of like, fuck the world. It's us versus the world.
It's us.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean when I say that thick as thieves, like when they're like a unit like that, because it's just us. It's just what we want. It's what we like. And that's why I said, like, even when it comes to sex or things like that, like if you can't be candid with your partner about whatever weird shit you're into or what fantasy you had in any particular, well, then who the hell can you be candid with? I mean, because you're going to either go without or go elsewhere. Mm-hmm. And neither of those is a particularly healthy option or helpful option. It's the start of that decline. So why open yourself to that decline, which invariably is just the path to the chair in front of me in my office?
Yeah, you have a full section in your book on foot fetishes.
I do. Yeah, which is funny because I don't know anything about foot fetishes.
Neither.
Yeah,
Me
like
neither.
I'm not kink shaming anybody, but like there's nothing sexual about feet to me at all. Like I just don't get it. But I mean, listen, if people like things, it's good, But yeah, I have had clients that have odd fetishes or sexual proclivities or things they want to do, and they don't share it with their partner at all. And then they find an outlet for it because they try to go without it and that doesn't work. So they try to find some other outlet for it. And then that's interpreted as a betrayal and it creates distance and people split up. And of course, everybody likes to have like a bad guy to blame it on. So when you say, well, why'd you guys get divorced? Oh, because he secretly had a foot fetish and he was on these message boards, like meeting people. Well, it gives you an easy answer as to why the two of you split up. But I don't think, most divorces have such simple answers as it was a foot thing. But I also think too, like, listen, if you got a partner, I mean, we all do stuff that we're not super into because we're in a relationship. And that's what part of it is. Like, do you really want to go see that chick flick? Do you really want to eat at this restaurant? Do you really want to go to her cousin's wedding? No. But, part of being in a relationship is, okay, if you're into this, I'm going to pretend this song's a good song, even though it's not my favorite song. And I think, I just don't know. We've turned sex. I mean, sex has been so politicized in recent years. Maybe it always was. But I think we've made it into something where we can't just, I don't know, I'm not into feet, but if the woman I love was like, I'm really into feet, like I really want to do stuff with your feet, I'd be like, all right, I can pretend that I'm into that. Like it's not going to kill me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
But-
not gonna be able to make it a centerpiece of our coupling, but you know, like, yeah, I can pretend I'm into feet if you want.
I don't personally have any fetishes that are outside of the normal discourse.
As a divorce lawyer, I get to experience the whole spectrum.
But if I was into like furries, for example,
Yeah.
I don't know how I would initiate the conversation with my partner about that.
But frame the question the other direction.
Yeah.
If you were into furries,
Yeah.
how do you prevent your partner from knowing anything about that? That feels like a real, you'd have to make a conscious choice to not let your partner know.
Sure.
that.
Sure.
So I don't think either of those is a particularly palatable or easy proposition.
But a lot of people live life hiding some part of themselves.
Yeah, quite unsuccessfully. Like the second order effects of that are very rarely positive.
Sure.
I don't think I've ever met someone who went, yeah, I really hid this huge part of myself for an extended period of
And it
time,
worked
and that's
out
the
great.
best thing that happened. I'm really glad. I'm really glad I stayed in the closet as long as I did. You know, it really worked out. Like it rarely does. It's a
Well-
question of how long can you hold it off.
Yeah.
Like I know gay men who stayed in the closet for 40 years, 50 years of their lives. And then they had a successful second chapter as a gay man.
Mhm.
I've had clients like that. Do they regret that they were in the closet? No, because they were married, they had kids, like they had experiences they're glad they had. But would their advice to a young person in their 20s and 30s who's gay be stay in the closet because then you can have a wife and some kids and then you can come out when you're 50 or 60 and have a second chapter? No.
Yeah.
They would say, you know, be who you are. Don't be afraid, you know.
As you were talking, I'm trying to think of because I'm publicly and privately I'm the exact same person, or try to be the exact same person. So I usually try to make sure there's nothing to hide. But I was trying to come up with a counter example for you for if there's good things to hide. Well, there could be like past relationships, like if I
Yeah.
slept with thousands of women or something like this, maybe that you want to put that to the side when you're
Well,
having
you don't want to be there's a difference between being honest about something and being indelicate about it.
right.
You know, like I think we all do this with lovers. Like any of us who've been in more than one relationship, you would not, you know, at the end of sex be like, that was the third best sex I've ever had. You know, like it's just indelicate. It's rude, you know? So I don't think it's a matter of like total candor at all times. But I think if we're using the furry example, and I'm not picking on furries. I just think if that is a proclivity that is anything other than a passing thought, like it's something that you just keep coming back to, then you're making a conscious decision to withhold it from your partner. And what is that out of? I mean, I would say it's probably out of fear. I'm not a psychologist, but it's probably out of fear.
Mhm.
Fear that they would reject you, that okay, well now, see, I genuinely believe that this, you know, I'm very conflicted in my religious faith, but I don't know that I believe in the devil. But if there was a devil, I think his principal function would be to convince us that we are so bestial that God couldn't love us. It would be to convince us that we're awful and that we should just lean into the awfulness. And I know the greatest low points of my life came whenever I just went, you know what, I'm just awful. I might as well just behave awfully. And I really believe that when you push down parts of yourself, like your sexuality, like your insecurities, your true feelings from your romantic partner, the person who's supposed to be your number one, you are making sure you will never feel their love. Because they don't love you. They love the you you've presented to them, which you know in your heart is not the authentic, honest, real you. And so if you know you're super into furries and you don't tell your partner about that, and your partner says, I love you so much, and you know what I love? One of the things I love about us is we have such great sexual chemistry. You'll never feel that love because you know yeah, that's not true though. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that actually I'm not really satisfied. And there is this thing that I want that I know I can't even tell her because I'm so ashamed. Like that doesn't feel like a good option to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So that kind of vulnerability is essential to intimacy.
You know, I'm prone to jujitsu metaphors, and this is one of the first conversations where I can actually use them because the person I'm talking to is a jujitsu person. But
And
I,
people should know that you are a quote unquote jiu-jitsu person.
I
You have been afflicted with the disease.
I am a brown belt under Marcelo Garcia, and I am like a 7-year brown belt now. So
which is the right way to be a brown belt.
well, and also I am you know late middle aged, middleweight, and moderately talented. So I'm and training at that academy with so many incredibly talented people, and training in New York City where there's so many unbelievably talented people. You're constantly humble and feeling like you should just be wearing a blue belt all the time. But a lot of, I think, as you know, and as most people who practice jujitsu know, you start to sort of see jujitsu in everything. I genuinely believe that in love, you have to give something to get something. You have to everything you do creates a vulnerability. You know, every move you make in jujitsu creates opportunity and creates vulnerability. And so you have to be willing to create vulnerabilities in order to get any leverage, in order to get any progress, in any way to move the position. You know, you don't want a marriage that's just two people both in 50-50, you know, like you're just sitting in that guard doing nothing. You know, you want it to actually move along.
Yeah, I mean that's the way I see love and relationships. Is you should take that leap of vulnerability, give the other person the option to destroy you.
Well, you have to expose, and that's the part that I think is hard for everyone. You know, is to expose yourself in that way. But that's what I mean, even when I said about getting a dog or having a child. Like loving anything is tremendously courageous because it's terrifying, and it's only brave if you're scared. If you're not scared, you know, it's not brave. It's just stupidity. It's just, you know. It's bravery when you're afraid and you do the thing anyway. And so love is like, yeah, it's scary. Like I don't care who you are. Like you know, being, you know, in the jiu-jitsu community, like I'm around, you know, as you are, all like incredibly tough people, like physically tough people, mentally tough people. But, you know, I've seen some of those people taken down by a 120-pound woman. You know, not from a grappling perspective, but they are taken apart by a woman in their life, and vice versa. I've seen men, you know, who like it really is shocking how much leverage we give to our romantic partners and how little genuine discussion we really have about it, how much we really are ever trained to think about it. You know, there's nothing in school that teaches us about it. So much of literature and art is an idealized version of it. So little of it is real.
And no matter how it evolves, even when it ends in tragedy or drama, I feel like what people don't do enough is appreciate the good times. Like appreciate how beautiful it is to having taken the risk and to having experienced that kind of love. I mean, when you look at people that are divorcing each other, there's a Edgar Allan Poe quote: "The years of love have been forgot in the hatred of a minute." I always kind of am saddened, like deeply saddened, how people seem to forget how many beautiful moments have been shared when some reason, some drama, some breakup leads them to part ways.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting that you came to that not being a divorce lawyer, because I've felt that way for a long time. And I really try to say to my clients, like in the courtroom at the negotiating table, I have a role to play where I have to be sort of like a pit bull or you know, some kind of like a courtroom sociopath. But behind closed doors, like I'm very candid with people. I'm trying to be much more emotionally attuned with them.
So you're an empath in the sheets and sociopath in the streets.
Exactly correct. Okay. That's well said. I get a new tattoo idea. That's good. I like that. But I do believe when I'm behind closed doors with people, I say to them, how you end things is going to be how you're going to remember the whole thing. And that's unfortunate because, you know, you watch like a 2-hour movie And if the last 15 minutes of it sucked, you go, well, that movie sucked. Like, well, the first hour and 45 was great, you know, but you walk out with this bad taste in your mouth. I'm genuinely in awe of how easily people forget that they loved each other. And I'm amazed because by the time I meet them and by the time they hire me to be a weapon against the person they were in love with, there's nothing but animosity there. And so I have to try to imagine what these two people looked like when they were in love with each other and how that even existed. But I have to tell you, like, I don't function that way. Like every woman I ever had a relationship with, like when I think of them, I don't think of the ending necessarily. I try to think about the greatest hits. I try to think about the moments that were wonderful, where I loved them and they loved me, and like there was joy and there was connection. And I don't know why you'd choose not to. You know, there's that old axiom, I don't know who said it, that if you don't learn to find joy in the snow, you'll have less joy in your life and precisely the same amount of snow. And
Yeah.
I genuinely believe, like, okay, the relationship ends. This is where it ends. We're done now. I am making a choice as to how I will remember you. And we do it in relationships. Like I always tell people, you know, if you ever want to see a couple light up, if they're ever like the couple at the table that's, you know, it seems like they got in a fight or something, ask them how they met. And most people, when they talk about how they met, like their face softens. They both, and the other person looking at them telling the story gets that look you were talking about before. Yeah. And because they remember that thing and how they felt at that moment. And when this person was a choice, not a default, not their automatic +1, but the person they asked to the wedding. Not the, of course you're bringing her, it's your wife. You bring your fucking wife places. Like it was still, hey, there's like, you know, 3.5 billion women and I'm picking you, you know, like that feeling. And I don't know why when a relationship ends, you can't do that. A lesson I learned when my mother passed away she had a 2-year terrible battle with cancer and was on hospice and was very, very sick. And it was a very slow and awful end. And I remember one of my worst fears was that this is how I would remember my mother for the rest of my life. That I would never be able to think of her, that I didn't think of what she had become in the last months, where she was withered away to nothing in this bed, you know? And I learned over time that memory is very kind, that like that faded somehow. And that now, like when I remember her healthy and vibrant. I remember her laughter. I remember positive things. Some of that is I like to look at photos of that, but some of it is just how I think memory works. And I don't know why we don't apply that to relationships. And I think part of it is because we have this binary view of relationships, that it's either success, which means you live happily ever after for the rest of your lives and die together, or like in short succession, or it was wrong, it was awful. And I don't understand why that would have to be how we do it. I think we could look at relationships like what they are, which is chapters in a book. And that book is our life. And those chapters all have significance. And none of them the later chapters, none of them would happen without the prior ones. Mm-hmm. So there's this beauty to me of that. And I don't know if it's a choice or if that is how it is. And the rest is just narrative that we've put on top of it culturally for some reason.
Well, I think to push back a little bit, I think memory can also, I think it is a deliberate choice, because I think memory can basically, that's how trauma works. It can surface the negative stuff, and the negative stuff completely drowns out all the positive. So I think it's a deliberate choice to make your memory probably work that way. You know, in relationships, betrayal can do that, right? Sort of cheating, infidelity, like one event can almost erase the entirety of your understanding of the past, and all the memories are sort of shrouded in this darkness of, okay, what I believed was true is totally untrue, and sort of to overcome that and still appreciate the beautiful moments.
I'm continually astounded by how long the hurt and anger of betrayal can reverberate. I have clients who were 4 years, 5 years past when the divorce ended, the cheating was discovered, and they're as angry as they were the day they found out. And I don't know what that's about. Because I also have clients that they like look back on it and they go, you know, we screwed up. Like we were, you know, we didn't do the best, but we did the best we could do at the time. And, you know, we like there should be stars for wars like ours, you know, like there should be champagne for the survivors.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Like we made it through, you know, like we survived it, and we were fools, and we were fools for love, and there are worse things in the world to be fools for. But I also do think that most relationships where there was infidelity, and it's not a popular thing to say, and I'll get pilloried for it, but
Great.
you know, I just don't know, and I don't want to blame the victim of infidelity, but was the relationship really where it needed to be? Like, were you truly the most just dutiful spouse who was seeing this person's needs be met? Again, we've established in the granola story that people can sometimes, with good intentions, not be meeting their partner's needs or perceiving their partner's needs, or their partner isn't communicating them the right way, or all of the above. But I've rarely seen very happy, content couples that cheat on each other.
Mhm.
And so I understand there's a shame in saying this person cheated on me, or I cheated on this person. Because I represent the cheater and I represent the cheated. I represent the victim of domestic violence, and I represent the perpetrator of domestic violence. I represent the person with the substance use disorder, the person married to the person. So I don't get to choose the white or the black hat. Like I have my client, and that's my client. And it forces me to put myself into their story from their point of view. And I think that kind of radical empathy that you need to engage in on a daily basis to represent people in those kinds of proceedings, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like there's good guys and bad guys, you know? It just seems like it's complicated, and people's intentions and where they actually end up are different.
Yeah, I think there's some sense in still remembering the betrayal as it being a symptom of taking life a little too seriously where you don't, life shouldn't be taken that seriously. You should be able to laugh at it all. I like the story you say of, you know, being able to appreciate the battle, that should give stars for those kind of wars that we fought, and just kind of be able to laugh at it all.
Especially with love. Like, love's just so absurd.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Just crazy.
It's so crazy. I mean, like, I think it's funny. I think, I mean, this is real candor, but, you know, as a man, like, there's nothing funnier than when you finish masturbating, you know? There's no more humbling moment. And I like to think about the fact that, like, the richest, famous, most powerful person in the world, they jerk off. You know, the most powerful man in the world jerks off, I'm sure. You know, all of them do. I mean, you probably know them, so you could ask. But in that moment where you come and you go, what am I doing? Like, what the, now I got to wipe that, like, oh, good Lord. And there's this feeling of, but a second ago, this seemed like a great idea. And it was, by the way, it was a great idea. But there's this moment, this satori, you know, where you just go, oh, like, what? This is so silly. Well, like, that's love. That's sex. Like, it's great. Like, when you read other people's infidelity, the text messages, the emails, because I have to do that all the time. And I'll tell you how we make the sausage. In a divorce lawyer's office, some of the most entertaining moments is dramatic readings aloud of people's infidelity exchanges with their lovers.
The sexts.
Yeah, the sex and the like, you know, like, it's just so ridiculous because people have to go through like all kinds of gymnastics to be able to meet and have sex in weird places. And, you know, and you're reading this and you're reading these texts and you kind of go like, oh my God, these people. And by the way, like, I've represented some very powerful people. And you read their texts with their lover or even their spouse, you know, and they're just pathetic. I mean, they're just like so not powerful. They're so like, hey, babe,
Yeah.
you know, I have a, will remain
Yeah.
totally nameless. I have
Uh-huh.
a very powerful, wealthy, famous former client where there's a whole series of texts about, is my dick weird? Which, by the way, I think the answer is if you have to ask if you have a weird dick, the answer is probably yes. Because I've owned one and I've never thought, is this weird? But I the fact that you're having this discussion, like, it's absurd. It's hilarious. Like, love is hilarious. It's bizarre. It's such a weird vulnerability. It's such a basic, visceral human need. You know, it really is something that we just, you know, it's mysterious. But it doesn't have to be that complicated. I don't think that even betrayal, like I said, it doesn't have to be that complicated. I think we can frame it differently.
Yeah, you can laugh at the whole thing. I mean, I think what we don't often do with ourselves is look back at text or look back at emails or look back at Google search. I did that recently. Just looking at what I searched for like 10 years ago, 15. It's like, forget last week. Just look at your Google searches last week and you're like, wait a minute. What?
Right.
Why did you just search for this
Right.
50 times?
Right.
Like
Why did the Karate Kid 3 pop into
yeah,
my
exactly.
head?
Why?
You
and
know?
like you're like,
Where's Ralph Macchio now?
and
Where did
who is he dating?
Yeah, yeah,
Why is and then
yeah,
mother and then
yeah.
and then you're
and
like
then
oh,
a restaurant nearby.
Yeah,
Like, how did I go from this to that? But it made sense at the time.
Yeah.
So when you ask someone, how did our relationship fall apart? It's like looking at the Google search history
Yeah.
of yourself from 10 years. You don't even know why you were thinking about those things.
Yeah.
And now you want to understand why you did what you did, felt what you felt, she felt what she felt, she did what she did, and why the two of you, how you impacted each other and interacted with each other. Really? You think that's doable?
But you've in the courtroom, does that come up like text messages
Oh, yeah.
with that resulted in with whoever you're cheating with? So you have
Yeah,
to,
I mean, you know, cheating doesn't come up as much because most states are no-fault states now. So why someone's getting divorced, whether it's infidelity or, you know, it doesn't matter. There's no good spouse bonus or bad spouse penalty.
oh, there isn't. I mean, can you
No.
elaborate on that? Like that's
Well, you can have, we've had times where we have to prove infidelity because we want to prove what's called wasteful dissipation of marital assets, which means that you were spending money that was marital money on a paramour. That's what the legal name for a ex, you know, for a boyfriend or
Ex.
girlfriend in the marriage. And usually the person calls it, you know, that whore
Yeah.
or that piece of shit.
Yeah.
But we call them
It
the
rhymes.
paramour.
It
Yeah,
rhymes,
the
yeah.
paramour.
yeah.
And the you know, sometimes we have to prove inclination and opportunity. We have to prove that this person had the inclination to cheat and that they had the opportunity to cheat. And then we want to show that, okay, so when they went away, that should be considered dissipation of marital assets. So if you go out to dinner with your brother, you didn't dissipate the marital estate. But if you bought your paramour a Tiffany bracelet, that would be a dissipation of marital assets, and the person's entitled to a credit back for that from what was taken out of the marital estate. So we do sometimes have to authenticate text messages on the witness stand or in depositions, you know. And what's interesting about that is the way people approach it. Like, people sometimes try to pretend, oh no, this is just my good friend,
Mhm.
you know, and which is just like, you kill your credibility, you know, if you, oh no, she's just my very good friend. She's not. That makes no sense whatsoever. Or no, we were just friends at that point. And then several months later is when once this marriage was over, that's when we got together as partners.
Right.
That's ridiculous. But sometimes people just own it. Just own it. Like, I did a deposition of an executive once, and, you know, opposing counsel like thought they were going to really hit him. They were like, and looking at this credit card receipt, what was this charge for this hotel? He was like, oh, that was for a hotel room that I got with my girlfriend. And you were married? Yes. Where did you stay at the hotel? We didn't even stay. We actually just did like an afternoon delight, rolled around in bed for the day.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, now, you know,
What's
took all the thunder out of that.
What's the downside of doing that? That seems like a really
There wasn't. It actually, I think, helped his credibility. He was my client, so I thought it was the right move. We hadn't really discussed it in advance, but he was naturally intelligent enough to go, yeah, my credibility, like, I'm not going to lie under oath. I'll admit what it was, but I'll do it in such an, you know, we did it like at the end, like Eminem at the end of 8 Mile. Like, it was very like, yeah, I cheated on her with this person. Now tell these people something they don't know about me, you know? And that's kind of how I try to, as a trial lawyer, we actually, in my firm, refer to it as the 8-mile strategy, which is like, we will, if I know there was a text message sent, you piece of shit, I hope you die. My client sent that text message to his co-parent. I on my examination of my client, I will say, I'd like to have this marked for identification, shown to the witness. What is that?
Yes.
It's a text message. Who's it to? Plaintiff. You sent it? Yeah. Read it out loud for the court. Do I have to? I think you should. You're a piece of S. Does it say S? No. What does it say?
Yeah.
Well, it's a profanity. So you say it. Say, you piece of shit. I hope that you die.
Yeah.
You sent that to her. Yes. Why? I was really mad. Do you think that was good? No. Do you think it was helpful for your co-parenting relationship with her? No. Why did you send it then? She sent me like 50 texts exactly like that, and I never responded, and I pushed it down every time, and then finally I just blew up at her. If you had it to do over again, would you do it differently? I wish I could say I would, but the truth is, I'm human, and I was at my limits. And I'm watching opposing counsel cross out entire sheets of their cross-examination because it's gone now. They thought that they had their like Perry Mason moment. They had their like, did you order the code red moment? And it's gone now. Because if you just own and accept your fault or your issues in the relationship, you can take a lot of the power out of that.
And I wish we wouldn't take text seriously.
I don't think we should have substantive discussions via text. I think text was designed for, are you here? Yes. 15 minutes away. Or I got here safely, love you. Like that. Substantive discussions. People love having arguments via text. Yeah. And I have to say, when you read other people's text messages, as I am often forced to do, it is amazing because just like that Google history you were talking about, I don't know how the hell you got from one thing to another. Like I was just reading on the way here in the car, I was reading through a text exchange between two co-parents in the middle of a custody thing that I'm involved in. And it's like, you piece of shit, you never cared about anything, and I'm going to take, you have no right to take the kids from me. And then the next day, nothing in between. The next day, Maddie got a good grade on her science thing. Oh, that's great. She's doing so well. It makes me so happy. Yeah, her teacher said she's doing really well. Yeah, that's really great to see. I'll be there about 15 minutes late. No problem. See you then. Wait, like it was a day ago. Was there I want to know, was there a phone conversation in between where one of you went, hey man, listen, I'm really sorry about that. Oh no, look, we were both pissed, whatever. Or is it just like you did that and then we're supposed to pretend that didn't happen and now we're just going to talk about what Maddie got on her test?
Yeah, well, sometimes a good nap or a good night's sleep can solve a lot of emotional issues.
I totally get it. But is there some, if you're looking just at the texts, like it begs the question, wouldn't you take the nap and then go, hey, listen, I just woke up from the nap. It turns out I was really tired. Like, does that not happen by text?
Oh, no, that's because sometimes it's hard to probably apologize for being an asshole, right? So I think we use just text. We humans use all kinds of forms of communication to kind of vent. I think it's the wrong thing to do, but people do that.
Text has a permanence, though. It's writing. I mean, it's writing.
You think like a lawyer. I like it.
I do think like a lawyer, but lawyers think like detail, and why would you write that down? Like, writing it down, like, would you write it down and would you put it on a billboard in Times Square? Because like everything you say on Facebook or Instagram can and will be used against you in a court of law. Like every photo you post. I mean, that's going on with what's his name? Jake Paul or whatever Paul and Dylan Dennis right now. That guy's girlfriend, every picture that's ever been put on the internet of her by her is being weaponized right now.
To reference an earlier part of our discussion, that's love. You take a big risk putting it out there.
Yeah.
Putting out there on text, putting out there on social media. You take
But
risks.
is the reward of doing it via text worthwhile? Listen, the reward of love, I think, is worth the risks of love.
Mm-hmm.
But the benefit of communicating by text Does it merit that risk of that being in writing that the person can reflect on and review and scroll back and get heated up again about?
I don't know. We just take risks and we're vulnerable with each other.
There may be something about text that, for whatever reasons, inspires a kind of candor, because I think it is a new way to communicate, right?
Yeah.
In the scheme of things. And so sometimes, we don't know the thing until it's really come into existence. So I don't know. I think it started as something that we just communicated in a very extemporaneous, unplanned way. Like texts were meant to be, I'm here, I'm outside, whatever it might be. And so what happens when you start to talk about more emotional, deeper, bigger things, or visceral things, or more emphatic, passionate things, using a technology that was originally just being used for the other purpose? I don't know the answer to that. What I do know is, yeah, as a lawyer, A, from an evidentiary perspective, and B, I just know what it looks like on the outside. Like I know when I read it what it looks like. And that's not always accurate. Like to just see it's like when you watch, a video of someone at just their worst moment, and the person tries to say, but wait, that's not me. Like that was just me in that moment. That was me at this incredible low point. And I think as a lawyer, my job is to weaponize that and to try to say, okay, this low point is indicative of who they actually are.
Yeah.
And when I'm defending someone, I'm supposed to say, well, this is their low point, and we've all been to a low point, and this is just a moment in this person. And to judge them by that moment, would you want to be judged by your worst moment? So I have to be able to look at that both directions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone looks great on text.
I mean, there's so much of our communication that is missing. Your expression. Like my sense of humor does not do well via text. Like because I have like sometimes a sarcastic sense of humor, or I have a dry sense of humor, and it does not always translate well to text. The nuance of things is lost sometimes,
Yeah, but that's what makes the risk of it hilarious. I mean, the emojis, the memes, all that. Taking a risk. There's a risk with the text if you do some like dark, dry statement, right?
Mhm.
That's a joke, and then the pause, and then there's no response for a couple hours. I mean, that's beautiful. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's
It's this, it's the gap between the two trapezes, like once you've hit send and you're like, well, let's see where this goes. Like this is coming back now, and you're waiting and waiting. It's like that moment of just hang that's a rush. I mean, that's a rush. That's a beautiful thing.
Well, I have my friend Michael Malice living close by, and if the courtroom were ever to see the text between us, we would be both
You'd be
in
both.
jail
Okay.
for
So we know
many
who to subpoena.
many years. Subpoena, yeah. When this finally comes out, when I have my
we're gonna have
Johnny Depp Amber Heard moment,
get the subpoenas ready.
we'll get Michael Malice.
Well, but that was one of, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing was a great example of in a gunfight between those two, everyone was cheering for the bullets. I mean, I don't think anybody looked like a hero. They both looked like what they are, which is humans, really flawed humans who had, it really is like that People magazine thing, stars, they're just like us, like we watched that and went like, oh yeah, they're just like us. Like they cannot keep it together. They cannot they just have these ridiculous toxic moments where both of them looked awful in that trial.
Well, what do you take away from that trial? Just given all the work you've done. I mean, for me, I don't know if you can speak to that. It's probably the first time I've seen that kind of a complicated relationship, even just to say a relationship laid out in this raw form.
Yeah.
Like the fights of a relationship.
Yeah. My feeling about that trial is there is no amount of money that would be worth laying that kind of stuff bare publicly.
For you, if you were Johnny
For
Depp.
me, yeah.
Or
There's
if you
no
were
amount
Amber
of
Heard.
money.
I don't know which.
Because they both look awful. They both look awful. And I don't think I'm qualified to say if one or both of them are awful. But they both had moments in that courtroom where their behavior and words looked awful. And I just don't know that exposing that to the world, I just don't know. I mean, I understand the point of view that by bringing that suit, Johnny Depp was saying, look, yeah, I have to show these awful things to the world about myself, but it's not as bad as what she's claimed I've done. So I get it. I'm not saying that's incorrect. And for Amber Heard, I think her response is, well, for him to say I'm lying, I have to prove my. But my God, like what a awful thing to watch. It was all it really is just another. It's just another couple. Like well, there's so how banal that is. Like,
So
many
this
of
kind of
those.
stuff happens a lot.
A lot. It's the norm. It's not the exception. They just happen to have like a grand scale because they have lots of people around them and
Yeah.
lots of money. But yeah, it's all that kind of dysfunction, that kind of chaos, that kind of he said, she said, two people with completely differing histories of what happened in the marriage, false allegations of domestic violence or true allegations of domestic violence that are completely denied by the person. And you have witnesses that'll say, oh my God, they never engaged in any kind of, because again, no one engages in domestic violence with company over. You don't like invite friends. Like people always say, like, oh no, I saw them. They seem so happy. Like people always do this to me as a divorce lawyer. They come in and they go, well, here's photos of the kids, smiling with me. So that's proof that like I'm a good dad. And I'm like, there's photos of Jeffrey Dahmer smiling with people he ate later. And you think these photos prove something? Like I don't, the lack of, I'm in the middle of a very complex domestic violence trial. And the entire defense on the other side is, well, we have photos of them on vacation where they look very happy, and she never called the cops. That's no defense at all. Like most victims of intimate partner abuse don't call the cops. They don't self-identify as victims of domestic violence.
And they probably have many stretches of time of intense happiness or happiness.
Of course. And by the way, perpetrators of domestic violence are charismatic. How else would they get victims? It's not like if they were ogreish, no one would sign on for that relationship. It's that when they're good, they're so good that when they're bad, you go, but wait, no, that's not him. The really good person's him or her. We saw that in the public testimony of that, Depp Heard thing is there were moments where you look at her and go, oh my God, like I want one just like that. And there are moments where you listen to the testimony and go, oh my God, she's awful. Like what? That's just evil.
Yeah.
And the same for him. So I really, this should teach us something about how not only are there two sides to every story, like that there's just so much complexity and nuance to these stories. But I think everyone was asking the question, whether you were Team Depp, Team Heard, or Team I could care less about either of these people. Everybody's looking at it going, why? Like, what? 8 billion people in the world. Why did you stay together? Just break up. You're miserable. It's obvious. It's obvious you're not. This can't be worth it.
I've actually become friendly with Camille Vasquez, who's the lawyer on the Depp side. She's an incredible woman.
Great lawyer.
And just a great human being. Just how passionate she is about her work. I mean, you radiate this kind of same passion. Like she's just truly happy doing what she does.
Yeah.
But also where the stress of a case it is like becomes her. She's you can't sleep, all this kind of stuff, which is fascinating.
I think that's a function of our professions. We even after 20 plus years of doing this, like the night before a trial, I can hardly sleep. And
Excitement, fear.
Yes.
Okay.
All of that. And I even have moments as I pull up to the courthouse and I listen. I wear certain cufflinks that are like my lucky cufflinks or something. And I pull up to the courthouse. I walk into the courtroom and I have this feeling in the pit of my stomach. And then it starts. And the moment it starts, something in me goes, oh yeah, I know how to do this.
Yeah.
And it's instantly like I own it. I love it. And it's the people that love this job. Being a trial lawyer, being particularly a divorce trial lawyer, family law trial lawyer, I love it. I love it more than I loved it when I started doing it. I still, I can't imagine spending 5 days a week looking forward to 2. I love what I do. I don't know that I'll ever love anyone or anything more than I love the work.
So I saw you on Talk with Steve Harvey a bunch of times, and I always loved it. One thing just sticks in my head from something he said as advice, that if you and your partner, your spouse, are, if there's a fight, there's a difficult thing you have to deal with, keep that to yourself. Don't talk to anyone else. Like that's a little like what does he say? Like a two-arm circle or something, whatever the expression
Yeah.
is. But basically resolve it all internally. Don't like when you face the world, you have a front of like
Mhm. Don't
we're
take
rock
sides
solid.
against the family.
Yeah. That's yes.
That's what it
Like
is.
it all boils down to
Yeah,
Godfather. And true
everything boils
romance.
down to Godfather references. It really does.
And true romance.
Yeah, you don't take sides against the family. You don't show that weakness to the world. I mean, again, I don't know that Steve in candor would say you shouldn't discuss it with your own therapist, but
Sure.
but I think what he's saying is don't project it out to the world. Don't share that because I think it can change the way people view your relationship, which then will change the way you view your relationship. And
Yeah.
and so I think don't run reckless when it comes to that primary relationship. Don't run your mouth recklessly.
Yeah, it's one of the things I mentioned to you offline that you know my now close friend Joe Rogan. I've never heard him ever speak negatively of his wife. It's always like super positive, how awesome of a person she is, and that to me has always been an inspiration to do the same for everybody in my life to always speak positively about them. Is that has probably a virtuous spiral effect.
I'm sure. Like that's probably because he has a great wife, and he has a great wife in part because of that.
Yeah.
Like I think it's clear that he's in her corner and cheering for her. It's clear she's cheering for him. Like they have. It's not like Joe Rogan's not a man who has opportunity.
Hmm.
I mean, he's surrounded by UFC ring girls, for God's sakes. Like this is a guy who has all the opportunity in the world, and he seems to be quite a fan of his wife.
Hmm.
And that is, that's a superpower. Like that's a real thing. Now the question is, you know, he doesn't seem to talk about it like, oh, I got to really work at that.
Yeah.
And that's not a man who's afraid to talk about what he works at.
Hmm.
He's pretty honest about, man, yeah, I got to work really hard to stay in shape. I got to work really hard to be able to do this. Like, yeah, I'm not good at memorizing that. It takes time.
Yeah.
But I've never heard him say like, oh, marriage is a lot of work. Like, and I think that's to his credit because it seems like they're enjoying that. And
Yeah.
it's also not incredibly public. Like it's not something most people couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
He kept it private for many years, and just because it's a private joy, it's a private, like deep, meaningful, intimate partnership. That's interesting. That's also an inspiration. It doesn't. Not everything about your life has to be this like look at me, I'm happy. Like I'm in a happy relationship. Everything is wonderful.
Especially that. I think there is something about the womb-like, cocoon-like joy, of like love.
Mhm.
When you're just tucked in, snuggled in, like just pressed against each other with that. Like that's such a, like it's just the two of you.
Yeah.
Like, and that's lovely, and that's
Yeah. It's
such a,
peace.
a good thing. And I like, we were just dying for connection, and that connection is so big. It's so everything, one of my earliest psychedelic experiences, probably when I was a teenager, but a theme that's been persistent in every psychedelic experience I've ever had is this idea of like everything is connection. Everything is being pressed to someone and with them, like the warmth of human connection. Like one of the reasons I enjoy listening to your work and your perspective has always been that I think at the core, you see connection and love. And I think for me, from my earliest experiences with psychedelics at 16, 17, I was very attuned to that. I was very much, that was put on my radar by psychedelics and just stayed part of my consciousness forever. And I think I had a 30-something year break from psychedelics, but it was like when I came back to it, I went, oh yeah, it's still there. That's still the core of everything is connection.
I mean, it's fascinating how deeply you value connection, how empathic you are, that you would be doing what you're doing, which is, or is it not? Is
I
it
think it's
not
the opposite.
counterintuitive?
No, I think it's actually why I'm well suited for what I do. I think what I do is I have to learn the story of my client and know it and feel it very deeply. And I have to feel it in a very human way that's very compassionate to this person. And then I have to feel it and understand it in a way that's incredibly antagonistic to it so I can shore up defenses. So I have to feel this person's story and feelings from every possible angle, because every one of them is a vulnerability and every one of them is a potential strength and a potential defense. And so I actually think it's my number one, other than extemporaneous speaking ability, it is my number one job tool, is the ability to radically empathize and to put myself. I was a hospice volunteer for many, many years when I first got out of college. And it really showed me a lot about, you know, what is sadness, what is tragic, and what is just inevitable decay, what is pain and decay. Like, we all die. Like, we play a game you can't win to the utmost. And so if we know the answer to all of this is you're going to die, then what do we do with the rest of that time? If all your stuff is just stuff, it's just going to go to the, the money's going to go, like everything's, your looks is going to go, everything's going to go, love's going to end one way or the other, then what are we doing? And I think it's love and connection. But what I'm doing for a living is helping, and I don't look at it as what I'm doing is helping people beat the crap out of each other. I look at it as I'm trying to help a client build their post-divorce life, to sort of rise from the ashes of that which has fallen apart and move on to the next chapter and refocus and have the things they need financially, emotionally, whatever it might be, interpersonally, in terms of with their kids. And so for me, it's actually a job that is very consistent with my desire to build connection and to be empathetic.
And witnessing the ashes doesn't make you cynical about the whole thing of love.
No, because again, 56% of marriages end in divorce, but 84% are remarried within 5 years. Like, we keep doing it over and over again.
And that's a good thing.
I think it is a good thing.
The mess of it, the absurdity of it, the hypocrisy of it, that's something beautiful about that.
Well, it's just the return is so great on the investment, listen, man, I've had more than one dog.
Yeah.
Like, when my dog died, the first dog I had died, I remember when I'm never gonna love again. I'm done. I'm done with this. I will never expose myself to this kind of pain again. I'll never have to take the dog bed and put it in the closet and ugh. And then some friend called me and said, we have an adoption event. Can you just watch this dog for 24 hours and then we'll take him? We just need, and I went, yeah, all right, I'll watch a dog for the night, and this dog comes in, they say, oh, he has mange. He's not going to, fuck, I got another dog. He walked in and my heart went, yeah, I got a dog. And now that dog is 13 years old and his eyes are cloudy and he doesn't go up the stairs real well. And he's going to break my heart. And I wouldn't change that for the world.
I'm still there. I'm still struggling for the second one. I lost a dog and it broke my heart. And,
yeah.
But
you'll never lose that pain. But I promise you, your heart has an infinite capacity for the kind of love you felt with that dog. And you'll never feel a love that replaces the whole. Like, there will never be another Buster for me. But there was Kaba. And you know what? And when he's gone, there will never be another one of him. But you know what? When that stupid puppy that was 5 months old stumbled in, I went, I guess I'm going to do this again. And you know what? I'm so glad. I'm so glad. And I know, by the way, I know now, and that's where I've said, it's that Joseph Brodsky poem, a song, I wish I knew no astronomy when stars appear. I wish I didn't know the pain. But you know what? I don't care. I don't care. And I believe we don't care. I think there's something to that. If something hurts so badly and you go, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again, then it must be of value. It must be of real value.
There's also a different perspective on it, that pain. So there's that from Louis, the show of this interaction with an old man with Louis C.K. And he says that because Louis is mourning the loss of got split up, he got dumped or whatever, and he's mourning the loss of that partner of love. And the old man says that is the best part. Like missing the love is still love. The real bad part is when you forget it, when the pain fades and it's all gone. But the pain is actually a kind of celebration of the love you had.
Of course. Well, the opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. I mean, hate is a passionate emotion. Love is a passionate emotion. But and there is a school of thought that says that only unfulfilled love can be truly romantic. But I believe that it's what I think I learned from hospice is that I think for me, knowing the impermanence is the thing. You know, it's the key.
Yeah, it's finite, and eventually it's gonna be over. And so like that intensifies the feeling. That's when you can have pure love without the drama.
Dogs are for me a great example. And again, I don't know what it all means, right? Existentially. But I just feel like they have that kind of love has to be here to teach us something. And I feel like the fact that they're so amazing and just so loving and so wonderful, and the bond we feel is so amazing and deep and doesn't require a lot of maintenance. And yet it's so finite. Like it's just this short little lifespan. And I feel like there's just such a lesson there, you know? There's so much there to unpack about the nature of connection and loss, and you know that your heart has this infinite capacity. Like I'm telling you, when my dog died, when Buster died, I remember thinking with certainty, I will never do this again because I'll never love that way again. I'll never love a dog the way I love this dog. And it's just not true. That's just not true. Like you have this infinite capacity, and that makes it scary actually, because like right now there's so many people you could love. There's so many dogs you could love. Like there's so much out there, and it requires a certain bravery and tremendous amount of risk to do it. You know,
And a commitment, because I think to really experience love, you should just dive in, because there is a huge number of people, but to really like, I mean, you have to like really dive into the full complexity, the full range of another human being.
yeah, which is hard because I don't know that we even feel comfortable diving into the full range of ourselves. You know, there's pieces of ourselves we try to push away or not think about, or
Hello, Moto.
Okay, so speaking of the whole sociopath slash empath that is all embodied in one human being, that is you. Let's go back to some cases, perhaps, that you've worked on. Just something that stands out to you. What's maybe the craziest, most complicated thing you've worked on? Is there something that pops to mind?
craziest would be different than most complicated.
Let's go craziest.
Yeah. So craziest, gosh, that's a great question. So from a chaos standpoint, I mean, I see so many bizarre fact patterns and so many variations of people cheating with people sleeping with the nanny, people sleeping with a relative of their spouse, people having same-sex or polyamorous relationships, and the other person doesn't even know they're not monogamous. Like so much craziness that you could fill 15 books. In terms of complexity, you know, I mean, emotionally complex is any custody case is emotionally complex because you're dealing with parenting issues, and what makes a good parent, I think, is a very tricky question because, you know, I'm trying to convince a judge who's a better parent, and that is so loaded with subjective, you know, value judgments.
Is there, just to linger on the maternal presumption, is that a thing you come face to face with often?
Well,
in the
there
court?
was, I mean, it was real. It was the law. There was something in the law called the maternal presumption. It was also known as the tender years doctrine, which meant that a child under the age of 7 was presumed to be in the custody of the mother unless you could show she was an unfit mother. So that's where the idea of like someone has to be proven an unfit mother came from. Now, in the 80s, 1980s, that was changed. But, you know, under my skin is under my sovereignty. I mean, you can't suggest that there isn't in the world a suggestion that a mother who births a child and feeds a child with her body doesn't have a particular bond with a child that's different than a father's bond with a child. So where do we put that? How much importance do we put on it? Now that there's better and more research in the mental health field about attachment theory and infants, there's also a lot of research on how is attachment formed, how should parenting schedules be put together based on attachment theory. But, there's conflicting perspectives on that.
And so as judge to judge, you see, like, is there a lot of variation?
Yeah, there is, because there's lots of kinds of judges. Like, there's judges that are thoughtful, enlightened, interested in the mental health research. And there's judges that just were unsuccessful lawyers that were good politically and got elected. And they just want to, they just want a job where, like, they show up at 9 o'clock, they have a lunch break from 12 until 2 o'clock, and that they leave at 4:30, and they get a certain number of weeks vacation and a pension after 20 years.
So what is in general the process of these custody battles? Like what's the landscape here?
Well, the overwhelming majority of custody cases don't end up in my office. They are a negotiation between two people that love their children more than they dislike their soon-to-be ex. So the overwhelming majority of cases are just two people going, okay, how are we going to make decisions together? Because there are decisions that have to be made about kids. Will they go to public or private school? Can they go on medication if they need it or not? Should we change pediatricians? All those kinds of things. How do we make decisions? And when will we each spend time with the kids? And so most custody cases are just that. Most custody cases are just a discussion, a negotiation between counsel about those issues. And they're not ugly, and they're not anything. They're just people. Again, sometimes people have differing perspectives, but sometimes people haven't thought through their perspective. So as a divorce lawyer, a lot of what I'm doing is counseling a person because they come in and say, well, I've been the person who handles, all of the homework and all of the everything. So he should only see the kids on weekends. And there's a logic to that. Like, I've always done the homework with the kids, so I'm the parent who's in charge of the homework. And he's obviously not done that before. But there's also a logic that you can then say, right, but then you're doing all the heavy lifting of parenting and he's doing none of that. And you were a married couple and living together. So he was trusting you to do that because you're good at it and you seem to like it. So maybe now we want him to have to do some of the heavy lifting of parenting, because we don't want the child when they're 13 to say, I love dad. We have nothing but a good time together, whereas you make me do my homework and eat my broccoli. Dad's the grass on the other side of the fence that's greener. So sometimes it's about educating a client to, like, change their frame, to look at this differently. Yeah, okay, we always go to my mother's for Thanksgiving, so I need every Thanksgiving. Okay, well, you were married. So now you're going to have new traditions. Things are changing for your children. Things are changing for your family. You're both going to have new traditions. So a lot of times it's just educating people on looking at things in a different way, looking at their parenting in a different way. We're not going to live in the same house anymore, but we're still going to parent this child or these children together. What's much more interesting, because I don't get invited to a lot of parties, but when I get invited to parties, if somebody says, what do you do for a living? And I say, I'm a divorce lawyer. Yeah. And they go, oh my God, you must have stories. That's the way everybody says, oh my God, you must have so many stories. And if I said, yeah, there was this couple and slowly grew apart, and then they decided that it would be good for them to end their relationship as a married couple, but they wanted to continue to have an amicable co-parenting relationship. So they divided their assets, and then they figured out a good parenting access schedule that made sure that they both had both leisure time and responsibilities with the children. People would be like, that's the worst fucking story out. That's so boring.
Yeah.
So what they really want is and then he was sleeping with the nanny, and then she caught him. So, the truth is, like, people want to hear about those flameouts. And by the way, those are super interesting as a lawyer. Like, it's super interesting.
It's usually going to be what, infidelity? You do have a chapter called Everybody Fucks the Nanny.
Everybody's fucking the nanny.
Everybody
There's
is
a nanny fascination out there. I try to explain it in the book, but yeah, I mean, I've had some great nanny stories. I mean, people run off with the nanny. People end up getting married to the nanny. I had one where he convinced her that they should have a threesome with the nanny. They got the nanny drunk. They had a bunch of threesomes with the nanny, and then the nanny and the wife paired up and left him.
Oh, nice.
And they're still quite happy.
That seems like a happy ending to the whole
For
thing.
everyone but him. But it was his idea.
Well, he's really going to have a nanny fascination now.
Now he's got to see the nanny, who's now the step parent to the kids. And it was his bright idea of let's have a threesome with the nanny. I mean, the nanny thing I think is a function of, in many circumstances, is the characteristics of the wife that he remembers fondly and that have been extinguished by the presence of children. So my words of wisdom is not don't get a nanny or make sure you get an ugly nanny. My thought on it is that a woman should remember, even when she's a mother, that she's also a woman who a man, they fell in love with each other. And she should take time to be in touch with the part of herself that is an independent woman, that's interesting and interested. And, there's a lot to be learned from divorced couples, because divorced couples, if you do it right, it's awesome. I had a wonderful experience parenting and being divorced, because I divorced when my kids were quite young. My co-parent, my ex-wife, is awesome. She's a great mom, nice person. We're good friends. And it was great. I had half the time I had my kids and I could focus on them. And the other half of the time they were with the other person who loves them as much as I do. And I didn't have any of the responsibilities of kids. And I could just have, all of the wonderful fun that you can have when you don't have, the responsibilities that come with full-time caring for children. So
what would you say now on the flip positive side? We've been talking about the collapse of things. What about success? What's the secret to a successful romantic relationship?
My mom used to say that it's hard to define intelligence, but you could spot stupid a mile away.
Yeah.
So I'm much better at pointing out where people fall apart, because I spend a lot of time with people who have fallen apart in their relationship. So it's easy to then say, well, just don't do what they do. But I don't know that that's not an oversimplification. So again, I think the answer is connection. I think the answer is affection, presence, mindfulness and presence. I do think, in my personal and professional experience, that most people want you fully more than they just want you in a disconnected way. So if you were to say to your romantic partner, you can have me for 2 hours where I'm giving you my undivided attention and I'm really joyful to be with you. Or you can have me for 8 hours where I'm sort of half paying attention and I kind of want to be someplace else for part of the time. There's just no choice there. It's so obvious. So I think presence is a big piece. And I think that, the you, the me, and the we, I think is important. Because I think in relationships, there's you and there's me, and we meet. And something magical happens, you know, and we become we. And now there's you and there's me and there's we. And then the we gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And isn't it great? Because it's such a nice, warm place. It gets so big, but it gets so big that you get small and me gets small because we. And if any of us dares to ask, well, what about you? What about me? No, the we. What, you don't like the we? You don't want to be with the we? Like, whoa, no, it's not that. But the we only exists because there was you and there was me. And I really like you and you really liked me. And so we picked each other out of lots of choices. And now this we is so fucking big. Like it threatens to just consume all of it, you know? And I really think that there's something there we have to look at more honestly.
So we should not consume everything, but it at the same time not be small.
Well, the we is the you and the me. And if you mix it so much that you and me loses its components, that all that's left is we, like, I don't think that that's the way to do it. I just think the world pulls us in that direction. Like we get told culturally that, well, why aren't you going with this person to that? Why would you do that by yourself? And why? Like anyone knows that there's joy in being away from each other and there's joy being reunited together. So why don't we, speak very honestly about that? It's and I think some of that's our own insecurity. Well, why don't you want to be with me 24 hours a day? Aren't I wonderful? Aren't I delightful? It's like, well, wait, what?
Well, but also probably people are either afraid or lazy in developing their individual selves. I mean, it's lonely going out there in the world by yourself. And it's comforting in that little cocoon of we.
I mean, it can also be incredibly adventurous going out into the world by yourself and then coming back to the we with a full report.
Yeah.
Coming back and saying like, oh my God, guess what I saw? Guess what I did? Oh my God, we have to go there together now. Because all I could think about was you.
Yeah.
While I was there, I was like, oh my God, she would love this.
Yeah.
Like that's magical. That's amazing. Like look what I brought you back. I went into this and then I got you this present from there. Yeah. Like there's something, and we know this, I always thought it was, like when you watch the old Westerns, or like the hero's leaving, and he's walking away from the cabin because he's going to go fight the gunfight. And she runs up and she goes, please don't go, stay here with me. And he like kisses her and then he goes.
Yeah.
If he goes like, yeah, you're right, I'll just stay here. It's cool. Like I didn't want to deal with that anyway. Like he's not the hero anymore then.
Yeah. Yeah, there's deep truth to that. And then probably, like you mentioned, sex.
Sex is
probably a big part of it. Friendship. That seems to me like a really important one.
Depends on how you define friend. Like if being a friend means we have some connection to each other and we have each other's cell phone numbers, okay, then we're friends. But if it's a bigger definition than that, if it's like you've picked me up at the airport, or like you're someone I could call. That it's like, dude, I gotta hide a body. Like you get shovel and lime.
I like how you escalated from airport pickup to murder.
Yeah, I try to go the direction. Well, I have to tell you, I define the Ben Affleck movie, The Town. That scene, that's friendship to me. I mean, to me, the ideal male friendship is the scene where he says, I need you to come with me. We're going to hurt some people and you never have to ask me about it again.
Oh, yeah.
And he says, whose car are we taking?
Yeah.
And that's sort of like, to me, that's friendship. So it's a high bar, to be like a friend. So when you say like friendship, I think that's the kind of friendship you should ideally have with your romantic partner. If you're getting married, it should be the like, whose car are we taking? Like it should be that it's you and me.
To be fair, that bar is reached with me with a lot of people. Yeah. Like if you called me tomorrow and there's a body.
But you're a big open heart.
But it's true. Like I wonder how many people out there are like that in terms of hiding the body.
I mean, my theory on this, because I think I'm like you in that way. I think I'm very sensitive. I feel things really deeply, and I think the world is terrifying when you feel things very deeply. because there's so much pain, there's so much betrayal, there's so many opportunities to be hurt, you know? And I think when you are that kind of person, you go through like stages. And one of them is that I don't care, I don't feel anything. It doesn't matter, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I won't feel anything. Like you try to convince yourself, I don't feel anything. It's fine, I don't feel anything. And then at some point, like, you know, you do feel all of it. And then it's like, oh my God, the weight of this is I mean, I think it's the whole arc of Pink Floyd, The Wall. It's literally the entire arc of Pink Floyd, The Wall, you know, and the song Stop, you know, where I want to go home, take off this uniform and leave the show. Like you just, when you feel all of it, the army of hammers coming at you, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, you know, 1,000 natural shocks the flesh is heir to. When you feel all of that deeply, you know, it's very hard, but it can also be a superpower, because I think when you can bring that to a relationship, when you can bring that to a profession like you've done and I've done, then there's something very magical about that. The ability to bring it out in someone, to feel it in yourself, to understand it, you know, is a gift. It's a wonderful, wonderful gift. I'm humbled by what it brought me professionally. And I'd like to think that you and I have both found professions that enable us to use that sensitivity, that empathy in a productive and good way, and in a personally fulfilling way. And ideally in a way that does good for other people.
You yourself are incredibly successful and high performer. You've dealt with a lot of CEOs and just high performers in all walks of life. What can you say about successful relationships with those kinds of folks?
That's a good question. I think
is it all the same stuff, or there's something special when they're busier?
Well, you know, I think when you represent high net worth individuals, but also high performing, I would make a distinction between high net worth and high performing. So I've done high net worth divorces where the person's like a trust fund kid, even though they're an adult, you know, but they're what they did to achieve their high net worth status is their great grandfather died.
Sure.
You know, so that is different than someone who is self-made, who through discipline, focus, entrepreneurship, you know, whatever it might be, that they have found success. And there's also a difference between financial success and fame, because I've represented famous people that actually did not have that much money in the scheme of things, or much liquidity. And I've represented people that were not in any way famous and were very high performing in their field. Like in New York, we have a lot of finance people. So, and what I find is their divorces are challenging. One, on a technical level, because figuring out what they have and how to divide it is tricky.
Sure. Yeah.
Because when something's moving that quickly, like when your portfolio's movement, you know, affects a market, you know, that's challenging. You know, Jeff Bezos' divorce for a time when it was in its early stages could affect Amazon stock. It did, you know. So that's a real thing. You know, there are businesses that are affected by a divorce. But in terms of being in a relationship with someone who is a high performing person, you know, most of the high performing people I know are creatures of discipline and routine. You know, from Joe Rogan, you know, we've talked about, you know, any of these people, like they have a routine, they have a discipline, they have a focus, they have a way they like to do things, they have a type of coffee they like to drink, they have a way that they like to do. And divorce is a tremendous disruption. I mean, divorce is fundamental things in your life are shifted out of your control. Like your spouse may be the one who has decided you are no longer going to live in that house. You will no longer see your children on these days. So to take that control away from someone is very, very hard. I mean, when someone is a high performing, high net worth person, they are used to being told yes. They are used to being able to buy their way out of a problem. But just like illness, you know, you can hire the best doctor, but you can't cure cancer because you have a lot of money. Like you can hire the best lawyer, but you can't cure a custody case, and that's, I mean, Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's seemingly endless custody disputes that have been going on for years now with the best lawyers in California working on them is proof of the fact that you can't just buy a resolution to those things, that you have to go through it just like everyone else.
So that lets me ask the question of how much does a divorce usually cost?
It's a great question. Average divorce, I mean, it's sort of like what I always tell clients in the first consultation is I tell them the most reasonable question a person could ask me sitting in that chair across from me is two. How long is this going to take? And how much is it going to cost? And those are two questions I can't answer. And then the next thing they say is, give me a range, which is a bit like calling your doctor and saying, I have a headache. What is it? Well, I can't tell you. I'd have to do tests. Give me a range. Okay. It's a reaction to the barometric pressure, and it'll be gone in 15 minutes. Or it's a brain aneurysm, and you'll be dead in 5 minutes. There's your range. And so it didn't really help, right? Yeah. So I have the least expensive divorce I've ever seen is two people who one of whom comes into my office and says, we've written down on a yellow pad what we figured out at the kitchen table. She's going to keep the house. I'm going to keep the 401k. We have a bank account at this bank. We're going to split that 50-50. I'm going to pay her this much in child support each month. And we're going to agree from time to time on what we're going to do in terms of the schedule with the kids, but they're primarily going to live with her. Can you write this up and make it legally binding? Yes. $3,500.
Just as a side note, I have a friend who went through a divorce and handled it just masterfully by giving more than he's supposed to and having nothing but love in his heart and happiness with the kids, and just like, I don't know, that to me is just an inspiration. Like, not like his whole view was like, who cares about money? Like,
well, yeah.
And also, like, he refused, like, with every ounce of his being, to have anything but complete love for the other person.
Yeah. I've had clients who, with a straight face, will say to me, like, well, I'm not going to quibble over a few $1 million. And they mean it, because to them, it's numbers on a page. So I'll personalize this a bit. So I have a friendly relationship with my ex-wife, who's the mother of my sons, who are adults. And we have maintained a very good relationship. And so now it's many years divorced later, 17, 18 years later. And we were able to sort of post-game that relationship, even our co-parenting relationship. We kind of post-game it when we chat with each other. And I remember once saying to her, yeah, you never like screwed around with me when it came to the kids. Like, you were always so like cool, like if I called you, like if I was having a really bad day at work and or like seeing just an ugly custody case, and like it just felt like I would call her and say like, hey, can I just pick the boys up and like take them out for ice cream or something tonight? I know it's not my night, but would you mind if I just like took them out for a couple hours? She'd be like, yeah, sure, come on by. She was always flexible like that. And I said to her, like, what was that, just goodwill? Like, you're just a good person? Or like, what was that about? And she was like, yeah, it was partly that, but she was like, it was partly that like you never screwed around with me when it came to money. Like, if the kids needed something, or if I needed something as the mother of the kids, like, you were always like, yeah, sure, of course. Like, her air conditioning kicked out and she needed to replace it, and she didn't have like liquidity at the time. And I didn't have a lot of money at the time because it was a long time ago. And I was like, all right, no, because I don't want you hot and upset, and I don't want the boys, to be in, like, of course. And so I think, yeah, when you approach a conflict with, like, it's very hard to argue with someone who won't argue with you. If the person approaches the argument from the point of view of like, I'm not going to argue with you. Like, I'm going to absorb your aggression. I'm going to just not meet it with that. I'm going to meet it with love. I'm going to meet it with positivity. It doesn't always work, because sometimes people are so angry that they're relentless. Yeah. But I have to tell you, like, the louder you get, the quieter I get, the more you seem irrational, and that's what I always try to bring that to court proceedings. Like, I always try to bring to court, like, if I know my adversary is coming in hard, I'll come in quiet and slow and deliberate. because I want the volume to be turned up way too high over there. And then it looks like, Your Honor, what's their problem over there, you know? And I think that, I say this to clients. They got a 4-year-old, they're getting divorced, let's say. There's going to be a wedding in like 20-something years. There's going to be a wedding. And it's either going to be the wedding where they got to put these people on opposite sides of the room because if they pass each other by the shrimp boat, they're going to kill each other. Or it's the wedding where like you stand there, you take some pictures, you kind of go like, yeah, we fucked up this whole marriage thing, but man, we did a good job with this kid, didn't we? You know? And the decisions you make right now, there's a straight line to that wedding. And so even if you don't like this person, even if you're mad at them, even if you're mad at yourself for the choices you made in choosing them as a co-parent, like I've every single Mother's Day for 27 years, I have told my now longtime ex-wife, happy Mother's Day. I'm so glad that we had kids together. I'm so glad you're the mother of my kids because they wouldn't be who they are if it wasn't that they were part me and part you. And I'm so grateful for you. And, you know, I'm always cheering for you. Like, how hard is that? How hard is that?
Well, it's really hard for some people, but
I don't understand why it's so hard for some people. I'll tell you, I do find that hard. There's not a lot of things that I kind of don't understand, but that's one that I kind of don't understand. Like I put in one of the weird things I did as a divorce lawyer that caused like a little stir among my colleagues for a few years was some years ago. Like we all steal from each other's work, divorce lawyers. Like we're like the matrimonial mafia. Like we all know each other. We all deal with each other over and over again. But we all have the same job. And so we're the only people that really know the unique stresses of that job. So even though we try to kill each other all day, it's like boxers, like professional fighters. Like, yeah, your job's to take each other's head off, but like nobody knows what the two of you went through like the two of you.
Yep.
You know, that's why like I always get like, I go like all kinds of rubbery when I see after the fight, like the two people hug each other.
Yeah.
Cause I'm always like, yeah,
Yep.
cause you know what? They relate to each other better than anybody. They suffered, they bled, you know, the competitors, they bled, you know? So I really think divorce lawyers, we have that same kind of relationship. Like we went through this stress, you know, on opposite sides trying to take each other apart. And I find that, you know, we all steal from each other's material when it comes to separation agreements, provisions that we use for agreements. Like all the agreements are like these Frankenstein monsters of, oh, I like his estate planning provisions. Oh, I like her, you know, provisions related to maintaining a life insurance policy to secure the alimony award. And I wrote this paragraph or this section because what occurred to me is that when you have a child with someone, and let's say they're 3 or 4 or 5, they're old enough to know what Christmas is, but they're not old enough to go buy a Christmas present. But they're old enough to know that you get presents on Christmas and you give presents on Christmas. But they're not old enough to buy one for the parent. So someone has to do that for them. So I thought, I'm going to put in a provision that says that as long as the children are so young that they can't independently purchase a Mother's Day or a birthday present for the co-parent, that you'll take the children either to buy a small gift or to make a card, something like that. This struck me as a no-brainer. Who could disagree with this? Like, it's not for the person, it's for the kid. It's so the kid, happy birthday, Mom. I don't have a present for you, I don't have a card for you because I'm fucking 5.
Yeah.
Like I'm 5. Like the kid can't go do that. So wouldn't you want your child, not your co-parent, who cares? Maybe you want them to have the worst birthday ever. Fine, but you don't want your child to be embarrassed. And I even put in the provision, the parties acknowledge that it is the intention of this provision to ensure that the child is not embarrassed and feels, you know, that they were able to say. I cannot tell you how many people refuse to sign that. How many lawyers said to me, we're taking that out. And I went, wait, why? Well, why does my client have to buy a present for your client? I said, they're not buying a present for my client. They're buying a present for the child to give to my client. It can be one of those little $3 boxes of chocolates they sell at the drugstore. Like it's a kid. They don't know. They don't know what anything is.
Wow.
And people Nope. And I have to tell you, of the conundrums, of the puzzles that I can't figure out in existence, that's one I can't figure. I do not understand why that's so hard.
That's basically just an illustration of their complete inability to do anything nice for the other
level,
person.
right? The level of hatred, the level of vitriol that they like. Maybe this is me. If you apologize, there's not a lot I won't forgive. Like, I'm not saying I'll forget it. I'm not saying, oh, we're totally good like it never happened. I understand that. But if someone says what I call a non-bullshit apology, right? Like a bullshit apology is, oh, I'm sorry you got so upset when I did that. Like, that's a bullshit apology. I'm sorry that you were offended. That's a bullshit apology. Or I'm sorry for what I did. Because what are we talking about? We might not be talking about the same thing. Or you might be saying, I'm sorry that you found out about that, not that you did it. So a real apology is, I lied to you, and I realized that hurt you, and I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I regret that I did that, and I know that it hurt you, and I'm really sorry. That's a real apology, okay? So someone's willing to give you that, and you still want to walk around with like the level of vitriol that you will harm your child rather than do something nice for them, I don't have a solution. And I have to tell you, I see that all the time. Like, parental alienation is a thing. It is a thing. Like, children can be weaponized. Like, I always tell people, if you want to get married, get married. Get a prenup ideally, but if you don't have a prenup, okay, you're just risking money. Don't worry, you're just risking money. Money and hassle, of paperwork and of time and of going through an ugly financial divorce. But you have a kid with somebody, that is a missile. Like, that person has a power over you for a long time, if not forever.
So the child could be used as part of a manipulation.
Oh, routinely.
That's
People
heartbreaking.
weaponize children all the time, and they do it with the permission of their own conscience, because they genuinely believe I'm gonna protect this person, this child, from this person who, by the way, is a bad spouse.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean they were a bad father or a bad mother. You can be bad at being a spouse, but the skill set of a spouse and of a parent, it's not necessarily the same. And I've seen, people alienate children from a parent in such subtle ways, but they're so powerful. And as a lawyer, it doesn't matter what I know, it matters what I can prove. And it's very hard to prove alienation because it's usually a very subtle process. And the example I always give to people is, it's a rare kind of crazy person that will say to a 7-year-old, your dad is a bad person. But this, hello, here, it's your dad. You just said your dad's a bad person. You just did it with your eyes. You did it with the expression on your face when you handed the phone to the kid. You told that kid your dad's a bad person. You didn't have to say it out loud. And that is something people are guilty of all the time. When the kid comes home and says, there's a divorced couple. Kid comes home and says, oh, I met mom's new boyfriend. And you go, oh yeah, that's nice. Remember, he's not your dad. Whoa. Like, you just told that kid a whole bunch of information about how he's supposed to feel about this person.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go, oh, that's nice. He's a nice guy. Oh, that's great. I heard nice things. Yeah, I heard he likes bicycles. That's cool. That's really neat. Like, you just told this kid, okay, it's okay. You can like this person. It's okay to like this person.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay that your mom is with this person. Yep. Like, and again, whatever you feel about your ex, your co-parent, usually you love your kid more than you hate your ex, ideally.
Also, I wish people would, even without an apology, forgive each other. Because it goes back to the earlier discussion we had. Like, I usually forgive people if there's something in them, especially if we shared something, but even just if there's something about them that's beautiful. Like, it's great that they exist in the world. So I'm just grateful for that, and I use that as the fuel of forgiveness.
I don't know. To me, like, forgiveness is very often, it's for me, like, when I let go of anger, I feel lighter. I think my heart enjoys peace. I mean, partly it's because I fight for a living. You know, I work in the world of conflict. Like I jokingly used to say to my sons when they were teenagers, you know, like, I can only argue if you've paid. Like, it's not fair to the paying customers. If I argue with you for free, that's not fair,
Yeah.
you know?
But I think we were talking about the incredibly wide range that a divorce can cost.
Yeah. So
The cheap, and you were saying the cheapest one was the yellow.
yeah,
paper.
yellow pad, 2 people,
Yeah.
came to an agreement, write it up, make it legally binding, $5,000 maybe, you know, tops. But usually 3,500, $5,000, that kind of vibe. Most expensive, millions in counsel fees.
And that's because of the duration, the complexity.
Yeah, the
number
duration,
of
the
people.
complexity of issues. Like, I have clients who've paid 2-3 million in counsel fees to me.
So it's like has to do custody or like what's the
It can be,
source of
it
complexity?
can be complex custody that requires a hearing, that requires expert testimony, dueling mental health professionals, opining on the parenting. It can be a situation where emergency circumstances occur, like where an individual tries to abscond to another country with the children and you have to bring them back under the Hague Convention on international child abduction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've done some Hague cases. You know, there are cases where people have very different facts. Like, before I came here today, a client of mine's soon-to-be ex-husband, who she's in the middle of a divorce, he tested positive for cocaine on a hair follicle test, where it was said he was definitely not going to test positive, and he tested positive. So it was like we were scurrying now with, okay, we got to get a motion filed. We got to suspend access. We got to protect the kids. We got to get in front of a judge. We got to think about what are the implications of this, because he was about to transition to an unsupervised parenting. Like, this is the kind of stuff that can amp up the amount of work the lawyer has to do, which then translates to money. I mean, I get paid for my time, you know, and the time of my team. You know, I have attorneys and paralegals who work for me. So when you have a team of lawyers working on a case, you can burn tens of thousands of dollars a day if it's a big enough case. There are also very complex financial cases. You know, people move and hide money. The high net worth space is a different world. Like, if an average person owns a home, they own a home in their name or their name with their spouse. A high net worth person owns an LLC that owns that home. That LLC is owned by a trust. They are a beneficial interested party in that trust. Like, this is how some of my clients who make tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars a year pay less in taxes than a cop or a firefighter. Mm-hmm. Because they have structures, and the structures that were designed for tax planning purposes, then in a divorce become very tricky to unwind and to figure out, wait, no, what is mine and what is not, you know?
Well, then that takes us to the question of prenups. What's your view on prenups, prenuptial agreements?
It's not popular to quote Kanye West, but if you ain't no chump, holla, we want prenup. We want prenup. I mean, that's what he had to say.
Meaning, so that's prenup is a good idea.
Prenup is an excellent idea. Prenup is a contract between two people that binds their respective rights and obligations in the event of a divorce when it comes to financial issues. That's all it is. And there's a lot of reasons to have them. And there really aren't any reasons not to have them other than the fact it requires an uncomfortable conversation.
So, I mean, there's a few questions here. First, do they work legally in general?
Yes. If they are crafted correctly.
Life is a whirlwind. When there's disaster to deal with, who are we?
911, what's your emergency?
911 Thursdays on ABC starting March 14th.
Want to make the switch to Shopify and keep all of your business critical data? No problem. Sign up for a free trial at Shopify.com and download one of our top-rated migration apps. All of your important content and data, from products to customers, will be imported to your Shopify store. And designing your online store? Shopify has tons of customizable, no-code themes that let you express your brand your way. Then it's on to selecting shipping options and setting up Shopify payments so you can get paid. Now the only thing left to do is connect your domain and launch your store.
It was just like one of those moments where we saw it at the same time, and we're standing by the tail, and the snake was so big that, I mean, this must have been a 25-foot anaconda dead asleep with a probably a 16-foot anaconda like sprawled across her. And they're laying in the starlight, and we're floating on top of a lake, standing there in the middle of the Amazon. And JJ I could feel the blood drain out of his face. And as like however old I was, maybe 20 years old, I just said, if we could somehow show people this, we'll be on the front cover of National Geographic, and we can protect all the jungle that we want. And so I tried to catch it.
Yeah.
So I jumped on the snake, and the only measurement I have of this animal is that when I wrapped my arms around it, I couldn't touch my fingers.
Yeah.
And so I was, my feet were dragging, and to her credit, this anaconda did not turn around and eat me because her head was, this big. And she went and she reached the edge of the grass island, and she starts plunging into the dark. And so I'm watching the stars vibrate as this anaconda is going, and I had to make the choice of either going headfirst down into the black, which no thank you, or stopping and just keeping my hand on this thing as it raced by me. And I just felt the scales and the muscle and the power go by, and then eventually taper down to the tail until it slipped away into the darkness. And I was laying there just panting.
The following is a conversation with Paul Rosley, a conservationist, explorer, author, filmmaker, and real-life Tarzan. Since for much of the past 17 years, Paul has lived deep in the Amazon rainforest, protecting endangered species and trees from poachers, loggers, and foreign nations funding them. He is the founder of Jungle Keepers, which today protects over 50,000 acres of threatened habitat. And Paul is one of the most incredible human beings I've ever met. I hope to travel with him in the Amazon jungle one day, because in his eyes, I saw a truth that can only be discovered directly by spending time among the immensity and power of nature at its purest. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Paul Rosley. In 2006, at 18 years old, you fled New York and traveled to the Amazon. This started a journey that I think lasts to this day. Tell me about this first leap. What in your heart pulled you towards the Amazon jungle?
From the time I was, 3 years old, I'd say, it was dinosaurs, wildlife documentaries, Steve Irwin, you name it. And like when my parents said, nature versus nurture, they nurtured my nature. I was always just drawn to streams, forests. I wanted to go explore where the little creek led. I wanted to see the turtles and the snakes. And so I was a kid that hated school, did not get along with school. I was dyslexic and didn't know it, undiagnosed. I didn't read until I was like 10 years old, like way behind. And so for me, the forest was safety. Like I remember one time in first grade, they had you doing those, those multiplication sheets. That was pure hell for me. And so I actually got so upset that I couldn't do it that I ran out the classroom, ran out the door, and went to the nearest woods, and I stayed there because that was safe. And so for me, like once I got to the point where I was like, high school isn't working out, I had incredibly supportive parents that were like, look, just get out, take your GED, get out of high school after 10th grade. You got to go to college, but like start doing something you love. And so I saved up and bought a ticket to the Amazon and met some indigenous guys. And the second I walked in that forest, it was like, it's like the first scene in Jurassic Park when they see the dinosaurs and they go, oh, this is it.
Yeah.
I walked in there and I looked at those giant trees. I saw leafcutter ants in real life, and I just went, oh, it was like the movie just started. That was when like I came online.
Can you put into words, what is it about that place that felt like home? What was it that drew you? What aspect of nature, the streams, the water, the forest, the jungle, the animals, what drew you?
It's always been in my blood. I mean, for any forest, I mean, whether it's, upstate New York or India or Borneo, but
the Amazon, it's all of that turned up to this level where everything is superlatively diverse. You know, you have more plants and animals than anywhere else on Earth, not just now, but in the entire fossil record. It's the Andes Amazon interface. That's terrestrially, that's where it is. That's the greatest library of life that has ever existed. And so you're so stimulated, you're so overwhelmed with color and diversity and beauty and this overwhelming sense of natural majesty of these, 1,000-year-old trees, and half the life is up in the canopy of those trees. We don't even have access to it. There's stuff without names walking around on those branches, and it's like it just takes you somewhere. And so going there, it was like, the guys I met just opened the door and they were like, how far do you want to go down the rabbit hole? How much of this do you want to see?
You mentioned Steve Irwin. You list a bunch of heroes that you have. He's one of them. And you said that when you're unsure about a decision, you ask yourself, WWSD, what would Steve do? Why is that such a good heuristic for life? What would Steve do?
He's a human being that, like, everything we saw from Steve Irwin was positive. Everything was with a smile on his face. If he was getting bitten by a reticulated python, he was smiling. Yeah. If he was, getting destroyed in the news for feeding a crocodile with his son too close, he was trying to explain to people why it's okay and why we have to love these animals. And everything was about love. Everything was about, wildlife and protecting. And to me, a person like that where you only see positive things, that's a role model.
And it's just like an endless curiosity and hunger to explore this world of nature.
Yeah, and an insatiable madness for wildlife. I mean, the guy was just so much fun.
I gotta, if it's okay, read to you a few of your own words. You open
oh boy.
the book Mother of God with a passage that I think beautifully paints a scene. Before he died, Santiago Duran told me a secret. It was late at night in a palm-thatched hut on the bank of the Tambopata River, deep in the southwestern corner of the Amazon basin. Besides a mud oven, 2 wild boar heads sizzled in a cradle of embers, their protruding tusks curling in static agony as they cooked. The smell of burning cecropia wood and singed flesh filled the air. Woven basket containing monkey skulls hung from the rafters, where stars peeked through the gaps in the thatching. A pair of chickens huddled in the corner, conversing softly. We sat facing each other on sturdy benches, across a table hewn from a single cross-section of some massive tree, now nearly consumed by termites. The song of 1,000,000 insects and frogs filled the night. Santiago's cigarette trembled in the aged fingers as he leaned close over the candlelight to describe a place hidden in the jungle. That line, the songs of 1,000,000 insects and frogs filled the night, for some reason hit me. What's it like sitting there conversing among so many living creatures all around you?
Every night in the jungle, you live in constant awareness of that out there in the darkness are literally millions of heartbeats around you. And so, like, we exist in this, domesticated, paved world most of the time. But when you go out there past the roads and the telephone poles and the hospitals, and you make it out into Earth, just wild Earth. And it's not like this is a national park. There's no rescue helicopter waiting to come get you. You are out there and you're surrounded at night by, there are snakes and jaguars and frogs and insects and all this stuff just crawling through the swamps and through the trees and through the branches. And we put on headlamps and go out into the night and just absolutely fall to our knees with wonder of the things that we see. It's absolutely incredible.
And most of it doesn't make sounds like the insects do.
The insects do, the frogs do. You have some of the night birds making sounds, but a lot of it, everything has evolved to be silent, invisible. Everything there is on the list. There's another line in Mother of God where I said, life is just like a temporary moment of stasis and like the churning, recycling death march that is the Amazon. It's been called the greatest natural battlefield on Earth. If in any square acre, there's more stuff eating other things than anywhere else. And you go through a swamp in the Amazon, and there's tarantulas floating on the water. There's frogs in the trees. There's tadpoles hanging from leaves, waiting to drop into the water. There's fish waiting to eat them. There's birds in the trees. You literally are surrounded by so many things that your brain can't process it. It's just overwhelming life.
Churning death march. Some of the creatures are waiting, and some of them are being a bit more proactive about it. What do you make of that churning death march? The amount of murder that's happening all around you at all scales. What is that? You know, we dramatize wars and the millions of people that were lost in World War II. Some of them tortured, some of them dying with a gun in hand, some of them civilians. But it's just millions of people. What about the billions and billions and billions of organisms that are just being murdered all around you? Does that does that change your view of nature, of life here?
I've always kind of wondered like that, like when you see like a wildebeest taken down by lions and eaten from behind while it's alive, and it makes you question God. You know, you go, how could they let this happen? In the Amazon, I find personally that these natural processes make up almost a religion, that it reminds you how temporary we are, that, you know, the bot flies that are trying to get into your skin and the mosquitoes that are trying to suck your blood, and the, you know, when you sweat, you literally can like hold out your arm and watch the condensation come off of your skin and rise up into the canopy and join the clouds and rain back down in the afternoon. And then you drink the river and start it all over again. And it's like, it's flowing through you. So the Amazon reminds me that there's a lot that we don't understand. And so when it comes to that overwhelming and collective murder, as Werner Herzog put it, it's just part of the show. It's part of the freak show of the Amazonian night.
So you in certain moments able to feel one with a mosquito that's trying to kill you slowly?
One with the mosquito is a stretch.
Is it always the enemy? What I mean is, like, you're part of the machine there, right?
Yeah, and it's like fair play. It's like fair play. So like we have bullet ants, and like, you know, you get nailed by a bullet ant and you just go,
yeah, well done. Well done.
Today's over. I'm going back to bed and I'm taking a pile of Tylenol, and, you know.
Do you think in that sense, when you're out there, are you a part of nature or are you separate from nature? Is man a part of nature or separate?
I think that's what's so refreshing about it, is that out there you truly are. And so whether we're bringing researchers or film crews or whether we're just out there ourselves on an expedition, you truly are part of nature. And so one of the things that my team and I started doing when I became friends with these guys, you know, this is a family of indigenous people from the community of Infierno, and they took me in, and as we got close, they started saying, you know, you can come with us on our like annual hunting trip. And I went, okay. And it's 4 guys in a boat, and you don't want to get your clothes wet. So we're all in like our boxers in a canoe with a motor going out past the places that have names, and you're out in the middle of the jungle. And the thing is, like, when your motor breaks, you are so quickly reminded of the inerrant truths, like the things that nobody can argue with. And we live in such a human world where everything is debatable, religion and politics and perspectives on everything. And then you get down to this point where it's like, if we don't figure something out, the river is going to rise and take the boat. That's the truth. And ain't nobody going to like argue with that. And it's like, to me, there's a beauty in that truth, because then all of us are united there in that truth against like the natural facts around us. And so to me, that's a state where I feel very, very at home.
And the Amazon is more efficient than most places on Earth at swallowing you up.
To the uninitiated, scanning can seem like an arcane, time-consuming process. But really, all you need are the right tools and some patience. If you have a spaceship, the basic tools come fitted as standard. And if you've been playing EVE for any length of time, so too does patience. Those basic tools start with the overview, which by default is on the right of the screen whenever you're in flight. More a tactical feed than an actual scanner, it provides a constantly updated and configurable list of local ships, structures and celestial objects. For some, like player-piloted ships, the overview has limited range, but it's something to keep an eye on whenever you're in space. To find ships beyond the range of the overview, up to 14 AU away, and specifically to scout out threats that might be lurking at your next waypoint, you need to familiarize yourself with the directional scanner. The D-scanner, as it's commonly known, can only pick up contacts in a sphere or cone that radiates from the direction in which your view is pointing when you hit the scan button. If you go to the scanning interface, Alt-D, you can see how this works. By adjusting the scan range and width on the left panel, you can affect the resolution and the accuracy of the data that comes back. Used properly, the D-scanner is an invaluable scouting tool, but if you want to pinpoint ships and highlight deeper space signatures, you need to turn to your sensor overlay, which is attuned to displaying mysterious pockets of space that invariably require further investigation in order to access. These show up as coloured brackets in the main view, and as ticks that shift their orbit around your command control circle, depending on where the camera is aiming. You can of course filter out the signals you don't want, such as entry-level cosmic anomalies, which you can warp to as you would a moon or a stargate. For other stellar mysteries, collectively known as cosmic signatures, combat, relic, data, gas sites and wormholes, more specialist equipment is required, namely probe launchers and the ships that are best suited to equipping them, exploration frigates and their advanced Tech 2 variants. Before you hit the market though, there are two types of probe launcher that you need to consider for the two types of probe: core and combat. Both can be used for seeking out profitable cosmic signatures and combat anomalies, but combat probes are much less efficient at it. However, they are great at pinpointing individual ships that might otherwise go undiscovered. Regardless of who or what you'll be tracking down, the actual process of probe scanning is much the same, and is actually easy once you've done it a couple of times. Essentially, it's a process of elimination where you arrange your array of 8 probes over a signature reading, hit Analyze, then rearrange and increase scan resolution until the signal is at 100%, at which point you can warp to it and fight, hack or mine whatever's there. As an example of how to do this, here you can see a bunch of signatures that require investigating. If we click on one, we see a red wireframe sphere, which is the area we need to scan. Double-click to focus on it, then launch your probes, making sure they're in a pinpoint formation. Now, see that box with the arrows? That represents the center of where your probe array will initiate its next scan, and you want that to be over the center of the red X. The quickest way to accomplish this is to rotate the views so that you can only see a side facing of the cube. Then, dragging it to the center of the X, you can rotate the view to the top facing and do the same again. Now, if you spin around, you'll see that you're pretty much spot on, with only minor adjustments required. Next, you need to select your scan resolution, which is the probe size slider next to the Analyze button. At each stage of the scan process, and there may be 4 or 5, you want all your probes overlapping the entirety of the area where the signature might be, ideally with the center probe covering the signature areas, in this case, the sphere. When it is, hit Analyze and wait for the results. When they come in, you should find you have a smaller area to cover, either a ring, 2 points, or even better, a yellow marker. Again, simply rearrange your probes to cover each area, zooming in the view and increasing scan resolution to increase the signal strength at each stage. If you're fully zoomed in and perfectly aligned with probe size set to 0.25 AU and you're still not at 100% signal strength, hold down Shift to rearrange your individual probes in a tighter formation and try again. Once you have a signal pinpointed, what you do with it is up to you. If it's a gas site, you'll want to warp to it and mine it. If it's a data or relic site, you'll have to hack it with the required module to claim its treasures. And of course, if it's a combat site or a sneaky enemy vessel up to no good, you may want to get a more capable ship or call some friends over. And if it's a wormhole, well, who knows where it'll lead. If you've been playing EVE Online for long enough, you'll know the greatest opportunities rarely make themselves obvious. Good luck finding them though, and don't forget to recover your probes before heading off into the partially unknown. Space littering is bad, okay?
God, yeah.
Okay. So just to linger on that, because you've spoken about Francisco de Orellana, who's this explorer in 1541 and 42 that sailed the length of the Amazon.
Yeah.
Probably one of the first. And there's just a few things I should probably read. I should probably find a good book on him because the guy seems like a gangster.
Yes, there's some great books on him.
So he sailed. He led the expedition that sailed all the way from one end to the other. There's like a rebuilding of a ship,
which is insanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because it speaks to the thing, it's like nobody's gonna come and rescue you.
No.
You have to. If your boat dies, you gotta have to rebuild it.
Yeah. So they came down the Andes, entered in the headwaters of the Amazon, constructed some sort of raft, boat, craft, something, and made it down the entire Amazon basin. Of course, his stories are the ones that led to the Amazon being called the Amazon, because he reported tribes of women. He reported these large cities, places where the tribes lived on farms of river turtles that they corralled, and they lived off of that protein. And then when they came out to the mouth of the Amazon, if I remember it correctly, that just through navigation and the stars, they were able to calculate where the way was back to Spain and make a boat seaworthy enough to bring them home. Incredible. Absolutely.
Do people like that inspire you, your own journey? Like, what gives you kind of strength that in these harshest of times, in harshest of conditions, you can persevere?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the stories of people that are so, these stories of people that have overcome incredible suffering like that, or like, what Shackleton did or something like that. And so like when you're, I've been, your tent gets washed away. You go to sleep and the river rises 20 feet and washes away your tent, and you crawl out and all you have is a machete and a headlamp, literally no bag, no food, no nothing. And you go, wow, the next 6 days before I reach back to a town is going to be just pure hell. I'm going to be sleeping on the ground, covered in ants, destroyed by mosquitoes. And then it becomes, am I in any capacity, any percentage as tough and resilient as the people that I've read about that have made it through things far worse than this? And then that's the game you play.
What goes through your head when all you got is the headlamp and the machete? So are you thinking at all? Like I've gotten a chance to interact quite a lot with Elon Musk, and he constantly puts out fires, having to run several companies. There's never a kind of whiny deliberation about issues. You're just always one step forward, how to solve, right? This is the situation, how do you solve it? Or do you also have a kind of self-motivating, almost egotistical, like, I'm a bad motherfucker, I can handle anything, almost like trying to fake it till you make it kind of thing?
There was a little bit of
your
that.
machete in the head.
I got a sword. There may have been a little bit of that when I was like, like 14, 15 years old. I'd like, have like a hunting knife and my dog, and I'd go out into the woods of like the Catskills and survive for a weekend. With my rule was one match. You get one match, and you got to make shelter. And then, I'd bring like a steak and like make a fire and stuff. And like at that point, there maybe was some ego, but in the Amazon, you get stripped down so completely that it's like that thing, like, watch the atheism leave everyone's body when they think they're about to die. It's like when you find yourself staring up at the Amazon at night and you go, there is no hope of getting out of here. I mean, I was once lost in a swamp where it took me days to get out of there. And there was moments where I just said, this is clearly it. There's no ego there. There's just hope. You start realizing what you believe in and praying that you'll be okay, and then trying to summon whatever you know about how to survive, and that's it. And so it's actually, again, it's kind of a blissful state if you can walk that line between like adventure and tragedy and sort of keep yourself right at that very, very fine line without going over.
Ever fear of death? Ever fear? Terror?
No, I don't want to die. I want to, I love the people in my life, and there's a lot of things I want to do, but every time I've been certain that I'm going to die, I've been very, very calm. Very calm. And just sort of like, okay, well, if this is how the movie goes, then this is how it goes.
Almost accepting.
Yeah. Which is reassuring.
You mentioned Herzog. Just to venture down this road of death and fear and so on, there's been a few madmen like you in this world. He's documented a couple of them. What lessons do you draw from Grizzly Man? or Into the Wild, those kinds of stories. Were you ever afraid that you would be one of those stories?
Oh yeah, I actually think that that's in Mother of God, where I said I almost into the wilded myself. Like I went out there and really I got so lost and so destroyed that I said this is going to be the next one. You know, this is going to be the next story of some idiot kid from New York who went to the Amazon thinking he was Percy Fawcett and then vanished. Because if you do vanish out there, your body's going to be consumed in a matter of days, like two. You know, if we see an animal dead on a trail, it's you got dung beetles and fly larvae and vultures, and there's a whole pecking order. You know, you get the black vultures, the yellow vultures, the king vulture. They all come in. That thing is picked clean in a couple of days.
What would be the creature that eats most of you in that situation?
Probably the vultures.
The vulture.
Probably the vultures and the maggots. It's really quick. It's really quick. Like you, even as far as like you can't leave food out. You know, like if you have like a piece of chicken, you say, "Oh, I'll eat it in the morning." You leave it out. You can't do that. It's not good by morning.
Grizzly Man, for example, like what? Because that's a beautiful story. It's both comical and genius, and especially the way Herzog tells it. Well, first, do you like the way he told the story? Do you like Herzog?
I do. I love Herzog, and I love his documentary, The Burden of Dreams, which is in the Amazon, not very far from where I work. And the sheer madness that you see this man undergoing of just trying to recreate hauling a boat over a mountain, is wild. And the the extras that he hired to play the natives are the, I think they're Machigenga tribesmen, and they're just they just look like all the guys that I hang out with. And it's like, you know, they're doing all this stuff in the jungle that months and months and months, and you can just see him deteriorating with madness because the jungle, you know, your boat, you know how many times I've tied up a boat to the side of the river? This just happened like a year and a half ago. I tied up through COVID. I pretty much just lived in the jungle for a while, and there was nobody there and there was no support. And I tied up my boat and the rain is just hammering. Like the universe is trying to rip the earth in half. The rain is just going and the river's rising, and I tied up the boat. But then you go to sleep and you got to wake up every 2 hours to go check the boat. And the boat is thrashing back and forth. And so all night, every 2 hours, I'd wake up barefoot in driving rain, like, you know, golf ball raindrops, and just go down, check the boat. And then by morning, I was like, I fell asleep, woke up, checked the boat, and then I was like, I'm just going to go make coffee. I was so done. I was so like at the end of my rope every time, bailing the boat out and stuff. And then we got 15 minutes of heavy rain that filled the boat, sank it. And so now I'm stuck upriver with no boat. And it's like that type of thing where it's like, no matter how hard you try, the jungle's just like, listen, you're nothing. You are nothing. And so it's that constant reminder. And so Herzog really threw himself into that in that film. And it's brilliant to watch.
What do you think he meant by the line that you include in your book? It's a land that God, if he exists, has created in anger. Said in a German accent.
Yeah. Overwhelming and collective murder.
So that's so he didn't really appreciate the beauty of the murder.
I think he appreciated it, but to him it was very dark. You know, I think he saw the darkness in it, and that's there. It sure is. As soon as you do ayahuasca, that door opens and you see the darkness, because it brings you right into the jungle, like the heart of it. But I think that for him, it is. I think that darkness is something that he embraces and that he loves. There's another film of his, and I don't know if this is accurate, but my memory has it, that there's a penguin, and I think it's in Antarctica, and the penguin's going in the wrong direction, away from the ocean.
Yeah.
And I feel like he goes on this monologue about how, like, he's just had enough.
Yeah.
He's just, you know, this one penguin is just marching towards, you know.
Yeah. Well, because I remember that clip from that documentary, and what Werner says is that the penguin is deranged.
Yes.
That he's lost his mind. And I took offense to that.
Yeah.
Because maybe that's a brave explorer. Like, how do you know there's not a lot more going on? Like, it could be a love story. Those penguins get super attached.
Maybe his mate was over there and he had to go find her. Like,
well, or it's a lost mate, and last time he saw her was going to that direction.
Exactly.
So this is like the great explorer. We assume animals are like the average of the bell curve. Like every animal we interact with is just the average, but there's special ones, just like there's special humans.
Yeah,
that could be a special penguin.
It could have been, and I had the same thought where I was like, I found it beautiful how he interpreted it. What I took away from that was I found that Werner Herzog's monologue there was brilliantly dark and also comedic, but maybe irrelevant biologically speaking towards penguins, like, which happens a lot with animals. I find like there's so many times where I'll find people be like, do you think that animals can show compassion? And you hear like a bunch of people that have never left the pavement talking about like, wow, this one animal helped another animal. It's like go ask Jane Goodall if animals can show compassion. Go talk to anybody that works on a daily basis with animals, and so like to me there's always a little bit of frustration in hearing people sort of like pleasantly surprised that animals aren't just these automatons of just what's the word, like programmed nothingness.
First of all, what have you learned about life from Jane Goodall? Because she spoke highly of your book, and you list her as one of the mentors. But what kind of wisdom about animals do you draw from her?
The wisdom from Jane is so diverse. She, first of all, she's someone that, the work that she did at the time she did it was so incredible, because she was out there at a very young age doing that field work. She was naming her subjects, which everyone said you shouldn't do. She broke every rule. She was assigning, and everyone said, you're anthropomorphizing these animals by saying that they're doing this and that. And she was like, no, they're interacting. They're showing love. They're showing compassion. They're showing hate. They're showing fear. And she broke straight through all of those things. And it paid off in dividends for her.
Do you see the animals as having all those human-like emotions of anger, of compassion, of longing, of loneliness, from what you've seen, especially with mammals, but with different species out there? Do they have all that?
It depends on the animal. If you're talking, on the scale of a cockroach to an elephant, it's like a lot of these things. And I wonder about this stuff all the time. I'll have a praying mantis on my hand and just go, what is going through your mind?
Yeah.
Or you'll see a spider make a complex decision and go, I'm going to make my web there. Yeah. And you go, how are you doing this? How are you? Because he made a calculation there. It's smart. I was in the jungle not that long ago, and I was walking, and all of a sudden this dove comes flying through the jungle, right up to my face. Lands on a branch, like right here, right next to me. I look at the dove. Dove looks at me, and she's like, "Hey," and she's clearly like panting. And I'm like, why are you so close to me? This is weird. And she's like, I know. And then an ornate hawk eagle flies up 10 feet away, looks at both of us, and just like scowls and like sticks up its head feathers, and then just like flies off. And the dove was like, "Sweet, thanks," and then flew in the other direction. And it was like, dude, you just used me to save your life.
Yeah.
The dove knew.
See, this is what. Because there's there's Mike Tyson and there's Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
And sometimes I wonder when I look at different creatures, even insects, like, is this Mike Tyson or is this Einstein?
Yeah.
Like, because one or other kinds of personality, like, is this a New Yorker or is this a Midwesterner or is this like a San Francisco barista of the insects? Like, there's all kinds of personalities. You never know. So you can't like project. Like, if you run into a bear and is very angry, like, it was just the asshole New Yorker.
Yeah, sure, sure.
As opposed to
what are you saying about New Yorkers, man?
Exactly. Point well made. So speaking about communicating with a dove, you first met the crew in the Amazon. You talk about JJ as somebody who can communicate with animals. What do you think JJ is able to see and hear and feel that others don't, that he's able to communicate with animals?
When I say this is the most skilled jungle man I've ever seen, and I know so many guys in the region, he has libraries of information in his cranium that we cannot fathom. It's just stunning. Like, I have seen him use medicinal plants to cure things that Western doctors couldn't cure. I've seen him navigate in such a way that he's not using the stars. He's not using any discernible, it's like when elephants, sometimes like you'll watch a herd of elephants and they'll be like, yo, let's go, we're going this way. And you'll see them sort of communicate, but there's no audible sound. They'll just decide that they're going that when they all do it. JJ has this way in the jungle of, he'll stop and he'll go, wait. And you go, what is it? And he goes, there's a herd of peccary coming. And I'm like, where? What, based on what?
Yeah.
And he's like, just wait, you'll see. And he'll sit there.
You think that's just experience?
It's incredible experience. It's growing up barefoot in the Amazon. And the gift is that he can speak fluent English. And so when I bring tourists and scientists or news reporters down there, he can communicate with them. He's actually good on camera because he doesn't care about cameras. And like, you know, for instance, we were walking up a stream a few months ago, and I went, "Hey, look, jaguar tracks," and he went, "Oh," and I was like, "What? Jaguar tracks?" And he's like, "No, look harder." And I was like, the toes are deeper than the back, and he was like, "Uh-huh." And where are they? And I was like, "By the water." And I was like, oh, "The jaguar's drinking." It was leaning to drink, and he was like, "That's right." He's like, "Now look behind you." I look behind me, and there's scat. There's a big log of jaguar shit sitting there. And it's got butterflies all over it.
Fresh.
Pretty fresh. And then there's another one that's less fresh. And so he's teaching me as he does. He's going, "Look at this. Look at this. Is that one as fresh as this one?" No. And then he goes, "Now look up. Look up. There's 3 vultures above us. The kill is near us. The jaguar has been coming multiple times to the river to drink as it's feasting on whatever it killed." And he's going, "It's within 30 feet of us right now." And it's like, I'm like, "Oh, look, impressions in the sand." He's like, "I just drew 19 conclusions from that." It's like watching Sherlock Holmes at work. It's just
Reconstructing the crime scene.
incredible.
Does that apply also to be able to communicate with the actual animals? Like read into their body movements directly, into their, whatever that dove was saying to you, to be able to understand? Or is that all just kind of taking in the complex structure of the crime scene, of the interactions of the different animals, of the environment, and so on? Like, what is that you're able to communicate with another creature, that he was able to communicate with another creature?
He knows the intention of pose. He knows the habits. He knows the perspective. When he talks about animals, he'll talk about each species as if it's a person. So he'll say, oh, the jaguar, she never likes to let you see her. And so he'll come back from the jungle and he'll go, "Oh, I was watching monkeys, and this jaguar was also watching the monkeys, but I was being so quiet, she didn't see me. And then when she see me, she feels so embarrassed and she go." And he'll tell you this story like as if he had this interaction with like his neighbor. And, you know, and he'll be like, "Oh, the puka kunga, it never does that. You won't see it do that." And so one time he caught a fish, and I was such a big fish. It was this big, beautiful pseudoplatystoma, this tiger catfish, this amazing old fish, and they're all excited to eat it. And I felt so bad watching this thing gasp on the sand. And I went, "You know what? We don't need this. This is for fun." I threw it back.
Oh, no.
And then I took my hand and I went, and I made like drag marks, like so I could say, "Oh, it snuck back in the water." And so he walks up, he looks at it, and he was like, "I hate you." And I went, "What?" "No," I said, it must have just," he went, "That's not what happens." He goes, "It goes like this when it go." He knew the track of a fish. And I was like, "Oh, yeah." And I was like, "All right, JJ, I'm sorry. I'll catch you another fish."
911, what's your emergency?
Please, help! My mom, she's hurt!
We're gonna get you both out. Our job is a whirlwind. When there's disaster to deal with, who are we?
Bobby and Athena's cruise ship might be missing.
What do you mean missing?
My wife, where is she?
Saving the ship.
911, Thursdays starting March 14th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
So stepping back to that way you open Mother of God.
Yeah.
Who was Santiago Duran, and what secret did he tell you?
JJ's father was, at some point, he was a policeman. At some point, when he was a teenager, he was working on the boats that, before this little gold mining city of Puerto Maldonado grew, the only way to get supplies in was to take canoes up the Tambopata River up to the next state, which is Puno, and where mules would come down from the mountains with supplies, and then he'd pilot the boats down, but they didn't have motors at that time, so he would be pulling the boat. So he became this physically terrifying man. And I met him when he was in his 80s, and he was still living out in the jungle by himself. And I mean, he's seen an anaconda eat a tapir, which is a cow-sized mammal in the Amazon. He'd seen uncontacted tribes face to face. He once killed an 11-foot electric eel, opened the back of the thing's neck, removed the nerve that he says was the source of the electric. Then he cut his forearm, placed that nerve into his forearm, wrapped it with a dead toad, and claimed that it would give him strength through the rest of his life, and continued to be a jungle badass until the day he quietly leaned back at a barbecue and ceased to be alive. The man was incredible. But the secret that he told us was that if you want to find big anacondas, if you want to see the Yakumama, he was like, you have to go to the Boayo, the place of boas, the place that we came to call the floating forest. And so he sent us there, and it became like this pilgrimage. And in the Amazon, a lot of the creation myths are based around the anaconda coming down from the heavens and carving the rivers across the jungle. And if you look at the rivers, it looks like that. It looks like the path of an anaconda crawling through the jungle. It's even the right color. And so from the reference to the tribes of women, the Amazons, to the anaconda mother, everything in the Amazon is very feminine based. Even the trees, the largest trees in the jungle, the mother of the forest, the Madre de la Selva, is the kapok tree. And it's just this monster tree, these beautiful ancient trees. And that was the beginning of the transition that we made from me being like, I hate school, I want to go on adventures. Jane Goodall got to do all this amazing stuff. I'm just a kid stuck here, to eventually becoming something that had to do with where my identity became the jungle, where my life became the jungle. The secret that he told us opened that door, because when we started working with these giant snakes, it started getting attention. It started getting people to go, what are you doing? And it started allowing me to have experiences that solidified and nailed down the fact that this wasn't just like a weekend retreat. This was something that I was born to do.
And gave you more and more motivation to go into these uncharted territory of the Yakumama. Which, just to step back, what nations are we talking about here? Is it some geography? What are we talking about? Where is this?
So I'm in Peru.
Yeah.
We're in Peru. And so Peru,
which is a South American nation.
Peru is a South American nation. Brazil has 60% of the Amazon, which is unfortunate, because anything that happens politically in Brazil has a massive impact on the Amazon. Mm-hmm. Peru has the Western Amazon, and Ecuador has a little bit of the Western Amazon. And the Western Amazon is where the Andes Mountains, the cloud forests, which is a mega biodiverse biome, falls into the Western Amazon lowlands. And so you have the meeting of these two incredible biomes, and that's what makes this like superlative, incredible, glowing moment of life on Earth. So yeah, we're in Peru, in the Madre de Dios, which is the mother of God, which I always thought was such a beautiful, the jungle is the source of all life. And so we were with the Eseha people, and they belong to a community that's called Infierno, which was given by the missionaries who, when they tried to go bring these people Jesus, got so many arrows shot at them that they just called it hell. And so Santiago Duran helped unite these tribes that were sort of scattered through the jungle and get them status, government recognized status as indigenous people. So he was sort of a hero. He was sort of a legend for a lot of the stuff he'd done out barefoot with just like a rifle and a machete in the jungle. He had 19 children. Mm-hmm. And the last one, I think the 20th child that he adopted was a refugee from the Shining Path that floated down the river, and he just took him in. And this is just a guy that was everything he did. Like when he died, the whole region showed up. He was somebody. So just the fact that I know him gives me street credit. Like the fact that I knew him, I can go like, oh, I knew Santiago, and people are like, no. Mm-hmm. I'm like, yeah.
So you have to get integrated to the culture, to the place. In every single way, which is tough for you for the being from New York.
Yeah. It could have been tough, but it was. I took to it. The jungle. They were very. JJ's teaching me about medicines, and we were doing bird surveys, and taking data on macaw populations, and JJ was just like, you really want to like. He goes, you got to sleep. And I was like, I only have a few weeks here. I don't know if I'm ever going to come back. I'm never going to sleep. So we'd be out every night looking for all the wildlife we could. I wanted to take photos. I wanted to see things. And then, the exchange came with that. He was like, I'm terrified of snakes. And I said, well, I've always worked with snakes. I said, I'll teach you how to handle snakes. And then we just had this like little exchange. And when I left after my first time back in 2006, I said, how can I help? And they were like, look, we're out here trying to protect this little island of forest that is going to be bulldozed. And the more people that you can bring, the more knowledge and the more awareness that you can bring to this, it'll help. And so really at that age, at 18 years old, I sort of started dabbling with the idea of that I could be part of helping these people to protect this place that I loved. And of course, at that time, that idea seemed like too large of a dream or too large of a challenge to that I could actually impact it.
You know that feeling of having to rewash dishes that didn't get clean? I don't.
Platinum Plus is Cascade's best clean ever. With double the Dawn and double the scrubbers, it removes the toughest grease and residue for an irresistible clean and shine. Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
So what was the journey of looking for these giant snakes? Of looking for anacondas? And
Well,
what are anacondas?
Anaconda is the largest snake on Earth. So you have reticulated pythons in Southeast Asia. They're actually longer. But anacondas are these massive boas. They give live birth. And unlike a lot of other species, so an anaconda starts off, a little 2-foot anaconda, just a little thicker than your finger, a little baby. And they're food for cane toads, herons, crocodiles, you name it. They're pretty harmless, defenseless. But as they grow, they're eating the fish, they're eating the crocs, and then they grow a little more and they're eating things like capybara, and they're eating larger prey. And then at the end of their life, a female anaconda, you're talking about a 25, 30 foot, 300, 400 pound snake with a head bigger than a football. And these things, that means that they impact the entire ecosystem, which
So
is
it
very unique.
Moves up the food chain to become basically
An apex predator.
Yeah, apex predator.
Yeah. The apex predator of the rivers. And so
that's so interesting. It's just eating your way up the food chain.
eating your way up the food chain, if you can survive. And like they're constantly at war with everything else. But so I showed up in the Amazon. I was like, so where are the anacondas at? Yeah. And they were like, oh, no, it's not like that. They're like, it's you have to find these things. They're subterranean. They're living in the special swamps. People kill them. And so we went to the floating forest after we'd come back from an expedition. We'd call it like a 12-foot anaconda. And it's become like this like classic photo of me and JJ with this anaconda over our shoulders. And we were like, we 12 days out in the jungle on a hunting trip. And we came back and we showed his dad. And Santiago looked at us and he was like, that's the smallest anacondita I've ever seen. He's like, you guys are pathetic.
Oh, man, 12 foot.
And he was like, look, you go. He was like, go. He's like, I'm giving you permission. Go to the Buayo, go to the floating forest. And so we went to this place and we reached there at night. And it was me, JJ, and one of his brothers. And his brother took one look at it and was like, I'm out. And he started walking back. And me and JJ get to the edge of this thing. And this is our friendship. It's both this two idiots pushing each other farther and farther. Mm-hmm. And like I like put a foot on the ground and it all shook. Mm-hmm. And the stars are reflecting on the ground. And what we realize is that it's a lake with floating grass on top of it.
Yeah.
And there's islands of grass floating on this lake, very Life of Pi. And the tops of trees are coming out of the surface of the water. And so we start walking across this and JJ's going, these are big anacondas. And I'm going, JJ, that's a 2-foot wide smooth path snaking through the grass. Mm-hmm. There's no anaconda that big.
Yeah.
And he was going, shh, they're listening. And I said, they don't have ears. He goes, they're listening. And it's like, we're walking and we're walking. And then it's like, maybe it's like 1 a.m. or something. And it was just like one of those moments where we saw it at the same time. And we're standing by the tail. And the snake was so big that, this must have been a 25-foot anaconda dead asleep with probably a 16-foot anaconda like sprawled across her. Mm-hmm. And they're laying in the starlight and we're floating on top of a lake, standing there in the middle of the Amazon. And JJ I could feel the blood drain out of his mm-hmm. face. And as like however old I was, maybe 20 years old, I just said, if we could somehow show people this, mm-hmm. we'll be on the front cover of National Geographic and we can protect all the jungle that we want. Mm-hmm. And so I tried to catch it. Yeah. So I jumped on the snake, and the only measurement I have of this animal is that when I wrapped my arms around it, I couldn't touch my fingers. Yeah. And so I was, my feet were dragging, and to her credit, this anaconda did not turn around and eat me because her head was, this big. Yeah. And she went and she reached the edge of the grass island and she starts plunging into the dark. Mm. And so I'm watching the stars vibrate as this anaconda is going. And I had to make the choice of either going headfirst down into the black, which no thank you, or stopping and just keeping my hand on this thing as it raced by me. And I just felt the scales and the muscle and the power go by and then eventually taper down to the tail until it slipped away into the darkness. And I was laying there just panting. And then I turned around and went, JJ, what the fuck? Like, where were you, man? And he was just like completely white, circuits blown. And I had to go then like kind of like take care of him. I was like, are you okay? And he was like, no, you know, he just couldn't. And so we came back with that. And then after that, we were like, okay, clearly the parameters of reality that we thought were possible are just a tiny fraction of what's out there. Like we now that sort of recalibrated us. We were like, okay, we're rubbing up against things that are bigger than we thought were ever possible. And so we were like, okay, now we need to concentrate on this.
So how dangerous is that creature to you, to humans?
To humans, not at all. I mean, my our cook's father-in-law was eaten by an anaconda, but like, you know, then again, like
the way you say that, tell that story. Sometimes it happens.
It happens. I mean, come on. Every now and then somebody gets stung by a bee and dies. Like, you know, it once in a while it happens, but you got to have a really big anaconda, really hungry. And like anybody that works in the wild, I mean, just, you know, if you walk up to a crocodile, even a giant Nile crocodile, you walk up to them, most of the time they're going to run into the water. They don't want confrontation. They hunt in their way, on their terms, sneaky. You're not going to see them. And so with an anaconda, it's like, yeah, the guy who got eaten, like if you're drunk and you go to the edge of the water and you go for a midnight swim by yourself in an Amazonian lake, I mean, whose fault is that?
But if you jump on an anaconda, try to hold on, then you're safe.
Apparently, I mean, I think at this point we've, you know, the research we've done, I think I've handled or caught, you know, over 80 anacondas in the field, and not one of them has bitten me. They always choose flight over fight. They're like, just leave me alone, let me go. I'm just going to crawl under this thing. They're not an aggressive animal. I mean, no snake. No, I actually I kind of like the only time I get particular with like, you know, the words is like people go, oh, that's an aggressive, black mambas are aggressive. And I go, no snake is aggressive. A rattlesnake is going to rattle to say, hey, back up. A cobra is going to stand up and show you its hood. And people go, oh, look, he's being aggressive. No, he's not being aggressive. He's going, don't step on me. Don't make me do this. Mm-hmm. They're actually being very peaceful.
Strip away what you know about trading and take on Wall Street with the transparent strategy that every profitable trader knows. I'm price action expert Thomas Wood. With my newest ebook, Naked Trading Mastery, you can learn the single skill that you'll need to make every trade easier and potentially even more consistently profitable. So click the link below and get your free copy of Naked Trading Mastery now and get started today.
You can now register for the #1 conference for developers, business leaders, and AI researchers, GTC 2024. PNY Technologies will be attending in person live at the San Jose Convention Center at booth 626.
Sometimes it can be a very fun conversation to go.
Told Cynthia McKinney one time, but now all of a sudden it's okay. Look, here's where the money went. We put it right over here because we're developing the stuff. Then you give the contracts to private corporations. Now, the people who sign off on these private corps to get these contracts, they're also on the board of directors, or they have family members on the board of directors of these private corporations. So what's happening is they're taking it out of government to private. Why? Because now there's no FOIA, no Freedom of Information Act is going to be requested. You can't request Freedom of Information Act on a private corp. So now these private corp get trillion-dollar contracts to build and develop space technologies that the rest of the world will never see, never know of. We won't even know they exist. We'll just know where the money went, and that's the end of that. They'll take big payouts. A lot of these projects will never see the light of day. Most of them will be projects that are born to fail from the beginning. So they'll take a contract. We're going to develop this device or this aerospace tech, and then we'll need $5 billion to start. 2 years later, well, we needed another $6 to $7 billion. It didn't quite work right. Another 5, 6 more years later, send us another $8 billion. We almost got it now. And then another 10 years, maybe a few more billion, and we're going to scratch this. It's not going to work. But everybody got the payouts along the way. People got big salaries. Big, CEOs and C-suite executives took home big umbrella payments. And now let's move on to the next project that we're never going to put out. And so this is the kind of cycle. But doing it this way through controlling the UAP narrative allows them to siphon trillions of dollars into these private black budget projects that are operating with complete no congressional oversight.
You know, I've not heard that before, but it makes perfect sense. And I've been wondering why this is starting to see the light of day more and more. But the fact that, I mean, just to break it down simple, everything that you just said, basically what you're saying is the only reason this is happening is so that they can legalize the black budgets.
That's it. Pretty much. That is it.
Do you think there's going to be any, I mean, it does sound like that they are, at least at the congressional hearing, it sounds like they want more oversight over companies like Raytheon, Skunk Works, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, these type of the military industrial complex companies. Do you think that they will achieve any type of oversight? I mean, I've been, Tim Burchett is on top of it. Anna Paulina Luna seems to be on top of it. And it's the only, I went to that hearing, and it's the only hearing that I've, in recent times where you saw the right and the left come together, and it was actually kind of nice. It was very nice to see.
Absolutely.
Do you think that they'll have any success?
I think we have to keep putting pressure. I think that success won't be